Welcome back, everybody. We got more NECC action ready and raring to go. Missing out on match 1 of this week, unfortunately, as well for Valorant. But match 2 and match 3 will be welcomed by yours truly alongside my good friend here, Dallas, aka Mick. We're super excited to get these 2 games going underway. But before we start the second one, let's conclude this first one and get this one started and underway. It's Akron, who are sitting 2-2 so far coming into this week, facing off against Purdue University, who are sitting 3-1 with their only loss against the number 2 team here in the standings.
Yeah, I mean, talking about these 2 teams overall, we had the pleasure of seeing Akron last week, more specifically. So, I mean, we have everything fresh in the mind. We know what this team is capable of. We see what they can do. But it wasn't really in those teams in the area where we kind of mentioned and saw kind of the lower edge teams there towards kind of the bottom half of the bracket, I would say. Purdue, this is finally one of those testaments, one of those times where we get to see what they are made of. But let's go ahead and talk about the rosters a little bit. We get the likes of A. Smith, Ezra, Ryan, Akron, and Farrell. The 5 core that we saw last week doing their thing, going ahead, drawing out those games a little bit. Well, today, they're probably going to see the same result, but they have to make sure to win it once more.
Well, one of the things we'll have to keep in mind is Akron are extremely strong on certain maps. We saw them showcase that against GVSU last week. But Purdue is not a team you're going to want to be sleeping on, and we'll go ahead and take a look at their players here and now. When they're sitting 3-1 and their only loss is against Davenport Red, like I mentioned, being that number 2 team right below Northwood, who is one of the losses against Akron so far here in this season, they're going to be a very solid team, and a team name like Purdue, you just know they're going to be coming from a good squad. Spaghetti, the real honcho, King Lion Leo, FMSX, Scopes, and C on their board. I always like to mention a somewhat younger roster. There are 3 upperclassmen, but they still have plenty of years left here in college. You can also go back for your masters like Dallas here is doing as well to stay extra long and make sure you have even more time with your team.
And even more debt to go ahead and accrue at the same time. It doesn't really matter too much about that. We have to go ahead and think about exactly what we're dealing with in terms of the map pool, because you mentioned it already and what Akron has to work with. We saw it last week. They like to go ahead and get a little bit tricky. They like to mess around. They like to kind of work around the map. They work good in unison. Problem is, if they get snuffed out pretty early, especially if they start losing those first bloods, things start to go south very, very quickly. So you can already see that they're going to be starting things off on Pearl, one of the trickier maps where it can be difficult to find that first blood, especially with the lurking capabilities of it. But obviously, Purdue is not about that. They're going for split. They want outright conflict right there in the center of the map. They want to know where those hot spots are. And even then, after the performance of last week, it seems like Akron wants to go ahead and get rid of ascent. I just want to note that one because of how common it is. But then we're going to go ahead and go to Haven for the decider, which is a little bit odd, I'd say, leaving that one kind of open in the air, knowing that ascent is out. But, I mean, hey, these 2 teams, they got things to go for. And Akron obviously feel like they weren't strong enough last week to really go ahead and follow that thing through again.
Both these teams have faced either of the top 2 teams here in this division, and both of these teams have taken it to 3 maps and unfortunately lost there in the end. The only loss for Purdue having been against that Davenport Red side number 2, and Akron having one of their 2 losses being against Northwood, who's ranked number 1 very easily, and of course their other loss to the Indiana Hoosiers. That one was also a close game though, might I add. Did take it and require 3 maps to complete. Purdue though finished that game at 2-0, and I mean dominantly. A 13-4 stat line for map 1 and a 13-8, a little bit closer, but still not allowing them to reach double digits for their second map. Purdue favored coming into this one, but we've seen just how good Akron can be here on this map, Dallas. It was a glorious showcase against GVSU, but unfortunately, I just don't think GVSU put up enough of a fight to make it really thrown in the direction of Akron. They may be over adjusting, thinking they did extremely well. This is a different team. This is a much stronger team. It may not go the exact same way.
Yeah, last week was a really a testament to what Akron could do, because we mentioned already that you have to go ahead. You went ahead and now have dodged that line of kind of being in the bottom threshold, of being in that elimination realm in terms of this specific division. Now you're actually getting into that realm where you have to make sure to win these critical games against these upper end teams to make sure if you want to secure yourself a spot and even then have a chance of actually being crowned a title by the end of the season. Well, both these teams are in a very rough position, being in the same region as Davenport and Northwood. But, I mean, this will be a good testament. This is a good, nice little training grounds for both of them. They're relatively close, so long as they can figure things out, kind of understand what's going on. This is probably one of the best scrims these teams can find out of each other as well over the course of the season. So they're not giving up too much to their competitors there at the very, very top, but they're still figuring things out together and really making this division that much stronger.
All you do is make sure you're not at the bottom of the leaderboard, bottom of the standings, so that you're guaranteed a kind of bid there into nationals. You want to try to give yourself as much of an edge as possible. And both of these teams, when we talked about Akron putting themselves in a much better spot going 2-2 at the end of last week, they're still sitting very center of the board. I would dare say put them maybe 5th overall instead of where they're kind of sitting in 6th and 7th for that middle stage. They have a much better standing in the dominant performances that they have won in their games. Problem is the two teams they've beaten are bottom of the bracket, complete bottom standings. GVSU, after that loss, now sitting even further down. I'm sure they're sitting second to last or third to last, and yep. Ohio State Gray is sitting last, and that was a very easy coasting win against them in week 1, where they sat and gave them 4 rounds total across 2 maps, which is only 1 less than they allowed GVSU, and they gave them 5 total on that one.
Yeah, I mean, just seeing the overall, the entirety was just 5 rounds for last week on Akron. Even then, Purdue kind of having a relatively similar thing, sitting at 4, sitting at 8 there against the likes of Indiana Hoosiers, which is kind of sitting in this middle ground as well, where you could comparatively say that they're probably in the almost to a T, the exact same team as Akron, at least in terms of on the leaderboard. So that is a little bit intimidating, obviously, here for Akron. But I mean, it all comes down to what they can get accomplished early, and already looking for a couple of early picks, but it's not going to happen because on the attacking side, Purdue decides that they want to be the attackers to start things off.
When you're talking about colleges, especially in the collegiate scene, which, I mean, that's kind of an easy thing to go ahead and state, Purdue and Akron have almost the same level of accolades across the university. Purdue has had a plethora of esports across different genres of games that they've had for a very long time. Akron is alongside the same boat. In fact, I know just within R6, they've had a team for 5-6 years for both games. They are the 2 top dogs when it comes to that scene. It's kind of the same thing we're seeing here for Valorant, and when you know that they have the accolades, they have this history on the university. Dallas, one of the bigger and more important factors to be, they're going to have the coaching staff, they're going to have the facilities, they're going to have the ability to allow for those players to get scholarships, not worry as much about getting their master's degree and going into debt like you joked before. They're going to have that potential there, and they're going to play even harder to guarantee that they can, earn their stay. And I think both of these teams sitting in the Champions Division, you can already say that. But there's always that chip on the shoulder. There's always that extra little bit they want to go ahead. And right now, Purdue have cemented themselves first and foremost.
Yeah, I mean, Purdue obviously having the early lead when it comes around this entire division. I mean, looking at what they've done, you got to look at exactly their standings, and not only that, just how they've beaten the majority of these teams. I think we're now on a stage where sure we can go ahead and kind of have a little inkling of what was going on in these teams as they develop themselves, considering the earlier games that they've had in terms of the season thus far. Like I said, I mean, Purdue, Davenport Red right there at the start of the season, and I mean, they took it to 3 maps regardless. I mean, so that's considering that you're entering a new year, you're feeling a little bit rusty, you're going around to it, new semester to be working with. Obviously, you kind of have that Christmas hangover going on. That, I mean, there's not too much that you can really stress out about. Even then, considering that you see the way that Davenport starts to unfold themselves over the course of this season, now sitting at number 2 in the rankings, it's not that big of a deal. But winning against Illinois Orange, 13-6, 13-7. Winning against Ohio State Gray, 13-4, 13-2. Indiana Hoosiers, 13-4, 13-8. Illini and Indiana are both kind of middle ground teams, the exact same way that Akron is sitting right now. To know that they only gave up an entire map's worth to both those teams in terms of rounds, that's something that Akron's going to have to make sure to really nail down on. Because if we look at the same development for them over the course of this season, when they get into these other games, these kind of nitty-gritty, these really tight ones, they've had a much rougher schedule, albeit, they make sure that, I mean, these rounds are that much closer. So when they're facing opponents that are larger than themselves, they show they can actually play around with the big dogs. They show they can have that relevancy. Problem is, though, when they face teams that are lesser than them, of what you could say retrospectively on the entire leaderboard, they just absolutely stomped them. So it's like, where is this attitude coming from? You're sitting so perfectly in the center, you have to make sure to set yourself apart, and this could be the map to do it.
We've talked about giving yourself as much of an edge as possible in the competition, and Akron have done a solid job after last week's performance, but Purdue are now on a 3-win streak. They're setting themselves apart from the competition, and even their only loss was against an extremely strong team of Davenport Red, who are sitting, I think, 5th is what they're estimated to be in the collegiate rankings. They're sitting just below Northwood here in the NECC. But that is the #1 team in all of Collegiate. Northwood, by and far, is the best team here. And only Akron has faced them, and Akron did take them to 3. So there is some leeway to be said for both sides, but Purdue have given themselves the go-ahead. They took round 1. They get their now expected bonus after the fact. The problem is they're taking damage all across the map. Yeah, they've taken down the KJ on the side of Akron, but their player of C, their Jet, is down to 3 HP. Now down to 0 as Acorn finishes it off with a Frenzy. Don't even need to be up close and personal. Do it when they're already that low. And that looks like sight should be gained for Akron, and Spike is only doomed to go down.
30 seconds.
Yeah, it kind of has to. You just got to see exactly what kind of setup they're going to go for in this to get that spike down. And they're not even going for the default setup towards long, which you have to appreciate knowing the kind of weapons that they're working with. But they're still backing up towards that alley where they're playing a little bit more close. You understand that you only have classics to play with. There may be a sheriff over here and there, a frenzy to work off of, and even then it's still going to get the job done and Ryan's able to go ahead and maintain 1. But, I mean, looking at this retake, you have to get some kind of power out. You have to get some utility somewhere, and it seems like Purdue's not exactly doing that. Well, you get the man advantage on the side of Akron. I mean, they're really looking to nail this thing down, but there it is, 1 to go underway. You know the players are working around these smokes, and that's Akron, making sure to clutch things up and get themselves around on the board to equalize it out here early.
Purdue pushes a couple disadvantageous fights, and their rifles, aka SMGs for that round 2, get dropped to the floorboards after being collateraled by the Akron side, and that just gives them an even better advantage for the rest of the fights going forward in that round, as Purdue can just trickle in slowly but surely, and Akron can just poke them away and slowly clean and close out for those kills. A glorious way to, peruse an upset, as typically speaking, you start 2-0, and Purdue have been denied that, and now look at what they're bringing here into round 3. Instead of starting stall with the, remaining remnants of the SMGs they would have had previously, now they're rocking nothing but sheriffs and a single marshal in hopes that maybe they can pull off what Akron just did, an upset against the proper weaponry. But Akron are coming in here quite strong with the guns. Actual rifle here in the hands of A. Smith. 2 Bulldogs as well. 2 SMGs from held over from the previous round. Akron are going to play this as slow and methodically as they can. They're going to get tons of information as well off the back of a run it back from Acorn already in round 3.
Yeah, slow and steady is the name of the game until, well, you have a running back available. You're going to go ahead and press that W key as fast as you can, get as much information on the field, but it doesn't even matter when you have a hold-up like that sitting on top of that B side. Able to go ahead and manage at least 1 of the kills. So that guy's going to be picked out. That's available to pick up to the side of Purdue, but they're going to have a much longer way to go with that, considering that only 1 player's alive. They know exactly where they are, too. C is in a very rough spot. You're going to see the second round go to Akron more than likely.
And unfortunately, they're about to part the Red Sea, the red being the blood left from C themselves, as Ezrub does a wonderful job to close out for a 3K here in this round, and Akron will only drop 1 weapon by its conclusion to give them a 2-1 start here in this match. Purdue, after the somewhat of a save round that was, they did somewhat buy, just trying to even out the eco across the team to give themselves sort of a fighting chance to drop some of the weapons from Akron's hands. They're now heading into this one. They'll have proper weapons to work with, real rifles, and actual util to work with. Problem is, they don't have an ultimate, like Akron did in that last round. Slow and steady and methodical is the go-to playstyle, like you said, but the second that run it back is on the board, they're sending it. Cascading through alley, taking down 1, moving in towards B. Does get into a bit of a tricky fight, but bursts down with their teammate they're working alongside. Think of it like the Owl Drone or the Tasmanian Tiger with a duelist in front or behind. You're gathering that intel, but the intel's a player that can fight back as well. The run it back just creates so many opportunities for Akron.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing we're going to have to look at for these 2 teams, kind of going back to the whole retrospect thing, is the play styles of each of these 2 and what they kind of like to opt into. Because if we look back at that first week, it wasn't a different game entirely, and there wasn't really too many differentiating factors, but there was one really big beast on the field during that time being, and that's 1-1 lineup kind of remind me of it a little bit. The menace that was the Stinger for that time being. For that first week, that gun was absolutely disgusting. It was easy to just win anything out. The second round, you force it out every single time, and more than likely, those Stingers will do a better job than the Spectres, depending on what kind of map and what kind of side is being hit in the meantime. So, say if Akron, if they actually did have that hold against Davenport, or even then, Purdue, better yet, when their match in Davenport, where it went to that 3-map series. In those maps, they could have been absolute rats, just holding down with those Stingers, able to maintain a couple rounds every here and there. So I wanted to see whether or not it's actually the aim lineups they have going on, kind of the setups of the map, which they don't really have the benefit of doing on the defensive side, or better yet, if it's just them actually holding these corners and looking disgusting in their own right.
We'll have to see if those gunfights will start to fall more in favor of Purdue with proper rifles in their hands. Do you know what this glitch is here that we're seeing? We've seen that last round in this round as well. Interesting. I had not seen it before this week, but it has now happened twice. Maybe just a Pearl thing. Akron on the attack, initially looking like they were going to move in towards A main, giving early pressure, but the Tracers being sent back their way seemingly have sent them scared off towards the B site instead, with early pressure holding long. They already have 4 players initially there. They're leaving the player Acorn there, Phoenix, all the way over still towards the A main side. The last player to rotate in. This is the smart idea, making sure that you have somebody to watch that flank. A little bit of util can get the job done as well. That's why their turret is back there just the same. But they've got seemingly good control over here towards site. The Cosmic Divide goes down. Ryan will guarantee this plant, and we've seen how good Akron can be here for the post plant with the Cosmic Divide. However, because it was placed so early, it's going to dissipate just as quickly, and C can just swing for an easy kill on A-Smith.
Yeah, just easy little picks here already coming out for both sides. We're considering to get to 1-1. The biggest thing is that the spike is down. So that's a very clean kill there coming out through that smoke. Something you don't get too much of a luxury of actually seeing, but the Hunt can go ahead, give you that information to work off of. And a Bulldog in the back of the map that's doing more work than an actual Vandal. Good God! Exchanging the 1v1 comes up for C. Trying to play around this corner. Knows that Farrell is sitting right there in that cubby, in that edge. You gotta bait him out. You gotta be ready! And C most definitely is.
What a close engagement for Purdue, but the Harbor util placed on Spike denies the initial spray through. The second it dissipates, Akron is forced to swing, and they catch the Tracers of Spaghetti not far behind, covering their diffuser, and easily trades for the 1-on-1 to allow for a final position to play from. Purdue will tie and equalize now 2-2, but the problem was it was quite costly nonetheless. Honcho losing their life alongside King Lion Leo. They don't necessarily have the most credits to their name. They won't be able to force up with proper rifles. Spaghetti, despite doing somewhat well, is stuck with half armor and a rifle instead. And Akron don't really feel the same sort of stresses because of their upset in round 2. They're still somewhat riding that runner's high, so to say, and still feeling quite strong here for these pushes.
Yeah, and even then, I mean, Purdue, as you mentioned, they're just kind of riding that high. They're playing this game out. They have not lost a single map in the past 3 weeks, at least in the NECC. I mean, they're kind of expecting easy pickings. Problem is, though, you got to look at their kind of composition. Right now, you can even tell inside the all of Valorant in terms of like competitive, professional scene, collegiate, doesn't really matter. Just a competitive environment, 5v5, that Harbor doesn't feel as strong on this offensive side. So, I mean, they're not really setting up for this defensive side. You're not seeing your Cypher absolutely go ham, and even then, you're not getting those initial first bloods. You're not getting those initial trades and planned it out. But you're doing a pretty good job of it right now on the A side.
Shots are connecting for both sides. However, it's mostly one-on-one trades, still equalizing things. C good for one, but who would have guessed Ryan not far behind, just seconds after, to close things back the other way. It's really an avenging game up to this point. Then it looks like Akron have taken a couple steps off of sight, given up A for the most wise, as Scopes themselves will be the player directly there. Slowly trying to peek around the corner, and Ryan gets Valorant timing at its finest. Pulls out the util to place the constellations and bites the bullet as Scopes will make sure they take down 2 to the afterlife, as A-Smith will be quick to join Spaghetti. And it'll be Purdue finding themselves a 3-2 start, and they'll be in a little bit of a better position, but everyone's been dying, no one's been able to save, and they're still in a spot where they can't necessarily buy everyone up to full.
Yeah, you got to give respect there to the likes of obviously Akron for, I mean, their placement in terms of their entry on the site. Obviously, your controller and you're sitting on the last 2 standing alive. Probably your controller has the spike, which, I mean, that doesn't really matter. That's just more of a team preference, a setup kind of thing. But, I mean, all things behind you, you're going into sight correctly. Problem is, though, not everybody's committing onto it because that spike should have been going down during those fights. You didn't find that war of attrition. You didn't win that thing out. And immediately when you couldn't push across that threshold, you knew it was a losing fight, and you knew you probably weren't going to win that round. And typically, more times than not, a lot of teams like to just go ahead and rotate off of situations like that. So instead, Akron wanted to hold steady, and they paid the price for it. So with the Blaze Storm being invested here for Purdue, they want to save a little bit more money, and I'm assuming that's because we're probably going to see an operator come out of the jet coming here soon, just so we can have this round, because this isn't really an eco round for the side of Purdue. They've been winning these things out. They've been doing it pretty comfortably as well. I mean, sure, you got to buy up every now and then, but this B site needs to have a much better hold because, as you can see, it's getting pushed a pretty darn good bit, and every single round gets really close when they manage to plant there.
Purdue are opting to use a lot of their free utility early in these rounds as well. The high tide used over towards A just to slow down the Akron push on the initial get-go. They get that back within 40 seconds, so they're not too concerned, and that will allow for them to quickly rotate from that A site now over to B, where the action is eventually going to evolve. Akron, who popped the run it back, unfortunately will bite the bullet from the player sitting up inside tower, and they will be forced to retreat away. The rest of the team for the side of Akron have made a very hasty retreat towards the A site. They're now pivoting in to go for the plant. Ryan locks that off King Lion Leo. Spaghetti is very quick to join them in the afterlife as Ezra pounces quickly after the fact. Purdue are now 2 players down. Their Cypher is down to barely 20 HP, and they've got to deal with the full 5 of Akron that are still remaining.
I love this setup here from Akron, just going ahead, realizing the kind of capabilities of everybody's kit. Sky can play from afar, can go for that lurk there, and goes ahead and gets that free kill when it comes around to Harbor. Not going to have too much impact inside that round, but you can even then look at the back of the map. You see this retreat trying to go underway. So many players just playing off this Harbor wall, but they're waiting for it to go down rather than actually engaging immediately. So as soon as you get a chance to even try for that spike, you've realized it's a little bit too late, and you are fully exposed to get mowed down. So for Akron to be winning at that round in a flawless fashion, a perfect round for them to keep things rolling along, and especially to equalize things out.
1 second, Pete.
Let's also keep in mind that Purdue opting to use the Bladestorm in the round without finding any impact. You saw FMSX Scopes was trying to work in from that link side towards A, bit the bullet as 2 players on the side of Akron. Farrell and I believe it was Acorn worked in from R to deny that initial angle, which means the only direction that Purdue can come from on that retake is direct from theater on that backside or from their spawn.
Boom.
Essentially denying so much potential for Purdue in the retake, and they can hold those 2 angles directly. Farrell bites a sheriff shot to the head, and an interesting opt already to use the resurrection to bring them back in a round where you can pretty much guarantee Purdue are ecoing.
Yeah, a resurrection up against a bunch of the likes of Sheriff and Frenzies. I mean, it's something. I understand. You win the last round flawless and you're on the attacking side, so you get plenty of money for that plant every single round. Not too much of a concern here, but obviously you're seeing the Akron. They want to actually nail this thing in. They want to bring this thing home on a certain round, particularly like this. But once again, if C hits a shot like this, it's all for naught. You have to make sure to hit one, and the second one was so darn close if you just click that mouse, but unfortunately it doesn't go underway, so Ferris was pushing on the side. Akron's doing what they're going to do. They're going to get the spike down behind it along with a couple kills.
Just up to King Lion Leo, and unfortunately not even getting the chance to pull the trigger as Ebrub swings around that corner, the corner of which had been extended with the use of the barrier orb. An interesting way to really close in the gaps there in which you can fire back from. A great way to isolate players and individuals around those corners. Akron will use that resolve to now climb to a 4-3 position. Yes, it has been a somewhat back and forth game, the 2-2-2 so far, but Purdue have not been in a good spot. Even when we've seen them buying Dallas, they haven't been able to have full rifles, full armor, and full util every single time. Not a single round they've come into with all of that together. In round 4, we saw them have their, I would say, first fleshed out buy. They were still recovering after that round 2 loss, that they had 2 players still rocking little armor, and one of them was using an SMG. They have not been able to put up a solid defensive front, and they haven't been able to rely on that utility as much as they could have been. Because of that, I think that's one of the reasons why we're seeing them struggle, despite seemingly having an even spot to work from.
Well, I mean, this round is the one that's important right now, considering, I mean, we talk about Purdue, we talk about the kind of buys they have. This is the round where they actually have one to work with, and they're doing a darn good bit of damage with it. I mean, Honcho, there you go. Your Sentinel needs to step up on the defensive side, and they're doing exactly that with some good, even exchanges across the board, with 2 players remaining alive at the end there on the rear end of this one. So, I mean, regardless, I mean, you mentioned those scrappy buys, you mentioned the way they're playing out this game. They're actually managing this, all things considered. I mean, a lot of teams would pretty much struggle in a situation like this, but I mean, I'm with you. Sometimes I will say they have a couple rounds here and there where they have full rifles and armor. It depends on what you call a full rifle, though, because I fully believe that the Bulldog is capable of doing anything a Vandal or a Phantom can do, but some people are not within that wheelhouse, and they refuse to believe that, to think that there is supremacy, there are better guns, and the Vandal and Phantom kind of fit that criteria. I think honestly though, I mean, seeing what they've done, they have found a lot of good picks. Purdue has had some really good holds. Akron's had some really good hits. It comes down more specifically to Akron, who we see at the start of every single round because of spectator taking, and also locking that thing down and knowing that this guy's gonna be first every single time. He needs to get these kills, and every single now and then he's gonna get a run it back, and you're saying, hey, we get twice to hit the site. Okay, that's kind of free.
Scope says, seemingly been left unknown, finds a wonderful shot to one. Spaghetti saves them the luxury of going for the second because they were sitting inside Cubby on Alley. What a great way for Purdue to kind of upset Akron here in this round again, despite Akron having the first pick advantage going their way by taking down C. It's just A. Smith left standing. They've utilized the lockdown. They used it when they still had teammates alive. Since then, the story is kind of flipped, and there is no one remaining to assist A. Smith, who's trapped in a 1v3. Two players will take a bit of time to get over to A. Smith, but A. Smith left Spike over towards B long, and because of that, has no great potential to force a time constraint into the laps of Purdue, and it will just be easy pickings for the two players prowling up long, of King Lion Leo specifically, to take one shot to take their head off them.
Yeah, I mean, just rounds like that, you saw it go underway. It was a little bit awkward there towards the start, but I mean, finally Purdue has to get a hold on this B site. This is where the rounds really start to get difficult, but even then, more towards the middle of the map, we've seen a lack of control there. So for them to go ahead and also kind of lock that thing down. So let's go ahead and get a little bit antsy here. Let's start extending. Let's start getting comfortable on this attacking side of the map, and let's see if we can start getting some flakes coming through, some lockdowns here, because you've seen the Akron, they'd like to delay a couple of their players on these hits, but Purdue hasn't really found a way to counter that. They haven't had any players stationed towards the middle of the map. They haven't looked for this early aggression in the middle. You see them right there on the minimap right now, kind of playing towards that alley, but nobody's stationed art. And that's a really big problem, I think, for a lot of teams, because, I mean, it's such an easy open area to take advantage of, and you can just push right through on the defensive spawn. So some early aggression, some early emphasis and utility being thrown out, all free for the most part, but it really comes down to whether or not where we're going to see this initial pick come down, or at least this initial engagement, which it seemingly is looking like the A when you see the default spread being happening here.
You also have to keep in mind, Purdue may be having a bit of a worrisome mindset. They have been struggling in some of the rounds. We talked about it for the eco. Maybe they're trying not to use too much, credit costing you till early. Trying to hold on to it. That's why we're seeing the high tide being used so quickly on these rounds. They're just trying to slow down Akron. But when Akron gets ready, they broil up like a boiling pot losing its lid. They send quickly into sight. They find the first pick here, but the problem lies thereafter. Purdue holds wonderful cutoff angles, huge pincers, and they'll take down two more after the fact and damage even more past that. Acorn will fall. Ryan gets a constellation kill in return, but they forfeit their life from the operator of C, leaving just Honcho to slowly peek around the corner of Link and deal with the last player feral for Akron.
I knew we were going to see that operator eventually. I didn't expect, I want to say, the last 3 rounds of the half. But, I mean, hey, better late than never. All things considered, though, I mean, you have to look and see, as you mentioned, Purdue giving a lot of respect over here to the side of Akron and vice versa. But Akron wants to get things set up. And that's the whole thing, is whether or not you're actually prepared for what's coming your way. Because even then, that's where we can take a reference back to that round where we saw the resurrection on an eco to the side of Purdue.
Yeah.
Akron wants every single one of their resources fully available when it comes down to a site hit, because they know that if anything goes wrong, that A, they're not going to have the comms together to go ahead and kind of flex themselves out of that problem. And even then, better yet, Purdue, they're just shooters, man. It doesn't matter whether they have sheriffs, whether they have marshals, no matter what it is. They're probably going to at least manage to get one in the meantime, and there it is. So you're going ahead and opening things up with the operator, able to pick off Acorn. There goes the duelist. But where's the rest of the team? They are hiding somewhere, and you've got to make sure to check that U-Haul.
Akron unfortunately falling victim. Acorn specifically to the spy cam placed over the top, pings them down, allows for C to spray through the smoke to get the kill with the operator. Not much of spraying when you know exactly where they are, just a single shot to close things out. Akron in a really rough spot. Obviously a bit of a thrifty for the player behind A. Smith, but A. Smith still has that double swing and that dog in them. Takes down the harbor on the side of Purdue and will equalize thanks to a 2-on-2 player position. They have Spike. They maybe have the facilities to plant it here on B, but there is still plenty of time to make a rotate should they choose, or maybe think that it is necessary to do so. They're biding their time, not over swinging, not over aggressing, maybe trying to force Purdue into thinking that they're going to rotate, but it's too little too late. They overextend for the swing for the intel, and now they're going to have to use everything they can to fight back. King Lion Leo knocks the Nightmare and knocks 2 heads off their shoulders. giving Purdue a not just even position at halftime, but a positive one, now climbing to 7th.
It's so awkward seeing Purdue just kind of squeak this thing out, but it's impressive nonetheless. I mean, considering that once again, we think about the buys, they haven't really been consistent. They've never been together for the most part until finally you actually get that luxury of just saying, oh, we got so much money now, and even then it's finally the final round here in the half, that maybe we can finally squeak something out. We can finally get together. You have, thank you. I was about to say, if C didn't buy up just so they continue that entire pattern of let's always have something wrong with our buys here, make it look weird. I mean, I just, that would have bothered me the entire night. But all things considered, though, Akron in a round like this, there's some things you just can't buy. Ultimates, they have 3 of which to be working with. The run it back obviously is going to be the first thing to be popped once again, and even then, it comes down to how early it'll be. Right there around the corner, coverage coming out, cause it in the back. You are playing to pocket this Phoenix as best you can, but a really, really good tether comes down to go ahead and kind of create a halt there, so you don't lose any things in the lives in the matter, and you can go ahead and for this 5v5 retake.
Yeah, run it back, falls short. Cosmic Divide is available for Purdue as well, as the one here for Akron is soon to dissipate. Yeah, they do have Spike down, but how they closed off and isolated that position. Scope sprays down Farrell as they try to swing around that corner. A moment to go through, and Purdue gets spicy. C has a sniper, and you're swinging around the corner. Gotta respect it. King Lion Leo comes up big, cascade scent. Huge slow, and that's enough. Purdue will get the defuse. A very unexpected spot for them, but maybe not really aware about how Harbor plays. It hits you and you're slowed for 30% of your raw movement. And it is extremely annoying to deal with. And that gives Purdue all the time in the world to get that defuse without your ability to push through the Cosmic Divide.
Exactly. That is one of the most annoying things I think I've probably ever seen unfold in this game, is that not only do you hit the Cosmic Divide, a wall that just blocks all bullets, that's Harbor's one counter, keep in mind. It's the fact that 90% of this stuff you can just shoot through. It's just like, okay, I can't see. Well, hopefully we got money for a note and we'll just spam right through it. That's what the Cosmic Divide takes care of. It is the wall. It is the Great Wall of China, keep in mind. And it feels like you just really can't break the thing. So, I mean, in a situation like that, you like to hold, but the problem is you got to have utility for that. And that is Akron's biggest downfall. They have no projectiles really to work with besides that hot hands. And your Phoenix being the only resource you have to work with in terms of projectiles, and he's going to be the first one to die every round. Yeah, you got to really think about those trade-offs. But hey, you're on the opposite side of the map now. You have a little bit more of a hold down. You got a double sentinel set up here on the defense. This could be Akron's time to shine. Problem is they can't really come up with too many plans on the defense because they're the ones getting hit and can't really unfold.
Shots here in the early rounds, and I've talked about it so many times, Dallas. The barrier orb is the single most annoying util in all of Valorant when it comes to round 1 and 2. If you lost round 1, you really only got pistols. The barrier orb, once it solidifies, is such a dominant brick wall you've got to cut through, and it takes so much time and gives up so much information. It's just a very annoying thing. However, Akron maybe still riding that runner's high and trying to come back here after the big hump here against Purdue. They get into a firefight inside Link towards that alley side, and they're coming out very dominantly. 4 players left alive after King Lion Leno finds their 1, but that will be it. Farrell feeds on every player of the side of Purdue. A 4K here in this round, and they're extremely close, Dallas, to already having the Seekers ready for round 3.
Well, this was the same Farrell that we saw get an ace and a pistol round on Haven. So, I mean, kind of makes sense. It's good to know we have a player that's consistent in their own right to go ahead and win out these pistol rounds as much as possible for you. And even in the round 2, where you saw already in that last half where they were able to go ahead and bounce it out and go for that 1-1 standing. But already Akron, these early rounds are where they can start to excel. It's kind of these make it or break it situations. And Purdue being on the attacking side, they're not nearly as oppressive, I would say, as Akron, with that lack of a sky and that Phoenix being there as well. But, I mean, you just got to play this one out. See what can really just be squeezed out in the meantime. And speaking of squeeze, you squeeze out a buy as well. So if you lose this round, you're in a really bad spot.
Purdue are opting for a bit over aggressiveness. One player with a Marshall in the back of B misses the initial shot, and because of that will now be in a very uncomfortable position. Smith, bulldog in hand, trying to spray over towards that far side of screens. But Purdue have seemingly lagged behind the expectations of where they should be lying for Akron. all the way back at the top of ramp, still biding their time, moving in closer towards pillar now, and they'll start to move in the full 5 closer and closer towards site to slowly suffocate what Akron seemingly have here defensively, which is just 2 players predominantly here. Nana Swarm gets popped, sees very aggressively in with a Marshall, but that's not where it's going to get the first kill. King Lion Leo goes in big instead, and C will get 2 hip fires to knock down A-Smith. A huge start for the side of Purdue, who seemingly just said, this is our round. We'll take it anyways, even if Akron can find that round 1.
And even I mean, now you got guns that are dropped. Somebody has a bulldog to work with. You're just going to hold these close angles, and even then you got to kind of play a little bit long. You're getting very good damage on everybody. You can't take that time to turn around and go ahead and get that heal off, but may manage it at least somehow in the best. But already Acorn being alive and well, able to go ahead and get the job done. You're trying to get that defuse off, but already Akron, they want to do it. But Spaghetti will not allow it. Get the stuns. You got to shoot that thing, but Acorn will not let that happen. Already Akron. A round that was very, very, very sketchy, but hey, they come out with it in the end. Just not with the best guns in the meantime.
Yeah, it's a rough way to end it, though. Yeah, you get the win, but, I mean, what do you have to work with for round 3? You just made this an even worse position to work from. Good job, though. You don't let Purdue do what happened to them in the first half, right? You didn't repeat the 1-1 start, which put Purdue in a really rough spot, and took them most of the first half to recover from. Look at the way that scoreboard went in that first half. 3 rounds in the first 6 or 7. Then a huge spree back in return where Purdue felt themselves and said, hey, we're finally back into this game. Akron now need to find that same luxury, but they have little to work with. 3 sheriffs. Yeah, they've got that stinger that Acorn was doing so darn good with last round, finding a 4K for themselves, and they also still have at least 1 bulldog that was held and carried over. The stinger, the running and gun potential that Acorn brought out there was shocking, to say the least, and that means once again we're looking at a round 3 where the run it back is available for Akron.
All right, well, Honcho apparently decided to be a duelist for the round. Able to go ahead and maintain that first blood, but a little bit odd if you ask me that. I mean, you get the neural type to work with, and you go ahead and get all the information in the world to say who's coming from flank. Well, goodness gracious, thankfully, nobody, because there's a tripwire back there, and if they did try to go for it, we would know anyway. C's already going ahead and pushing right into spawn. You know it's an eco round for Akron. You just push all the problems in the world right in their direction.
Acorn's going to hold on to the run it back, not opting to use it here, but the stinger once again. Most bees sting once and then die. Acorn saying, I'm a wasp, I'm a hornet, I'm the one you've got to call pest control for. And unfortunately, they're not the only player left standing, has collected a rifle, uses it well. The run it back was also popped, but that's going to be it. Little to no impact past that point. Swung now by Spaghetti. They want to make sure this rifle is dropped, but they failed to do so. Acorn collects 3 kills here in the round, saves their life, and keeps a rifle, which at least ensures that Akron have something to work with, and it saves them a little bit of pocket cash going into the next one.
Yeah, love that play there from Acorn. Just playing it slow and steady, at least in their own right, for Phoenix. And, I mean, just getting as much as they can in that round, making things expensive, getting an upgrade in their own gun, that this player is now kind of saving their KD while still having an impact in the map, as odd as that is to say. But regardless, I mean, you're seeing that it's still not doing enough in respect to the rest of the team in terms of the actual rounds you have on the board. A little bit of an iffy buy once again coming out from Akron, but this one isn't iffy. It's also very, very dangerous once more. They have no money to work with. They're on the defensive side. They don't have that spike plant money that can go in their direction. And if they end up losing a round like this, man, it is going to hurt for a while. And that isn't Purdue's checkpoint or chokehold. That's just around 11 for free, if you ask me.
Yeah, I mean, things start to cascade. Things start to capitulate further, and Purdue's in that territory where you give them that little bit of leeway, and they're going to take it, right? You give an inch, they're taking a mile. That's the problem that we're seeing. Akron needs to find something. The huge amount of utility they're already dumping, it's just a time game. It's just a way for them to give a little bit of a buffer. Maybe allowing for the players over on the A side to rotate. Look how far up we've already seen Acorn swing inside A main. They've put them in a spot where if Purdue were to rotate, they get that intel as early as possible so the rest of the team can start to rotate and pivot. But Purdue have already given away so much, they're hitting this site. C is very deep over towards back of B. Ezrub's going to have to enforce and get that kill. The rest of the players looking for the possibility of going for a spike plant, and they're denied of it. Farrell and Ryan finding another 2 in tandem. Farrell gets a second, making a 3rd in total. This round is monstrous for Akron as they get a flawless round against Purdue.
Once again, it's those attacking plans that have to really start to actually execute. This is these scenarios where in a 5v5 environment, that's never going to work. And if it does, you got to go ahead and reevaluate something as a team that's losing out those rounds. Because in situations like those, if you find a very slow push, you can already hear those rifles being fired, and you're not pushing with all the confidence in the world to knock these players down and actually take that site control, it's more of a situation of asking somebody to kind of scoot over on the bus and let you be that third man in the seat. You can't let that happen. They're not going to scoot over for you. You have to force your way in because, well, you don't have the space. And already Purdue didn't take that by force. They said, can we please come to this B site? And, of course, Akron's going to say no. If we lose this round, things are terrible for us for the next couple. And, well, we would rather you be in that scenario. So there it is. Finally, another round of going away, but even then, Ancho going ahead, opening things up. I swear, this guy is not supposed to be playing a Sentinel.
It's ridiculously how good they are. You also have to keep in mind, C dying first in that last round. You talked about how it felt like Purdue were very hesitant to actually engage deeper towards that site. They needed to play a little bit smarter and actually commit. It feels like when C died, a lot of that Purdue oomph that should have been there fell flat.
Yeah.
Honcho needed to be the secondary player. Like you said, it doesn't feel like they should be playing a Sentinel. It doesn't feel like they should be playing that role. They can kind of fall into, I can push forward alongside C and either give up my life for that play or help keep C alive by going for that double swing and kill. Purdue, though, now engaging on site. They've already used their high tide. Trying to cut down sight lines. Ezra, though, has still been given a free one over towards Link. 2 kills to their name. C maybe shooting a bit too far, passing deep in towards sight. And Ryan finding 2 more of their own, hunting for the last, and there it is! As Akron decimate and slaughter all of Purdue deep on site. Not a chance they were surviving that.
The longer this game goes, the more and more questions that start to arise and really start to surface here for Purdue is that you could tell game plan. They had the resources, they had the players there, but man, if it just, the one thing, it's just that they don't have that all, one thing meets all kind of solution player or at least agent. I mean, you look at them, they are all very, very niche. C has to die first. You look at Harbor, only that controller. I mean, as you mentioned earlier, you don't have that follow-up player. You can't have Honcho being that secondary player. It has to be your initiator. And Leo isn't really that same kind of initiator as we do see out of the sky that's able to blind and get on the side and cover everything unless you had that Nightfall, which we just saw get burned on in the halfway through a site. It's, man, you got to have something like that, or you at least have to have a player doing that. And Leo's doing a very good job of getting these kills, but man, you got to get a little bit more. Otherwise, things start to really fall short here in these later stages of the game, as you can already see. So Purdue having themselves a pretty good lead as this half kind of came around, but now in a really, really awkward spot. As you're seeing Akron probably able to make sure this is a tie game off around like this without really using any ultimates, I feel.
They're just in a really comfortable spot where Purdue have just been struggling, and maybe it's the early half jitters like we saw in the first half where, you know, going 2-6 in the, or 2-4-6 in the, you know, first 6 rounds and having a miraculous and a very glorious recovery. It's hard to tell, but Purdue are struggling, and it's very obvious why. Akron have just been outgunning them on these corners. Every angle that Purdue thinks is safe, Akron have pulled out another cheeky spot to find and take the kill through. They've already picked up one here. Honcho is sitting not in dugout, but over towards that cubby side instead. They do get one kill, but Acorn's quick in the refrag back. Ezra and A-Smith finding picks of their own, and Esbern will even capitalize for 2 in total for the round to guarantee another victory for the Akron Esports sides, now riding again into 9-9, tying things up. And apparently it's not double digits. That is the chokehold for Purdue. It's just before at 9, where they have not been able to find anything for a while.
Yeah, 3 rounds in a row now. Akron just winning those out again and again and again, keeping at least 3 players alive every single time. You can't let these rounds like this happen, plain and simple. And I mean, this is probably the best time to be using that timeout. I mean, this is a very, very good spot to be utilizing this. Don't let it before things start to get out of hand. I'd say things have kind of already gotten out of hand a little bit, but hey, I mean, you can't wait for these tie game scenarios. You got to give yourself that leeway when you have resources. And problem is, in the last round, in timeout scenarios like these, it's not only just the element of having that time to go ahead and create a game plan, it's also the element of surprise, where more times than not, when you see a timeout from the opposing side, you're thinking they're going to switch things up. They're going to do something odd, or they're going to invest everything to guarantee this round because they don't want to waste this timeout and this time that they just taken. Otherwise, it looks like it's all for nothing. you've already kind of wasted that, to be quite honest. You have a cause and divide. Nightfall was burned 2 rounds ago. The Reckoning was burned last round. Both of them, I say burned because they found little to no effort and little to no trade-off as a result. You need to make sure that you are saving these things, that you're not making these rash decisions in the middle of a match that's going ahead and going to be a detriment to your team here for the last couple. Because considering that we're now looking at double digits for either team off the back of this round alone, and half of the squad, more than half of the squad of Purdue, doesn't have utility or an ultimate or a gun, better yet, this better be the best timeout I think I've ever seen.
Purdue, we've seen timeouts be good. We've seen timeouts be the ultimate factor in a lot of games where you take your timeout and you take the next 6 in a row and just win the map outright. Purdue needs to do a performance like this. They need to have that kind of showcase here. And it just feels like it could turn into another round where Akron capitulates forward. 2 kills gained for Purdue, 2 back for Akron. Honcho has found a little bit of leeway on site, but in the same exact moment they take down A-Smith, they lose Lion Leo, and Purdue are now left with a single player remaining. And Spike out of Honcho's control. Neural theft is out. The intel is there. But this single pip doesn't give you much more besides their initial location. They'll spray down Ryan. Acorn already took a headshot just moments prior. They're in an extremely low HP. They'll pop the run it back. Interesting decision to go for this engagement here, but they've got to go for the kill. Sprays down Acorn. Flash goes around the corner. Honcho, you got to turn in time. Do they get it? No.
I mean, I mentioned having the best time out of your life, and Honcho almost did there for a second, but a hall hit, a B connect. Can't say I'm impressed.
Yeah. It feels like they've got the early stages of a puzzle piece, but halfway through completing the puzzle, turns out the manufacturer put in the wrong pieces. You were performing a Sesame Street puzzle, and all of a sudden they threw in the Muppets, right? It's close, but you're not really there. It's not it. It's not the same thing. You're fooled off the get-go. Little bit of success early, got your 2 kills. But past that, there's nothing there. Smith stuck in the wall sent their way. Does get slowed, but they're not going to move that spot anyways. They'll play to die as Honcho takes down not just them, the KJ, but also their teammate of Farrell, who is playing over towards Pillar.
Yeah, that's a very good start already. The round that we mentioned earlier, when you saw the likes of Purdue trying to go for this piece, I think, can we please plant this spike? You're not going to allow that to happen. Finally, a round where you say we can take it by force. Hey, they went ahead and pushed up far enough. We're not sure why 2 players are just kind of sitting in the middle of the map in a very long, very open hall that just you can't really take cover from in. So already a nice little exchange there. East Road kind of in the back of the map. That's going to go ahead and call for a little bit of a slow hold here in the map, but that's a good way to take attendance. You know players back there towards spawn. You know players now over towards CT trying to push into this U-Haul. Sure, you know that players are around this map stationed in awkward places, but you're just setting up a default. You're setting up in long. You're getting these shots off. The problem is you're not getting enough because there it is, Acorn just going ahead and popping off scopes. It's all down to Honcho, who's sitting on site. Not really too much you can do. You've got to spray this thing down, Spaghetti, but it can't be done. Akron, I think they just secured themselves this entire game off that one alone.
Purdue have so many things available to them, and they still somehow manage to have it slip through their fingertips. You're trying to build a sandcastle. You got to make it sturdy. You got to make it so that the high tide won't wash it away. You pick up sand and you don't wet it first to, lay your foundation. It's just going to slip through your fingertips. Purdue say we got to the beach, we've got all our tools, but they forgot the bucket at home. They have no way to wet the sand, and because of that, the sand is falling through their fingertips just like these rounds. Every single chance we've seen them come forward, it's been squandered. It's been another unfortunate circumstance after circumstance, and it's just led Purdue into this huge downward spiral, giving Akron a huge go-ahead. We expected the game to be close. We expected Purdue to maybe have the go-ahead just purely on who they've faced and the wins they've gained, but Akron really love this map. They are showing that this is their map pick. No collegiate specialist being teased here. They want to take their map pick and then move on to the next.
I mean, this is a map that they went completely flawless in last week in terms of rounds. So, I mean, it makes sense. They love this map. They want to go to it, and that's exactly why they chose it. Purdue brought the heat there in that first half. They made sure to get themselves on the advantage. On a map on Pro, where I say that honestly, on the defensive side, you're at a disadvantage. You have the advantage on the attacking side because of how much lurking can happen on this map. But even then, Purdue can't really execute off that. They don't have the prowess on the attacking side because, as we mentioned earlier, they don't have all the resources in the world. But they do have a Leo who can go ahead and frag out plenty of players. Problem is that Leo's going to be detained for a second. Everybody's going to be funneled to the back of the map. You got 2 players detained. The 2 fraggers of Honcho and Leo can't do anything, and you've got a caught divider trying to hold on things. So there's Scope stepping up, and Purdue has to hold on to this. This has to be the round they lift things out. In a 3v1, I think it's going to be done, but so close to being lost once more.
Ryan, oh my goodness. Almost the end-all be-all for Akron to close and secure. The whole round saved by Scopes, who for some reason is allowed to swing through the divide into the smoke and take down 2 players despite the fact they're being fired back at. A very unfortunate round for Akron, but Purdue will be needing it. A much-needed spot to work from, as they now have double digits. They've now kept Akron to at least a round loss after the 5 spree they gained that gave them the ability to catch up and move ahead. Purdue are saying we're still in this matchup. Still the same kind of wall play. They're playing inside alley towards that link side. You see that used here for Door to allow for C to maybe get the chance to swing over towards Sewer, towards that mid side, because they've only got a Stinger here in this round. They've got to close that distance quickly because they don't have a strong weapon at range.
A lot of early shots going on here, but none of them really hitting players too much. I mean, obviously, Spaghetti's in a really bad spot in terms of their health pool, but everybody else seemingly kind of firing for the most part. And you can tell that Purdue, they're looking for something awkward. They're trying to find a setup here somewhere, knowing that they don't have a full buy once more, and they're keeping this game close. Yeah. But once again, it's this B side it looks like they're opting for, and I just don't know if this is it, man.
Every round seems like Purdue have a foothold. Purdue have a spot to work from. Look at the sight lines and the ability for them to already move down ramp on B. Closer now towards side. Moving in towards screen. Yeah, they can hear the nanoswarm going down. But apparently Aceman just has intel. They've got so much information and more. They've got the ability to shoot, which seemingly Purdue are lacking. We talked about their gunners just a couple rounds prior. They're missing. King Lion Leo puts their name on the board, but then falls after the fact. Akron have continued to bury Purdue's chances. C with the Phantom. Just them now. 3 players all at once to swing them. And that is it. All she wrote, as Akron will now reach match point on their map pick. And I'm sorry to break it to you, Purdue fans. Take a look at the scoreboard. You'll see something that's missing. It's money and guns, as Purdue used everything they had in the last round, and it fell short.
I think for this entire half, those would have been a game plan as well. I mean, in Purdue, I have high expectations for this team. I mean, this is not their map pick. And for it to be as close as this is, do not get this wrong when you're not bashing on them. But man, this entire half has felt a little bit awkward. Even in the first one where they never really had a full buy for the most part. But considering that on the attacking side, you're supposed to have the upper hand, Purdue obviously isn't a lurking team. That is very, very apparent. And this is the map where you can have those isolated fights, those players being these nooks and crannies completely tucked away from the rest of the squad and still win an entire round off their placement alone, just standing still. But I mean, Purdue obviously just isn't built like that. They like the kind of standard maps, I would say, like Split, like Haven, like Bind, like Ascent, the maps that you are typically used to seeing, and those are the ones that Akron banned out. They like to get a little bit iffy. They like to get interesting with their game plans. They like these isolated incidents where they can go off and show that, okay, you know what? They haven't even seen anybody else, and we can end this round out. But there it is. Honcho able to step up once more. This player has been a spotlight thus far. Problem is they have to do a lot more considering that you have 2 rounds separating you and almost no money. It's just that Vandal to work with now.
Hey, you picked up something. Problem is you're still losing a couple players. Farrell on the flank flashes themselves in. Ryan takes down C and King Lion Leo. Just Spaghetti remaining, and unfortunately somebody has spilled my spaghetti as Purdue give up the map. Akron will take their map pick. That's expected, Dallas. So, I mean,
yeah,
it's their map pick. You can't give too much against that one. Can't, take away their dog that was in this fight, but they looked very good on that map. They did a great game against GVSU. Obviously, this one was not a 13-0 like that one was, but this one was still a very solid way to work from against an extremely good team who's already sitting 3-1 in the season so far.
And even then, I mean, you got to keep in mind, obviously, that was Akron's pick. We saw it flawless last week. These next two maps don't really fit Akron's playstyle. You can see what they have kind of in mind with Haven being the last. You're like, all right, you know what? We get an idea here. We kind of have a little bit. But, I mean, it's the difference between a playground and Disney World. I mean, you got two completely different things there. Pearl, you can have those isolated incidents. You can go crazy. You can be anywhere, and you can constantly just get in your opponent's head like paranoia. That's why you never seen Omen there, because paranoia is just struck mentally there naturally. So, I mean, looking at this second map that's coming up now, Split. I'm expecting Purdue to come out here swinging right off the get-go. I mean, obviously a pistol round with Farrell being in the server, things are a little bit awkward. You know they're probably going to get an ace or a 4K somewhere along the line. But knowing that Split, this map, constantly, there is an actual list. In Pearl, it's kind of play it by ear. The map is still fairly new. A lot of teams don't like it. It's okay. Things are constantly shifting around. We never know really where to hit first. It just kind of comes down to what looks like the most optimal route for us or what's given to us in the meantime. For Split, it goes, okay, let's look at the top of the list. Middle of the map, got it. Let's take control of that. Let's fight it. That's why Sage is usually picked on this map, because walled up immediately. Forget about it. Lock it out. Don't let these players mess with it. If you hear bullets going down range, you say, okay, sounds like 1, 2, 3 guns. All right, done. Let's go ahead and push into their site. Let's push A. Let's push B as the defenders, and let's catch them off guard. Purdue, I'm scared, man. Considering that how many budget rounds, how many thrifties they had, how many awkward gun buys that were going on, and they were still winning rounds, they're going to be an absolute Fort Knox to mess with here, I believe.
And yes, Split is a newer map in the competitive map pool, but it's existed long before this, right?
Yeah.
It wasn't in the pool, but you still had the strat books for it. I talked about it earlier, and this is the whole reason I brought it up so many times. These two teams have a lot of history, not just within VALORANT, but just as a collegiate system in general. They know esports. They're going to still have held their strat books. They say, hey, it's not gone. It's just forgotten for now. They're going to have the same strategies. The map has changed a little bit. Couple corners being extended, couple visual things, but it's still the same old map. The playstyle should be realistically the same. And even playing with these agents, it's still going to be good. And I think their comfortability to say, hey, you guys may want to pick Pearl. You guys want to pick a newer map that still is somewhat unknown. We're going to pick one that maybe you guys aren't expecting. We're going to pick one that maybe you guys won't have the same level of strat book that we do. And that's where they're going to do their page turner. They're one that makes you question, is this going to be good enough? Is this going to be it? I think that this map, like you said, will really work in their favor. But if they have the same problems they did before, where their gunners just stop showing up, they stop fighting, seemingly their guns won't click, they forgot to, rack the chamber or something, they're going to face the same problems where they lose the map because they're just getting outgunned at every turn.
Yep.
Take your map pick, fight the good fight, and send us to a map 3 so we can see a full conclusion and really kind of tell and separate where these teams should be sitting on our board and really get the standings into a good spot as we're entering and exiting this week. After this, though, we're going to take a quick break. We'll get that map 2 ready to go underway. Stay tuned for more.
Welcome back, everybody, here to the series going on between the likes of Akron and Purdue, the two squads that are within the Great Lakes Division and the Champions section. And, man, can I tell you, map 1 was a little bit interesting as we went to the lovely land of Pearl, or at least the Atlantic city of Pearl, and now we're going on to the likes of Split, something that we've seen pretty commonly in the earlier days of Valorant, but now it's a new age, it's a new meta, a lot of new agents in the meantime. And maybe a new outcome here for Purdue as they were a little bit lackluster in that first one.
Well, if they select it, you got to feel like they're a little bit confident on it, especially considering that they banned go-to maps like Ascent, right? Maps that are standard, you know, your expected maps. They don't want to play those. They want to play something a little bit different. So seeing them pick up, both teams, honestly, maps that are different that most teams wouldn't really select as their go-to, like Pearl or Split now for a second one, you got to feel like they're confident on their map picks. We didn't see the confidence from Akron in that first half, but their transition to the second, they took the game. It was theirs. Maybe a couple rounds squeaked here for Purdue, but by and far, they just weren't really in that fight for the second half. That's got to change here on Split. They've got to have a really good spot to work from, and it's going to be interesting to see how they decide their agent selection to do.
Yeah, and even then, I mean, looking at Split, things, a lot of stuff has changed over time. We saw the Harbor being introduced to the likes of Pearl there a little bit, and that's low-key. When I see a Harbor on a team, don't tell anybody, but I'm probably rooting for him a little bit in the back of my mind just because I want to see his win rate go up time and time again. I love Harbor, love what he does. I think a lot of teams don't really execute off him well, and I think that was a big thing to really note on that last map is the fact that we talked about it specifically. Purdue did not have the resources. They didn't have that Swiss Army knife of a player. Jet is very run in. Can't really play too slow with her. She has smokes, but you're running a double controller. You don't really need smokes. You need flashes. You have none of those earlier on. You didn't have a Sky. Instead, you have an Initiator coming out with that fade. And there's a lot of trade-offs, and there's an entire aspect of the game that you're missing. And when you see Farrell being that Sky on the side of Akron, and you're like, well, he's kind of going off. It's because he's the only flashes in the game, basically, besides that Phoenix. So you're spending more time using run-it-backs than actual curveballs is what it seemed like. But it's going to look good on a map like this. Even then, it also comes down to whether we're going to have that kind of resource introduction, or better yet, just a better execution from Purdue in a map like this. Because you're expecting to come to Split, you're saying, all right, we're going to be ready for it. And what do you know? They already got flashes ready for this one. So I'm expecting them to be a little bit more comfortable and obviously kind of run the gauntlet with this.
I feel like our producer may be taunting Purdue here a little bit. I made the references to sandcastles and the beach and sand before. Now showing the beach and the sand and the water rushing up. Maybe a little bit targeted here. I feel bad for the Purdue fan base and Purdue in general. Sorry to break it to you. That is what happened on map 1. It's got to change here. In fact, knowing it's your map pick, you're at least already starting with a solid base. You've already got that, 2x2 of water that you've now set up an infinite source for. Quick reference there. I'm sure nobody gets that one. You already have a way to set your foundation and set your base. You have it already in stone. The same thing we can't say for Akron because we've not seen them on this map. We've not seen Split for them. We don't know how comfortable they are for this one. But considering they didn't ban it when they had their opportunity early in the ban phase, their first ban being, I believe, Lotus, they took off the board first. Maybe they are somewhat comfortable for this map, or maybe they just didn't anticipate that it would be picked first.
I'm just going to go ahead and say, you said taunt. I thought you were going to say taunting me. Because I miss Breeze so much, man. And if, like, Lotus, I say replace Breeze, because they're both beach maps. But this replaced Bind, which I'm kind of okay with. But, like, come on. Do not... We had a couple maps to choose from to say, okay, we're out of the game now. We had to go with that one. But it's okay. A little vendetta out there. No biggie. It all comes down to the vendetta in the game right now, considering that Purdue, obviously, they want to be winning at this map. They want to go ahead and start things off pretty strong. We talked about that middle of the map influence right there up the center. You typically have a Sage planted here. There is no Sage for either side. You are going to see gunfights for this again and again and again in an overinvestment of utility. Try to go ahead and secure things. And that was a very good tether paint can combo to go ahead and lock things down. You typically see it on Haven, but hey, it's got a place in Split too.
Sage has kind of fallen away from the meta for this map, Dallas. She was extremely popular back in the day, but there was also, back then, nobody else that could really do the same role. It's kind of like with Icebox. A lot of teams are very over-reliant on Sage. That was the case here for this map split as well. However, it's fallen a little bit more. She doesn't have to be picked. There's so many other agents that can do a lot of the same things of burning time, just not as good about creating a fatal funnel. And that's one of the more important aspects, especially with the heal. You have a Sky and you can do that instead, and that's what Purdue are currently opting for. Akron are opting for a bit of an aggressive stance. Acorn in a corner copy takes down one, but unfortunately King Lion Leo still gets the upper hand of the Frenzy turn for the kill. 2 players left for Purdue. That doesn't stop them from going for the spike placement and guaranteeing that. Honcho is cleansing Feral from this round, making sure there's no chance for the I guess, patented Feral pistol rounds that we've already joked about so far here in this game. But it does equalize to a 2-on-2, where it leaves Ezra to squander the opportunity onto Leo, putting Ryan in a 1-on-1. 82 HP to Honcho, 42 to the unfortunate player of Ryan, 43. Sorry, I'll stand corrected. Cannot find this player. That extended corner has unfortunately been Ryan's undoing. They may not know. This smoke is placed perfectly. Ryan has to go for the kill. It's their time, though. I don't think there is. There's not. Ooh, 0.64.
Oh, man. I like that. I like that. That was good.
That's new. That was a map change. That little cubby right there.
No, that was impressive by Honcho. Which, I mean, what are we really expecting to Honcho here? I'm expecting something like that from Honcho. Oh, man. But, I mean, all things said and done, obviously, Purdue. Good job. First round on the board. I mean, just like the last map. Just don't lose it immediately like you did in Pearl. Which, I mean, this is your map pick, so I'm expecting you to go ahead and, I mean, look a little bit better in that all respect. But as you mentioned earlier, I mean, a lot of these players can do a lot more. Viper going ahead, a very, very good character for this map. And even more so, you get to look at what the rest of these characters are doing. I mean, the Sky, the Fade, everything can be done. But the biggest trade-off I want to be kind of looking at over the course of this game is that Astra v Omen setup. They basically do the same thing, but how impactful will that paranoia be? And even more so from the shadows. Will that actually have some of a clutch play? Will that have a big influence? Well, on the attacking side, they'll go ahead and rescue the spike, but right now, it's not going to do too much because it seems like Honcho's rescuing this round with that Phantom in hand. You bought, you invested, you better go ahead and make it worth it.
Ooh, Honcho on the field. Huge play again. How many times have we seen Honcho essentially be the duelist for the side of Purdue? More times than I think we've seen any other person be the duelist for the side of Purdue.
It's kind of annoying, I'm not gonna lie.
It's interesting because it's a little bit more stylized for beta play from Valorant, where a lot of people were playing Cypher because they just gotten released and were playing them wrong and very aggressive. It's interesting that they're still opting for that playstyle so late into the life cycle now. It's shocking. Either way, Purdue are riding off the back of Honcho. Honcho backpacking their team, not through Europe, but through Split, and has now found themselves a flawless round 2, which means Akron earned no money exiting that round. They are net negative. They're going to say, okay, well, we at least can buy rifles. Not everyone can have armor alongside it, maybe missing a couple bits and pieces of util, but we're still sitting in a good spot where we can fight this round 3. The issue is if Honcho just kills you, you may not get the opportunity.
Yeah. I mean, once again, I mean, just kind of situations like these, Honcho can't be nearly as overzealous like in that last round. You kind of got to start to play slow here. This is the map pick of Purdue, but you still got to understand what this attacking side, the opportunities it presents. You got to think about how the map's laid out, what's going to be happening there. I like the early Prowler, kind of going over there towards the A side, up in main, to see if anybody's lurking over there. No real information just yet. Instead, they're just pushing right through the middle of the map, and that's the biggest problem. You've had no information being given on the B side, and you know that's probably where that split is going to occur. So already a smoke going right down the middle to cover that thing off. They're not going to push it. They may be smoking it for themselves and kind of assisting, but problem is they're not going to really mess with that. They see an opportunity on B, but they don't see a kill because, well, there's Ezra already going ahead and getting things off, and Feral doubling down.
Who? Feral holding top of heaven. Ain't killing around the corner as well. Unfortunately, it zones away the teammate of Scopes of Spaghetti. And that puts Scopes in an isolated one-on-one where your gun's up and ready for that engagement.
30 seconds
you take
left.
it. You don't have any questions over they may be. You decide the angle at which you peek when you're swinging that one. That's why it's a peeker's advantage. And that's why we see Feral come up big. Unfortunately, Spaghetti has the better angle there. A tighter one to work from. It nets them a kill on the refrag back. King Lion Leo, though, what a spray and what a trigger discipline. Unfortunately, you're not getting spiked down. You are 10 seconds from either site. You got 10 seconds left on the clock, now 5. You're not getting it over there. Ezra is playing on ropes like a kid on a playground, and they have no problem spraying you down, as it will be Akron to close in for their first round.
Always wins.
I'm sorry, that was so good from Leo. I love just the crouch walk. You make sure that you do not miss those first bullets. I'm talking shove that barrel in their ear, cuz, and you need to make sure that person goes down. And the frantic sprinting towards the second one. It's perfect. But it's not a round win, sadly, but it's to be expected considering, I mean, that was the buy round coming up from Akron. But it was still very expensive. I mean, you obviously went ahead off a round like that. You have to note that there are holes inside of your setup on this map defensively. And that is a very big problem considering how small this map is and how easy it is to rotate from one side to the other. Considering to where your map pick, which is Pearl, one of the largest maps in the game, one of the most complicated and elaborate, you seem like you have absolutely no problems with that. It's really weird to where, like, you know, it's kind of where the opposite actually works out for the squad. So we got to see them start to kind of feel a little bit more solidified in these respects, and even in these gunfights. And well, when you got Farrell, they can just do that.
Farrell decides even to continue to pressure forward, not falling back over towards tower, climbing rope again and sending it. An interesting idea. They pay the price for it, though, however unfortunate that may be. And Purdue will even find a second kill after the fact, giving themselves a net positive stage to work from. A-Smith on the back of a site. All by their lonesome. No one nearby to assist. The only 2 players on their side. Unfortunately, trapped over towards defender spawn. 1 player by elbow, 2 swinging towards screen, and unfortunately, Honcho just gets isolated because they swung a bit too early,
30 seconds
and they'll trade there and forfeit their life off the back of that one. But it still gives Purdue a man advantage, now holding sight. Tasmanian Tiger sent around the corner. Ezra with 10 HP, but it's Ryan to find the kill on a spaghetti, and they'll now put themselves even 2-on-2, but you still got a very low HP assistant. Akron, you gotta swing this smart. Ryan, what a kill again. And a flick up with Ezra closing and Akron. What a round to tie 2-2.
Yeah, just a good look so far. I mean, Akron able to go ahead and get themselves double down once more. I mean, they don't have the majority of their players. They still have 2 remaining, though, and that's more than enough to go ahead and carry on to the next round, considering that this will probably be the last round for Purdue until they're forced to go into an eco, or just go for one right now. But, I mean, considering what we saw in Pearl again and again and again, where they say, you know what, it doesn't matter, we're going to go for awkward buys. They could opt for something, but it's always a wild card with this team, and you're never quite sure. But the one thing you have to look at in the meantime is go ahead and make sure it's a little bit of a thrifty round, a strong eco, because we know that Akron, with the 3 ultimates on the field, you can force them to go ahead and pop one of those pretty early if you grab that initial pick.
We highlighted the end of last week about that Akron side, how they're in a state where they can determine where they play. You know, I don't want to say this. They determine their fate. That's where they're at. In this matchup here, probably the most important one for the rest of the season. This will say, hey, do we belong in the middle of the bracket, or are we doomed to fall even further into, well, silent acceptance of our fate? I think they're trying to put their foothold in early to say, hey, we can take down Purdue. Solid map 1, keeping things even so far here, and defensively, not just a strong front, but a solid one as well. A-Smith swings out, gets blinded, stuck within a smoke. C will close out alongside their teammates. C trapped as the last player remaining, and there are 2 players of Akron barreling down upon them, and Akron will close out for yet another in a row. That's 3. They have not been good on the pistols, but my goodness, when they get rifles on the defense, they're solid.
Yeah, I mean, Akron, once again, just showing what they're made of, and even then, just better yet, everybody kind of stepping up in their own right. Look at Ryan, look at Farrell, look at X-Rub, everybody. I mean, just going ahead, fragging themselves out, and even then more so just kind of playing their life at the same time. They're playing very effectively, just making sure to just kind of play out what they can, and they're saving a lot of money in the meantime. So regardless, I mean, all these rounds where you're seeing it over and over and over again because of these players just again and again and again surviving with this win spree of 3 going underway, you know they have some money in their back pocket to buy for the next round if they lose this one, which could be doable considering that your top frag just got picked off for that first blood.
Well, you may have a top frag, but you got 2 more players very close behind it if you're on the Akron side. I always like to say a team that frags together wins together. Akron are trying to prove my statements true, which I'm very thankful for, because I'm sure some people don't tend to agree with that one. But if you have teams that can kill, all-around better gunners, Yeah, strategy helps, but in the collegiate scene, sometimes it just comes down to the gunning potential. And that's where we're seeing Akron really step ahead on the last map. See, for some reason, had the paint shells outstanding in the middle of the open, doesn't toss it. They lose their life to Feral, their doppelganger. Honcho and King Lion Leo, though, not just find Feral, but one more after the fact. And Akron are on a bit of a downward spiral, putting them at a two-man disadvantage. And it looks like Purdue are going to rotate away from the very open A site and move to B instead.
Cage trigger.
Purdue is reading Akron like a book. Like, the more and more players they lose, the more and more they actually just show how much control and how comfortable they are around this map. I mean, they saw that tripwire, perfect execution, just shooting the thing alongside as they're just kind of moving along. I mean, they have a read on everything in this map. They have the setup. They have a player towards middle coming out of Leo. You cannot push onto the side. You do not know what corner somebody's to be hanging in. Acorn is in, I would say, an impossible situation. You can glue these corners one by one, but man, you don't get out right now, you're done for. And it seems like that's the fate they opted for. So Purdue to get themselves one more round to work with. 4 players alive at the rear end of it. That's going to have to be a counteraction to, well, the 4 ultimates Akron has to play with in this one.
Hold your Spire player until the call out has been made from up on rafters. The second that rafter player makes a call out that a player has swung, that alley haul is a little bit too long for you to rotate away quickly without biting the bullet from that Spire player. That's why we see Purdue have a wonderful post-plant positioning. They set that up perfectly. And all of it was really off the back of them leaving a player inside mid to slowly come up from that flank from Melro and take down Ezra that was sitting over towards Heaven. They're just, like you said, reading Akron like a book. The more players that Akron would lose, the more manageable it seemed like it came for Purdue, not just from a gun advantage of having more players, but just because they understood what their playstyle would look like.
They don't know about this one.
I don't know. Do they not know?
How would they know?
They just know.
Nobody's going to know.
It doesn't matter.
Regardless of yeah. It doesn't matter. They don't know because they don't want to try. They're just going to go to the middle of the map instead and say tried and true. This is where this map takes place 90% of the time. So let's go ahead. Just run it back once again. Kind of hit things down the middle. See what we can get done here. See what players like to overextend. See what corners we can check. And Honcho knows.
Honcho knows. Honcho is just a knower. You ask why they're the duelists half the time. They just know. That's why. Unfortunately, Ryan, despite knowing, cannot find the kill. It's Ezra on site, forced to pick up the pieces. And seemingly their life could be pieces here as well as they're playing a game of do-si-do around this corner. Ezra still managed to squeak away a 3rd kill before. And Showstopper! Feral! What a way to bite down on C. And an isolated one-on-one to now bring things back in favor for your squad. 4-3 is our split. We're already over halfway through this first half, and it's still almost impossible to separate these two teams.
I just saw something that feels very, very just kind of awkward because you can't get around tie inside Valorant. Say if you got that kill on the player with the showstopper before the rocket was flying, you still died afterwards. You win that round, even though your objective is to get that spike down. So technically, it should be a defensive win, even if the attackers get that kill initially. But that's not how the game works. A little bit of a lack of logic, but then again, we're in a world where players are teleporting and we have ancient relics that control water. So, what do I know? What point am I trying to get at? We don't know. But Honcho knows. All things considered, though, middle of the map, got plenty of ultimates in a round like this. We finally invested that showstopper in the last one. This could have been a 5v5 in terms of the ultimates. And in terms of guns, I mean, we are getting into the nitty-gritty of this game, kind of getting to the latter half of this first half where we're seeing Purdue on the attacking side. But, I mean, we haven't seen these ultimates go underway, really found the impact yet. So now with all the resources in the world in terms of their utility, a little lackluster of the guns, I'd say. I'm excited to see what they can do to kind of compensate for that lack thereof.
It does feel like these teams are very hesitant to pop their ultimates. Only one has been used for the Akron side. There was that showstopper did give them a round win. Now Purdue are opting to use one. Trying to go for something else. Akron popping the Viper's pitch. Showstopper out for C. Finally, these teams are, blowing out these ultimates as fast as they can. And it's really given the leeway more towards Purdue. Despite the Viper's pit, despite the attempts from Akron, it just doesn't work. They got to deal with the Seekers for that intel, forcing them away. They got to deal with the Showstopper that's a threat towards sight. And even then, Purdue just get wonderful angles to work from. But the biggest threat known to man is still on the board. Honcho knows. Who else but Honcho? Currently, all by themselves, though. It's not really the best way to go. They're holding all the way over inside mid. I'm casting a different game right now because I want Honcho to get this kill, but unfortunately, they apparently don't know it's Ezra who knocked down Daryl. Oh my god, maybe Honcho should have been there.
I mean, this is a cipher.
Yeah.
I swear, Purdue, if they win this game, lose this game, I don't know. I better see some Honcho nose graphics. Just we gotta get it. The people demand.
We've now started. We've started a slogan for them, and we're not even involved with them whatsoever. It's just Honcho knows.
NFL commentators aren't involved with the players, but they still give them nicknames and things like that. I think that's fair.
True.
That should be one of the perks of the job that I think we have.
Where's their new Twitch emote? Who else but Honcho?
It's like a cipher with a massive brain and then a Phoenix curveball. Because the guy's playing like a duelist 24/7. Doesn't even matter though. Right now, what does matter is winning another round, obviously. But considering you invested so many ultimates in that last one, a little bit of an iffy buy, you now can see that Akron is on something of an eco. You're getting some good exchanges there. And even then, coming out positive for Acorn there. But finally, Leo, going ahead and settling the score.
Acorn got a little overzealous, Dallas. They were really gunning for the weapon in front of them.
Yeah.
However, maybe you killed them a bit too soon. They couldn't get really into the gates of Garage, which means all those weapons are not very recoverable. I'd say once they rotate away, they're a bit more manageable. But you still got to be very smart. Asmith, genius, maybe trying to do their best Honcho impersonation, trying to watch for the rotate back the other way. However, Purdue just say, nope, we're just going to push where the guns are. Because we know the players that are on that B site want them. They're fiending for it, some would say. Another pun on words here for fiend. But they still gotta actually survive past this with the intel coming their way, that spy cam tagging scope. Ooh.
Spike down B.
A little off the push here, but still kind of working out nonetheless in a 2v2. You know, Isrub is in the back of this site. It just seems like you can't cut the guy down. 8 bullets remaining in the mag, trying to go ahead and win up these fights, but there it is. Scope's going on top of Viper's Pit employed. Hold up! This is a very big investment for a round when you have nearly no health and you know the plan's going down. You do not hear A. Smith sneaking up on you. And, wow, that just hurts to watch.
How do you hear anything when you hear the Viper's Pit just constantly around you, right? Like, you're not going to hear the pitter-patter of A. Smith's feet walking through Garage and prowling up behind you on sight. The second A. Smith cleared away default plant position behind, crate, they knew. You could see their crosshair was just waiting for the slightest sliver of body to be visible to them through the toxic smoke that's in play. It's the perfect way to end that one for Akron. They played it as best as they could. Yeah, there's a couple credits. Spike went down, if I am correct, with the defuse. So Purdue gets some credits out of that round. But they wanted the win, and they opted to use a lot. Yeah. That Viper's Pit and still losing hurts. It's the worst possible scenario when you're using an ultimate that's so valuable like that. And there goes Honcho. Who else?
We can't even cast anymore. It's just expected. I mean,
I'm on the Honcho fan club right now. That's my role. I never played. I just played Duelist as a controller half the time, so that's fun.
Well, he's doing something worse. He's playing Duelist as a Sentinel. So, I mean, obviously this guy has some chamber reflexes in the bones. He's missing that guy a lot.
I think Honcho was the chamber for the Akron side before.
I mean, you can definitely tell, though. I mean, that was such a massive muscle memory thing for so many players that you can tell to this day still who used to be chamber mains.
Yeah.
Because there's just no way you get around that. You can tell by how aggressive they get and how they think they're the second coming of Christ, just winning every single fight, that they think they're chamber mains. And the guy just isn't very good anymore. But regardless, though, this round's underway and Purdue is still winning it. And they make sure to lock things down as well, equalizing the rounds out once again. So 5-5. Sure, this is Purdue's map pick, but we haven't seen them finally secure that even 6 yet, or even better yet, go above and beyond like we saw them in that last map of the opposing side pick, where they started off on the defense with the upper hand, which then again, this is a defensive sided map, so it's pretty impressive to go ahead and maintain that 5.
I mean, we're 10 rounds in and we can't even separate the two teams. No. Maybe we give some leeway to Purdue right now, considering they have weapons. Yeah, it's their map pick. But they also have weapons, and Akron doesn't right now, so...
That's a pretty good difference, Mike.
Yeah, like... But it's also Akron, who has somehow pulled off really weird scenario rounds before, so there may be a story to unfold, but the only thing folding right now are 2 players on the side of Akron, because Honcho knows alongside Spaghetti, and there goes C for another one. Acorn finds the refrag back. Hey, rifle gain for Akron. Nice. Unfortunately, Honcho is still alive, and more importantly, there's just 4 total players alive for Purdue, and Spike is going down.
Yeah, there's only so many rifles because it seems like Spaghetti's trying to hoard every single one of them with the map for himself. Honestly, can't blame the guy. Even then, good setup from Scopes behind. A nice little double down for the man. And even then, another round to work with here for Purdue. So finally, guaranteeing that even, finally getting the upper hands for themselves. And it feels like they've been playing from behind a little bit for the longest. And, I mean, ever since then, they finally got themselves around the half that they really need to go ahead and secure themselves as a lock-in for this defensive side. And honestly, a timeout to follow it, little awkward, but hey, maybe somebody's got to pee.
Quick bio break before moving on to the next one, maybe. I don't know. Maybe give time to get a snack or something. Hope it's ready when you go upstairs. I'll point out, it's not just Honcho that's gunning out of their mind in the Cypher. It's Ezra as well. It seems too easy for Ezra, right? They've done a wonderful job of picking kills when typically you're not supposed to be in a position to fight those, but they're on the defense. They get to pick what site they go to. They get to set up all this util to help facilitate that one. And we've seen just how strong of a, you called what, Fort Knox previously. That's what B site feels like when Ezra was there and actively defending it. Akron know where their strong points are. They know how to play it, but Purdue just circumvent it. You've seen it round after round. They're pushing A instead. They're taking the A side. Every time we've seen Purdue push A, I don't think I can recollect a round where they didn't get spiked down at the very least.
It's one of those situations where, you know, if somebody's right-handed, I mean, you just want to go ahead and kind of play for the left side. Go ahead and kind of sit more towards that area, and then when they swing, it's not going to hit as hard. And it's also just the middle of the map as well. Typically, you want to put your strongest player towards the middle of the map, so they're there for that rotation no matter what. They are prepared for whatever comes their way. They have the attenuation to make sure to get somewhat of a retaliation out. But that just hasn't been the case here for Akron. But the fact that they're still in really good standing inside this map thus far is very impressive. It shows that there is resilience behind this team, but they have to make sure to find a way to follow it up. They have to execute off of that. And I think with a narrow theft in a round like this, so long as they don't lose that Cypher immediately, as you mentioned, being that player, I think they can hold their own for at least one to get the narrow theft down. Problem is, they're once again in an isolated part of the map, and the rest of their team is taking a really good bit of damage.
Acorn is really, really playing to die here. There's nothing else to do. You've thrown the paint shells. Maybe if you're Purdue, you say, there's no way no one's sitting there, right? Like, they would be dead by now. You play that instead, but I don't know. Purdue try to swing up towards mid. They leave Honcho by themselves. They trust in him maybe a little bit too much, and unfortunately, Honcho just didn't know that 2 players were there. They'll forfeit their life off the back of it. Acorn, despite having 18 HP, still finds a really positive trade there, taking down one more, with A. Smith finding down C and a Nightfall coming out after the fact. Prowlers to try to join in. Ryan just walking into the line of sight of Scopes, though. It's Akron just moments away from a possible 6-6. Neural theft goes out. Unfortunately, they die as well. Scopes has every chance possible to go towards this site. They've recollected the spike, though. A. Smith watching in from security, and there they go off the board. A. Smith, the 3K. Scopes denied to go past their 3K, and it will be Akron evening up at halftime on Purdue's map pick.
I sure hope that wasn't also on Scope's side, because there has been a couple of glitches going around recently with Cypher Ultimate. The second ping not occurring, you do get that graphic over your screen, and you never know like how long you're going to be revealed for when you're actually going to get that second ping to go down. That'd be really frustrating if that does bug out in a 1v2 situation and both those players are one shot. But all things aside, it's not the biggest deal in the world. It's a 6-6 half. It's what we're looking for. It's what we're expecting out of these two teams to know how evenly matched they are. I mean, as you mentioned earlier, we couldn't really tell the difference between them. And once again, I mean, the only difference that's standing before us is just the agent selection. I mean, if we didn't have that scoreboard in front of us, you would think that, okay, it's just an Asher and an Omen. That's the only thing that really changes up because these teams are so evenly matched. They're all getting very good kills. You can see these highlight players. You mentioned Ezra. I can once again mention Farrell, who's typically on the initiator, on that Sky the entirety of last week, now following up and playing on this raise. It feels like they're finally an element where you can say, you know what, this makes a lot more sense, and already opening things up with a pick.
Man, Man, off utility as well, something that's seemingly so rare for round 1. Raze has not totally lost their viability yet. Yeah, Boombot's gonna go up to 5 seconds, but you still got so much more in the kit to work with. Just creates such a dominant force to be reckoned with. Feral's doing everything they can to try to go even further beyond. Acorn, though, saves their flank around Pillar, and Feral will watch the front. Takes down one, dropping from heaven towards rope. Takes down a second that was trying to watch their way through alley. Unfortunately, maybe walking into the wrong neighborhood. That B side is no longer yours, sorry, but it's Akron's. And they've already got spiked down.
It's an absolute run through. Did not call it, though, before we even came into this map, that Feral was probably going to get a 4 or 5K on the pistol round. And, I mean, there it is. On the attacking side, we're expecting them to start kind of getting in their element. And already on the attacking side, we're expecting, okay, Ezra, you did your job. You're top frag from the defensive half. I was right behind you, buddy. And I think it's my turn to pass. It is just absurd the way they're playing this game. And it's really impressive by Akron once again. I mean, they're making sure these games are close. It's not like last week where they showed GVS shoot or was like, we're kind of going to curb stomp you on the map. And then the other one, go ahead and play it regularly, it feels like. But now in a situation like this, I mean, this whole nitty-gritty play, and even then, Feral on the judge. This is it. This is where Rangers can go crazy. But instead, Feral dies.
It's unfortunate that up-close and personal engagement does not favor Feral. Warrior's a big fan of seeing players pop off so well in these early rounds, especially since Feral seemingly ran into problems before for Akron of, I would say, fighting in the later stages when proper rifles go into their hands. I don't want to say Feral is an early half player, but it does feel like the rest of the team steps up very importantly later. A 3-3 now for both sides with C's kill with the frenzy onto Acorn. Not watching their flank will do that to you. They don't really have the util either to totally watch that position. A smoke is down the toxic screen, I should say. They're trying to cut off sightlines in towards tower, but they've already gained control of that by shooting their raise that direction. Ezra with a rifle cuts down Honcho. They don't know. But now they've given the intel to Scopes, who may. They try to go for the long swing, but unfortunately not watching enough TikTok clips, and they cannot get the timing right. Akron will go to 8 and 6, as they have now found the first 2, unlike the first half.
To be expected, I mean, they get themselves the first 2. I mean, we're seeing this 2-0 trend kind of go underway. Awkward enough, considering that Purdue, I mean, we saw it on the last map, Pearl's a 1-1, and Akron was able to hold things down, but then again, Pearl opens up a lot more opportunities, and this map is just very much gunfights, winning those out, just blank. So, already though, Purdue on the defensive side, this is the rifle run that we have to see unfold. This is where we have to see things start to work for them. Otherwise, not only will they be stuck in an awkward buying position, like they already are for round 3, where you don't typically see that. You're kind of saving things up to make sure you had that full buy. Feral could put a very, very, very quick end to it, but there it is. Leo finally waking up, feeling snappy with it, hitting that shot for the first blood.
The only thing Feral's putting it easy into is their life. That is a really poor way for Akron to start these last 2 rounds, losing Feral right at the very beginning. Acorn, though, frags back over towards Spaghetti, takes down a second, and that will equalize after they give up their life after the fact. You gotta go positive 2 for 1 if your first teammate didn't go anywhere. A-Smith, though, not really having the best economic straight, considering the losses they incurred in that last round. Only working with a sheriff. I won't necessarily count them out for the fight, but they'll need to collect themselves quite handily for these kills. 1 player in security, it's Scopes. 2 players up in tower. Scopes will be denied the initial push forward, and that gives Ryan the right timing to cut down Honcho, trying to drop away from heaven. There goes C. A quick swing by Ezra. What a 2-shot kill! Knocking down both, and Akron get a 3-0 start to the second half to reach 9.
I mean, go ahead and call it 4. Because, I mean, after a situation like that, you're going for an eco. I mean, on defense, ecos look good, but, I mean, they're not going to be that good. And especially considering, I mean, what you can see the rest of the team kind of going ahead and not purchasing. They're playing very, very hesitantly, or they're just going ahead and saying, what kind of, you know, guns can we force out here? What game plans can we go with? And what kind of positions can we work around, especially in this map, considering that our holds haven't really been the strongest. You're seeing these A sites hit again and again. And for Akron, I mean, they knew how to hold this thing down. You already saw it earlier. It was where they lacked on the defense. Well, it seems like it's their redeeming factor on the attacking side.
Maybe it's just that defending that site sucks.
That's fair.
Maybe it just comes down to the pure simple nature that A site just isn't really holdable. It needs to be retakeable instead. I don't know. But Akron sure have the number. The judge was out for Honcho. Honcho doesn't know enough. Apparently, Feral still gets the better end of that one. Got to get that shot quickly, but it's not going to matter. Feral down to little to no HP. C will easily cleanse them away with that frenzy. And it leaves just Spaghetti, though, by themselves. You lose one. Who cares, man? Akron find themselves another round win. 5,500 at the end of the round is in the pocket of Ezra, meaning they now have 8,500. They can easily buy a rifle for Feral if they wanted to, but Feral just says, nah, I got it. That's my own. Not a big deal.
Keep that scoreboard up until that countdown hits 0. There is no way we are not buying for our teammates in the Champions Division of the Great Lakes area. If this happens against Northwood, so help me God, I hope you go 0-13 against them. I mean, that cannot... I mean, seriously. Come on. Come on.
You gotta even the eco out. Even Challengers Division players, this is not meant derogatorily whatsoever. Even Challenger Division players, that's one of the first things that's drilled into them. Eco similar. That way you have less things to think about and can just be concerned with your own. That doesn't happen here, and for some reason, I'm not sure why. It doesn't matter. Feral goes in, doesn't even use their gun. Showstopper up instead. So you didn't even need to buy Feral a weapon in this round. They die without even having the chance to pull the trigger. Yeah. Why buy it then? I'm just confused about that. Yeah. But it is a positive 2-1 trade. So they have plant down, they have man advantage, and they can hold a post plant.
Well, we're doing a pretty good job in it, considering, I mean, obviously, 4v3. You get to kind of lock this thing down. A lot of emphasis towards that A main. So kind of surprised to see. You don't see very much of that. Pretty good cross so far. See, almost had the read on that. Promise he had 2 more players to cut through afterwards. So, I mean, that's kind of expected at Akron. They are a very impressive hold, a very impressive half. 5 in a row now for this half, but let's go ahead and throw on that 6 from the last one as well, because it's just straight right at the top of the board. Akron is feeling themselves.
They are nasty. I talked about it at the end of that last map. Akron were just gunning better by far over Purdue in that second half. Change things up. You move over to a map like Split, where you said Purdue may be feeling a little bit more comfortable with their corners, the angles they like to play. Yeah, I'm seeing a little bit of that. I am. Like that last kill we saw that Purdue gained just before falling. Easy cleanup on Ezra. There's not much you can do there. You lose your head, you get refrags back. But they had a perfect positioning to swing that kill. The issue is they don't have that luxury every time. Akron are decisive. They dissolve everything Purdue are trying to build up defensively. It's just a difference of being such better gunners when it comes to these actual fights that Akron are making their statement known. They're putting a pin in this game in general. This is a horrible way for Purdue to fall short. And I'm sure they're aware of that one, and they're trying to be a little bit more cheeky about it. Look where Honcho was playing. Yeah, they get a second smoke down that covers Honcho for the retreat, but Honcho is still decayed. They're naded by the paint shells, and they just know it's not Honcho anymore. It's Feral, who has been, oh my goodness, a monster for Akron this half.
If he didn't back up there, I think if Honcho just hugged out that crate, I think he'd survive. But a little unfortunate there. You're expecting Akron to win at a round like this, especially with an initial pick. All the kind of guns that aren't in the hands of Purdue thus far. I mean, they're just lacking resources across the board and everything. Even in Akron, kind of in this situation, sure, they're not going to buy for their teammates, but they're sure as heck going to give them ult points, because you can see that stat coming out. The Vipers that much closer to the Vipers pit to help yourself lock in that last round, because you got match point coming up here soon, but you got to win this one first. You see a little bit of an exchange coming out there. Leo able to go ahead and maintain 1 kill in the meantime, but Ezra and Feral are both alive still, and they are absolute problems in their own right. So there it is, already going underway. 6-12, double the score coming out here for Akron compared to Purdue on their own map pick, and Akron really just woke up on this half.
It's a different team. Right?
Yeah,
I'll crack the joke. They let their big brother hop on the controller. It's like a COD game where you let your dad play for a little bit because he was the OG from COD, right? I know that the ages don't really matter as much anymore, but, you know, a couple years that will be the case. It's a totally different team. Akron looked okay in the first half. They equalized 6-6, but we're calling this map defensive favored. Am I right, Dallas? Right? That's what you said in the first half.
Yep.
You're saying typically it's favored for the defense. Akron, you look at it and say they only equal on their defensive half. What are they doing? They're an attacker favored team. It don't matter what map they're going to. They are comfy when they can push these sites in their own good time, especially with Feral leading the helm. See, Showstopper out, jumps over 2 players, and because of that, will get sprayed down by Acorn. Ezra, though, swinging out of the smoke, does eventually die to that strike. Maybe a lucky play off the back of the Showstopper from the overextension. Doesn't seem to matter, though. Akron still have a very dominant man advantage with little to no weapons in the hands of Purdue. There's a Spectre in the hands of these players now pushing down this ramp side. I think that's a Judge as well in the hands of Honcho. This just seems like a nigh impossible scenario.
Yeah, already, I mean, Honcho, if he didn't know, he knows now. There's an
He knows.
going ahead, going out. You know, all these players and exactly what they're trying to hide. You know, two are inside this cubby. It's a good way to pick up the Judge there. Love that Ole actualization coming out, but it's not enough. It could be enough for Scopes to go and clutch things out. It's just a 1v1 of a lifetime just to keep the game going. But hey, it's a start somewhere. You are on the board for this half.
This is a Cypher duel. A game where we're seeing the Cyphers do everything they can to be the end-all, be-all factor of their team. I'm sorry, Honcho. I counted you out before I should have. The Judge was maybe the right play. They had moved that rifle away from the initial spot. You go for it.
Easy.
Yeah, you get 2 kills. Why are there 2 players in cubby? I don't know, but Honcho's very thankful for it. They'll easily take down those 2, switch to the pistol, and get the job done to the player standing in the center, just waiting to lose their life and forfeit it. But it's still a, so what, a 5-round difference they have to catch up with? It still is a nigh impossible scenario. And despite Purdue winning that roundhouse, look at what they're bringing in. It's still not even proper rifles. It's still not even full armor. They're still struggling.
That was your buy round for the most part. I mean, you saw the kind of rough buy that came out underway. Only 1 player survived at the end of it. It's just like these things are getting more and more difficult. I mean, Purdue, even then this is a defensive side of the map, I say again and again, but not in their respective money. And that's one of the most difficult things. If you're behind on this defense, you've already lost every single luxury in the world where you're supposed to say, thank goodness. And you're just not getting that right now. You're in a very, very rough spot. But, I mean, hey, you at least have somewhat of a split coming out from that rough spot. A 1 man over towards the A site, the top fragger on the side of Akron. If you're going to hold down B, that would definitely be the time to do it, considering that Honcho's up against 4 with a little bit of help.
Farrell extends past the initial onslaught of Tracer sent their way. In a good spot to deal with 1, but the double swing comes out and Honcho will close. They do get a second kill, but A-Smith back in return. And wow! She is not going to be allowed to see much further in this round. Their eyes tore through with the 5.56. Now giving Akron the man advantage in this site. Yeah, Cosmic Divide is in play in favor of Purdue, but you've got a Viper's Pit down. Who cares if we can't see through the Cosmic Divide? You can't see into sight. You can't see the spike. We've got this one sitting pretty. There's nothing you can do about it. They're going to play guns up, and that has been the go-to play of Akron in this entire matchup. It just doesn't seem likely. King Lion Leo, 1v2. Swinging back around Spire. And unfortunately, Ryan from that alley side pushes out. And their life on the line easily closes King Lion Leo to give a 2-0 victory to the underdogs of this engagement, the Zips, flying through 2 maps.
And I was thinking about it earlier. You mentioned this is going to be the game that kind of differentiates themselves between the likes of, obviously, the elimination, which they kind of went ahead and skewed themselves away from last week. Yeah. Not only are they in the process now of kind of climbing themselves along the leaderboard and creating that bigger gap between themselves, but it's just more by, rather than them climbing, also setting their opposition down a little bit more so, which is big. And it's all right. I mean, Purdue, I got to say, I mean, they kind of sold a little bit here today. Considering what we've seen this team do, considering the kind of record they've had, even in more recently, in the past 3 weeks, where they were facing teams who were very, very similar in ranking to the likes of Akron. It's just a little bit odd to see, especially on split, where once again, Akron, we see these second halves just absolutely go insane in their way. It doesn't even matter what side they're on. It is the second half for some reason. They take note of what's going on around them, of their surroundings. They figure out the play style of these teams, and they say, okay, now let's make these adjustments. What are we getting here? Which players like to get aggressive? Well, they have a Sentinel that plays like a duelist. That's pretty easy information to gather. What about the rest of the team?
You do too, though, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's fair. I mean, Ezra was actually holding things down, though. Ezra, a lot of their picks were defensively and holding these angles. And even then, when they were on the attacking side, they would also hold other places in the map. We saw it there on split, where they were holding right there towards A main, looking for these lurkers. Just absolutely playing that hunter role to a T and saying, whoever comes out and about, I'm locking them down if they come into my territory, or I'm going to set up territory somewhere and just kind of play that same exact zone defense that I'm used to. And it worked very well. And that's something that I think Purdue wasn't really ready for. You saw the big hits again and again and again. This is the time that we got the pleasure on stream of seeing Farrell finally reach those duelist shoes after being absolutely disgusting with Sky again and again and again, to where you see that they have a lot more resources, a lot more flexible players in Purdue, to where while Purdue's strong in their own right, sometimes some teams can just do a little more. And when you're all on equal fragging grounds, that lack of utility, like flashes on Pearl, really sets you apart.
Yeah. I think the play style for Akron was very blitzy when it came to their attack. They just pushed into a side, they took control over it, but they didn't have just blitz plays under their book, right? They all of a sudden will pull out a play action. They fake it away and they say, nope, we're still playing slow. Spike's not even on site. Sorry to break it to you. We're still have majority of our players sitting inside lobby and just waiting, like we saw 4 rounds ago, which kind of upset the Purdue potential when they actually had rifles in their hands. They just tried to go for the gunfights and lost every single one of them and forced a flawless round result. It's a terrible way to see Purdue struggle. You look at the matches they've played in the matchup history, and Purdue is the easy favorite, right? You see their potential against Northwood, their Davenport game that was close, the blowouts they've had against the teams they've won against. But sometimes it's just a matter of who your opponent is. Purdue just doesn't have the play style to deal with Akron. Akron just have this certain play style that shocks Purdue, and they take the victory because of that one. So Purdue will not be allowed to go much further in this week. But you know who can go much further here in this week? Me and Dallas, because we got another cast coming up right after this one. So make sure you guys stay tuned. And a challenges matchup coming up here next. We'll get that game going away as quick as I can. Stay tuned for more. Welcome back, everybody, to more NECC. We've got more Valorant action here. No longer in our Champions division, though. We're dropping things down over to our Challenger Pacific side. We've got UBC Obsidian, who are sitting 3-1. A very solid way to go about it, though one of their wins is off of a forfeit win. But SFU Esports Club, not necessarily the same luxury. Flip that one around. It is 1-3. Has not had the best of turns. Their one win did require them to go to all 3 maps, so it wasn't an easy victory for them, which can't be said for the Obsidian side, whose wins have been fairly dominant.
Yeah, and even them going ahead and looking at what these two teams have, I mean, UBC Obsidian, obviously they have themselves a bunch of teams, but SFU in their own respect, they also have a bunch of teams. And this is one of their club teams. Obviously, it's schools, they have their varsity squads, their club squads, their kind of JV, that's kind of, and they're sending them happy medium if you need people to move down for games, move up for subs, whatever need be. But I mean, that's kind of already shown right here. It's a little bit awkward considering that, I mean, sure, we're in the Challengers division. You never know what you're going to get here. As you mentioned, I mean, we've been very, very blessed to just seeing champions again and again and again and again, at least for just you and I specifically. Yeah, but it's nice to kind of check up on the rest of these regions and these divisions every now and then to figure out what exactly is going on, because keep in mind, at the end of the year, Nationals, it doesn't matter what kind of division you're in. You're going to at least probably going to be facing, or right, the top of each division will be facing each other. And these teams, I mean, theoretically, one of them could face Northwood. As sorry as I feel for them, it's still very, very possible.
Yeah, anything can happen. That's just the way it pans out. You punch your ticket in, then you got to take advantage of it. We now have our player selection. We'll go ahead and take a look here. We weren't anticipating this one. Apparently, we fixed our sheet. UBC Obsidian are bringing out Hummer. Okay. Vanessa, Biscuit, and Aether for that side. Again, challengers for the UBC Obsidian side has done a much better job. Their most recent game in week 4 was the one where they won off forfeit. So they may be in a little bit of a cold streak. That's one of the concerns, especially in the lower divisions. You maybe don't play in as many leagues or in many tournaments as other teams do, like we know Northwood does in about 30 other different leagues and tourneys. What it turns in with them is that cold streak of having a loss in week 3 and not playing in week 4 going to matter here coming into week 5?
Yeah, and honestly, I mean, kind of in this division, I don't feel like it matters too much. You do see teams going ahead and kind of getting things straightened out, but I mean, a lot of school resources typically go to the Champions division, as much as I hate to say it. I mean, you look at these coaches, everything just kind of strats are passed down the ladder, just kind of more for the sake of scrim purposes and kind of making sure that everybody feels a little bit more on the even and on the same level to kind of keep each other a little bit challenged to a certain extent. But I mean, when you see things like this, I mean, these teams, it really just comes down to how hard the IGLs are working, how hard these players are working in the ranked ladder, how their scrims are going, and just how kind of fresh they feel on a day-to-day basis. Every single one of them obviously deserving to be here, and even then, I mean, in their own right, especially UBC with this 3-win record to start things off, they're looking impressive, they're ready to go. But SFU, I would love to see them kind of wake up here this week, because it feels inevitable at some point. But we'll have to see whether it is right here. But the people who could be behind that wake up, and at least on the roses today, to the like of Crick, Sin Accuracy, and Yamakazu, Listen, and then Jim. So a little bit of a younger roster, as you can tell, across the board. A couple freshmen, a couple sophomore being thrown in there. So this team has time to develop. And even though they're a club team, you could see this being the varsity roster even someday, so long as they actually get themselves locked down here soon.
Yeah, we'll also point out Yamakazu likes cats. That's the only factoid they gave us for their team in general. So, good taste. I'm also particular to cats. Either way, big concern here for this game. We're talking about favorites. So they got to pick our favorite maps here as well. Maps are going to be very important. Take a look at our veto phase. Icebox and Haven off the chopping block. Ascent is picked first. That's not the biggest shocker in the world. The gentleman's agreement falling a bit more into the hands of these lower bracket teams or lower division teams. But Lotus being picked up by SFU. A very interesting shocker, Dallas. Something unexpected to be sure. The first time I believe I've seen it in general, especially in the NECC. And it's our guaranteed second map of our final one, going over to another somewhat shocker for a low division team, Pearl.
Yeah, this is definitely the first time I think I've seen, this is most definitely the first time I've seen a Lotus in lower play. We have seen a lot of Lotus being brought out in the VCT circuit. Surprisingly enough, I mentioned again and again that these teams, I mean, the newer maps, while usually used to be very, very taboo, just kind of do not pick those. Gentleman's agreement. Let's get it off the board kind of late there in the cycle. Let's make sure to ban out each other's kind of primary picks pretty early on. But know that Lotus was still kind of left in the pool because it's one of those wild cards. You can see Fracture being banned right afterwards because they're like, wow, these these kids actually play the newer maps? Wow, let's get rid of it. So you're seeing that kind of adjustment being coming through very, very instantaneous, with Pearl being that decider, oddly enough. But I mean, I'm excited to see it as that second map, because I mean, this is a map where we get to see a lot of kind of changes come out. It feels like Haven, but it's just, if you ask me, a lot better. I mean, with the doors, a little bit of switch up, you have the 3 sides, so everything feels a lot more connected. And even then, with those doors that are shootable, the ones that rotate, there's a lot more things to give information out and about throughout the map. But we still got to get things started off here, as you can already see Agent Lux going underway here. And a little bit of a hover, but a little bit of a guaranteed, I'd say, better yet, with that KJ and Sova coming out.
All right. Biggest factor for a map like Ascent. It's a gentleman's agreement map.
Yeah.
Things should be standardized. KO's almost guaranteed. They bring too much and do everything all at once. It's hard not to pick it. Your duelist is typically considered to be your Jet or a Raze. The Raze may fall back a little bit on a map like Ascent, with the boom butt dropping to 5 seconds instead of 10 seconds. But SFU are still opting for somewhat of an interesting idea. Sorry, I apologize. UBC, as it flips back the other way. Aether is going to lock in the Astra. It's usually an Astra between them or a Omen. Typically, we'll see that go this way, and Aether will lock in the Astra this time around. KJ on the board, and a Sova to join for information. Jet up there for Finesser, and more intel and more kit in general. The KO will finally be selected, as will at least guarantee a very standard lineup for UBC.
Yeah, kind of be expected overall. The only thing really going to be the Astra standing out a little bit. SFU is probably going to replicate that to a certain extent. They don't have that Sentinel yet, so we're probably going to see KJ, as you can now see it coming in for Slender Curry. So, I mean, everything to be expected here. The only switch up being that Astra, that Omen. Omen has a little bit more versatility in terms of actual continuity over the course of a round. Astra's a little bit more bursty, and let's be real, the Cause of Divide is much more efficient than the likes of From the Shadows. But some Omens we do see kind of go crazy with it, especially if they're Omen mains. They can definitely find a way to kind of slip through the cracks and understand how the thing works to get behind enemy lines, or even to be there as an instantaneous kind of backup on a site if you see something like a Rolling Thunder coming out or something, and you just kind of time that perfectly. But all things said and done, it comes down to this map. It's not how well you play it, it's how little you mess it up, because everybody knows it, everybody has played it. Just, well, can you replicate that? Can you be consistent with it?
A lot of higher bracket teams, Dallas, avoid this map. We'll be brutally simple here. They do, because everyone knows it. So how much can you truly say you know it better than the competition? That's why teams like Northwood will opt to go for different maps like Breeze, rest in peace, or opt for maps like Bind, also rest in peace. Just something that's not as selected, not as favored for a go-to. They want to make sure that they can really lock in these certain maps and be good enough on others. It's also one of the reasons why we saw teams like Hawaii and Houston play terrible ascents. Their defensive halves on ascents was some of the worst I've seen in the collegiate scene. And yes, they're facing astronomically solid attacking teams, but they just struggled comparatively defensively. And that's why a lot of those teams now just avoid ascent. It's just not the map and the play to go to. The lower the brackets you go, the lower the divisions you go, the more likely we are to see this. And I think in a game like this, you said it perfectly. It's not about how well you play the map. It's all about how few mistakes you make. SFU defensively will not overextend here on round 1, and UBCO will not go for the standard approach of bull rushing a site on a pistol round. They'll take things slow, but they are definitely moving to the A side as of now.
Yeah, a little bit awkward here for the starting round, but even then, natural adjustments, and even then, kind of reaction already made per illusion. Nice little start there. I'm going to go ahead and pop off too on that defensive side. But man, if there's not an answer on this A side, I don't know what to tell you, because already back and forth, this Jim coming out on top there, picking players out through the smoke and kind of making out like a bandit.
Biscuit's the last one left standing. Moving over towards Pixel, will manage to spray down their doppelganger of Jim. Very heavy flash sent over towards Door. And while Crick does get caught off on their attempt to jump up towards Jin, Slender Curry's not far behind, and they'll do a wonderful job of closing things out there with the Ghost. If there's one surprise in that round, it's Illusion Dallas, who not only managed to survive an initial onslaught of a 2v1 working inside Puppy, initially should be playing to die for the intel and trade, but getting both picks after the fact, and even damaging the players pushing out of arches as they rotate back through tree. A very wonderful way for SFU to start that round and conclude it, but now they're going to have proper weapons in their hand, and the same thing's most definitely not going to be capable of being said here for UBCO.
Yeah, just coming down once again to kind of these situations, whether they can actually play it out for these trades, because that's to be expected from the majority of these teams. So, I mean, already you can see the UBC a little bit lackluster there during those initial picks, especially kind of towards that catwalk when you saw Lucian able to go ahead and pick them off and go for that awkward trade there. But regardless, I mean, now you have guns. Now you're holding down these longer angles. Now you're locking these players out. You're seeing a little bit of an influence towards this B side, but you see players also kind of giving a little bit of emphasis towards the A. They want to split across the map, but they don't feel like they have the time of day or window to open up for themselves to really take advantage of what they got. So already nice patience here from the side of SFU, just playing it slow, steady, see what gives itself away. And well, so far almost nothing, but okay, may be able to go ahead and get something.
Very aggressive swing here by OK. They knock down Illusion, no longer allowed to hold that pivot point like previously. Linda Curry is in a very dangerous spot, and because of that, caught with a gun not up, and Biscuit will take them down swiftly with only a Frenzy, now collecting the Spectre to work with. Yamakazu working in from bottom mid. Looks like a market play to try to assist on site. Spike has gone down, and UBCO have seemingly set up a actual post-plant scenario. Only one player direct on site, though 2 trapped inside B main. This is a great way to isolate the individual on site and then play for a defuse quickly after the fact. And it works out for SFU perfectly. Cutting down player on site, Yamakazu assisting the player, swinging off towards Raptors with a long angle, and it will be a very secure closeout for SFU.
Yeah, I mean, already big stance coming out here from SFU, able to go ahead and maintain kind of that pattern of getting that 2-0 start, not really messing things up, and even holding on to the majority of their guns in that last round as well, which is a very, very important thing, considering that you're going to be seeing these 4 rifles of full purchases come out from the side of UBC when they go for these pushes. I mean, I like the way they're playing this out. I mean, UBC every single round, sure, they haven't gotten initial picks, but they're always finding a way to kind of squeeze themselves into the back lines. I mean, we saw that kill last round coming out from OK, playing around those angles, seeing who overextends, and then even then just kind of playing towards these aggressive starting first blood angles, and immediately just kind of saying, all right, let's kind of weave in and out, kind of get an idea of the timing. Played it more like a single player game against kind of a little bit of an, I don't want to call any players an NPC, but I mean, Lucian was kind of, that was a very predictable pace they were taking. So you just take advantage of the moment and then get yourself a free little pick onto that site when it comes around to that right click of the classic. But I mean, there's not going to be anything free right now. Already 400 credits being invested in that recon drone. You're pushing onto site, and even then, very, very expensive guns are in your hands. So you have to make the most of this.
Jim isolated so far, but teammates not far away, hiding over towards that garden side. All of the defensive structure for SFU is very solidified on this A objective. I think Slinda Curry just got a slight sightline of Hummer, and the intel was given to Crick, but not able to be pounced on in time. Slinda Curry getting the damage from the flank alongside the player of Jim, who was swinging on tree. They will try to collect the weapon that was there, just in case. No command was popped here for UBC. A very interesting decision for a round 3 ultimate, but they're still losing out on sight. Player destabilized, not able to swing aggressively towards Intra. SFU somehow still in this one, as it looks like they'll be restabilized, and a full 3 will be alive for UBCO in this post plan.
Yeah, just wait for some kind of information. I mean, the null command makes complete sense. When you have access to it, might as well go ahead and pop it. I mean, it's going to go ahead and suppress a lot of things. In a round like this, I mean, you never know what's really going to be handed to you, because consider the amount of guns that were carried over, everything is very risky. You don't want to give up too much. So there it is, securing that 3rd kill there from OK. And even then, now first round here on the board for UBC, and 3 guns to carry over with it, which is an impressive number, all things considered. So you're happy with the outlook here for UBC thus far. But I mean, going forward now, you got to double down, and even then, maybe force it out, which is exactly what they're going for in opposition to a Lucian, who is now going to be running that operator here very early off the board. This is either going to be a very hit or miss, because if that operator does not hit that first shot, your mental scratch for it, and you say, you know what, I'm not wasting that money again.
Yeah. Illusion has been a player that really likes to hold over towards Puppy. That is a very solid spot to go for the initial sniper pick. But look where Illusion's playing this round. Complete opposite side. B main, locking down the initial doorway. Spottably owl drone. Very smart play by UBCO to close that one out. However, it doesn't stop them from forfeiting first pick right off the bat in the player of Hummer. It is an unfortunate circumstance. You did leave them over towards a lobby, so you could maybe say, hey, we paid the price for that. Look what Jim is doing. Not giving up after that first pick and hunting for more. And that makes it so that they are stuck in a 1v3 swinging that corner. And the story is going to unfold as expected. They'll lose their life without nary a chance.
I don't even think you know it's a player that was sanctioned over towards A site. Sure, maybe not kind of towards A link or kind of right there in tree, but I mean just right there directly on the A site. So when you get that pick towards tree as well, that is so many players not locked down that, I mean, honestly, UBC, if you're not pushing A right now, you're doing something wrong. And there it is, already going underway with another fight going on in the middle of the map. Biscuit can't really maintain to get that final kill, but you have seen the exchange there from Finesse. You're able to go ahead and get that one towards site. So things are open. You're looking at the post plant, and you barely have any utility for it because that Astra only has one star to play with.
There's a lockdown available. SFU could opt to use this. I think that's what Slender Curry is going for. Indeed,
Yeah, why not?
Default placement. There's something you don't necessarily see in the higher divisions, using these ultimates so often. The second they're up the round, they're up. You don't really see that. In fact, we see something we don't like, almost never using the ultimate. They're playing this one quite smart. Slender Curry tosses the Nano Swarm over into the corner. It pays dividends. Swings around with a Phantom as well, and well, hey Slender, why don't you go ahead and charge that even further? Now they're baiting out with time, just trying to have fun with it. They're gonna end 3 pips to their ult. Charge extremely close. And though Illusion was just 1 pip away from their ultimate as well, might I add, they're going to go ahead and say the lockdown's more important, especially when Slender Curry is already eating up 7-2 with SFU on a 3-1 start.
It's not very often that we see players being detained or even kind of situations where that KJ ultimate actually gets things off, but oh man, for a lot of you, do I have news? Wait, what is it? Couple weeks now? I think Gecko releases tomorrow. We have to wait 2 more weeks for rotation.
Oof.
If you haven't seen videos on that man,
Get out of my way.
So cool. It's so cool.
have some tissues
For
nearby.
you.
Have some
Can
tissues
plan for
nearby,
you.
because you're gonna cry at how broken this man is, how much he's gonna ruin the game. It's
To be
a
fair, the Gecko, it's one shot. A single bullet will clear it no matter what. But it's so cool. You can cover your own defusal.
Yeah, that is. I don't care. 1 bullet. It shouldn't exist.
It should not.
That's a negotiation we have for another day. But right, I'll scream about it when I see it on broadcast because we know we're going to. This is the new chamber, but instead of 4 eyes, he has a bunch of 4 buddies to be working with there. But regardless, so. Knives, not 4 of those remaining. Already almost 4 wasted as we're just trying to go ahead and get a couple of those picks towards the middle of the map. UBC with a nice little slip through, able to go ahead and maintain 1 there. Nice little first blood on the field. Problem is they don't really have all the weapons in the world. They're trying to squeak this in together, but Slender Curry is holding down this B site pretty effectively as it now finds that reasonable trade that we were looking for, and better yet, an opportunity to look for here for UBC as they don't really have too much of an idea that we'll be hitting these sites from.
Right here.
One of the biggest problems
30
we're seeing
seconds
right now
left.
for UBCO is just not having the proper weapons in their hand. They're getting the site round after round out, and they're planting. That means they're setting things up well. It just feels like they don't have much impact past that point. Aether swings past Jin alongside there. Sova was initially in front. Unfortunately, Aether bites the bullet of Illusion's operator, stepping
10
things
seconds
back
left.
even further. 0 Point goes out to suppress OK, making sure they have no chance to initially fight back. You see the turret up on top, it will not matter. That was also suppressed. Oh my goodness, Illusion with 2 more just off the back of the Blade Storm. And while yes, you do have to worry about the downed player of Jim, you have control over Spike right now. They're still suppressed. Audio cue the drop, swing up for the kill. You've got to hit that, Slinda!
Oh. Yeah, kind of a non-negotiable.
Unfortunate. But that does
It simply
allow for
is.
UBC to climb to 2.
Yeah, it is though. It's a good stance for them, and considering that even then they're kind of squeaking out these rounds, making sure things stay as even as possible. I mean, we already expected just that alone from the likes of Ascent, but even then, I mean, on eco rounds where you kind of see these things really start to step up to the plate and really start hitting those shots. So it's good looking there from UBC to be squeaking that thing out, and even then on top of it, with the buys they have in a round like this, they don't even really need to utilize too much. They know that, I mean, the economy of SFU isn't really looking the hottest in the world. They have a player that likes holding down that operator, so they're going to be in a very expensive situation. But I was going to say that you don't really need to use any ultimates in a situation like that, just because you know of the money circumstances on the other side. But still, Hunter's Fury invested anyways. You got 2 more to carry on. You just got to shut down SFU from getting any.
Site control is handily available for UBCO. This is the right idea for them as well. They want to make sure they get the objective quickly and get the extra credit from Spike. Even if they were to lose the round, they're at least positioning for another setup. Illusion. What a shot once again. taking down Hummer, who is standing on walkway. Finesser swings from stairs, and what a tandem play. The buddy ace between Finesser and Aether. 3 to Aether, 2 to Finesser, and UBCO will catch things up, tying and equalizing at 3-3.
Yeah, big sense there. I mean, good little back and forth. I mean, every single time we see these teams start to answer each other, that first round, I quite honestly was the only thing I was expecting to go in one favored side. I mean, you see the 2-0 start, but then after that point, you're going to see it kind of going back and forth until somebody inevitably either goes ahead and has the upper hand, or until we see one more double down, because it usually sits around an 8-4 to 6-6 in terms of a stance, maximum, minimum. So all things considered, UBC still have those little ones to play with. They still have guns in their hands, but even then, they're going to go ahead and invest one of those right off the get-go, try to funnel a couple of these players out. But it seems like Crick isn't really going to give up. They're trying to push things up. They're trying to give one last stance before they go down to that detain. Instead, they're going down to bullets, but they're bringing 2 with them.
Wow, way to squeak 2 kills away in a playing to die scenario. That is the best case scenario for Crick in that moment. And while, yeah, they've had their ultimate for a while, the From the Shadows isn't really doing you justice defensively right now, except for maybe bits of information if they're in a lobby waiting to push towards game. Biscuit will pop flash around the corner, and though we do see Slinda Curry going after the fact, it is allowing Jim to get themselves a kill in the return. Hummer inside B main. One player holding on walkway. Jim's gonna have to clear back. A boathouse does so, but they lose their teammate of Illusion right after the fact. 0 point out in hand. That's not the right time to swift out the util. You've got to bring that gun up for the next fight, because UBCO are pushing you and fast. They are not a team that likes to wait. They are very aggressive, and we've seen that round after round.
Yeah, I mean, just again and again and again, you're seeing UBC. They come up with these game plans and they execute on them pretty effectively. They're pretty fast on those hits on the site. Every now and then they like to switch up and just kind of play it a little bit more slow. It's just one of those situations where I mentioned again, these guys, they don't really kind of follow the game on a one-to-one basis. They don't have a game play or book that lays out ABC, first round, second round, third round. It's not very kind of slow and steady. They just like to hit these sites, and they like to go ahead and just kind of roll the dice for initiative to say, well, where are we going to go this time around? And they just decide whether or not they're going to go for a default or whether or not they're going to go for a little bit more of an actual abrupt hit. And we've seen them obviously out for the abrupt hit for a while until finally inevitably deciding to change things up. So you can see it right there. Hummer looking for a little bit of a lurk around the map as a sentinel. A little bit odd of a predicament to be put into, but you're trying to feel out if anybody overextends. And even if you do lose something, it's your character for a post plan. The rest of your team still needs to do their job and get that spike down first.
Yeah, post plan doesn't matter if you can't get to the post plan in the first place. Look at Illusion. Had a bit of a downward spiral these last few rounds. Things are getting out of control for them. Stuck with a Sheriff last round, a Frenzy here into this one. SFU will forfeit first blood as well, as Slinda Curry will go down. Illusion does find a nice pick, but the rest of the team quickly after the fact is starting to trickle away. Jim from top of heaven, no challenger to Hummer, as they'll spray them down at long range. Okay, well, you gotta pray that things are okay for Yamakazu, as they sit all by their lonesome, not even 50 HP to their name. Yes, a Nightfall is available, but you don't have anything to work with. Plant will inevitably go down. A judge will be collected. Yamakazu can maybe do their best impersonation of Ryan from that last game before, but they'll trade things out quickly, saying, no chance. Vandals in hand. Sorry, it's Honcho. I don't know why I forget that. We're going to play this round guns up, but with only 36 HP to my name.
A lot here, but EBC, once again, kind of with a very good hold. I mean, Yamakazu with almost a very, I wouldn't say impossible, but I mean, very difficult. Regardless, 36 HP, you are less than a bullet's worth. I mean, all these rifles, they run 40 a shot. Phantom, Vandal, even then Bulldog will probably kill you around here. So, I mean, you just got to back up, work for these exits, see what you can do towards the middle of the map, and even then make sure to leave early enough so nobody kind of catches you on the rotation, which Hummer may be looking for, but you're hanging around that staircase trying to see if anybody puts their head out. And there it is. Fight coming down, a good first, and that's all you're going to get because you just got to hide away.
Make their fear your weapon.
Hey, you escaped that one with a weapon. That is pretty much all you can ask for at that state, and you're dropping another one away from them. Just make these rounds costly, and that's kind of the issue. Even when we see rounds where UBCO took a loss, you know, round 3 to 4, they took a loss after 3, they still planted in the round. They still got extra credits. That still set them up for the next round after that, for round 5. And since then, have always at bare minimum met their requirement of bomb. They've always set things up. They've always found success. And because of that, look at the way their ego is panning out. Not a single player sitting below 4,800 credits. They are flush with cash. Biscuit may be wasting some of that cash on pop flashes that don't go anywhere, but they'll have to use everything and more as SFU just clogged the gates right into B. 4 kills already, 1 destabilized. Finesser is the only player left standing. And you said it was impossible the round before. This one looks like it's about to be the same story.
Just for the opposite side of the coin, I mean, I already see that Finesser doesn't even have really any options here. I'm turning tail, quite honestly.
Yeah.
First, you want to go ahead and sit around this smoke because you know they're going to go ahead and chase you eventually, so you're seeing if anybody overextends. But if you just keep on toggling that smoke right there, it's not too much of a problem. You just play it slow. And even then, manage to get it. Run, Finesser.
Oh.
It's not going to happen.
Run, 4!
Good look here.
Oh, my goodness. What an attempt, though. I mean, the almost bait and switch to collect and sprint away. Unfortunately, Crick caught it. Sees, oh my God, Spike is not here. Let's go ahead and swing that one and spray down through the smoke despite not seeing anything. That gives SFU a dog back into this fight. That does bring things a little bit closer. Still 1 round disparaging between these 2 teams. Honestly, if I'm Finesser there, don't waste attack timeout. You've got a minute and 10 seconds since the point of your last teammate falling. Go hide and spawn and talk things through. You'll keep the rifle. You'll sit pretty for the next round. And you guys had plenty of money in the first place, so it's not a huge concern, but that allows you to talk. And the game changes on attack timeouts. We've called it out so many times before. The second a timeout is called, it seems like it's a new team playing.
Sometimes.
Yeah.
Sometimes I think it literally is just a bathroom break. But that's still up for debate. Regardless, though, still UBC and SFU, they're making sure to hold this kind of ascent storyline to a T. Back and forth, keep it going. Same circumstances, opposite side of the coin, just a little bit of a different ending every time. But regardless, still round result, perspective of who's holding that man advantage by the end of it. So SFU with the ultimates kind of playing to their favor. Just as many ultimates as SFU has, UBC has in players. So things are looking a little bit awkward, but still with that duelist, an initiator, and a controller, you can still very much so actually commit to a site, hold things down, and really make sure to get a round going underway. But, I mean, can you find that leniency? Can you find that gap somewhere in the map? And you can, right there in the back. Already a very good hit. You go back into spawn, you get another one. Now you have this 50-50 where you are throwing the entirety of SFU into a whirl of saying, where are they going? What are we doing? We're not quite sure. But once you hear the shots towards the B site, you make the call to make the rotation.
You're going to need Finesser there as quick as you can get. You're going to cloud burst down to allow for maybe a little bit of safety. Swing in towards back of Boathouse. No one's there, however. Plant will start to officially go forward. Nanoswim's tossed by Slenda Curry and does steal some damage to Finesser, but it wasn't tossed fast enough. But here's the big shocker. Lockdown is deployed. Illusion will close out Stairwell, but overextends. And because of that, they'll lose the fight.
Oh.
Biscuit will refrag Finesser. And that's the exact play you need for UBCO. Use the power of numbers. Bait the teammate in front of you. If they're going to use a lockdown, win it. Doesn't matter if you forfeit more than 1 life. You'll have a round win under your belts, and you'll still be sitting pretty.
Yeah, that's the only option there. I mean, go ahead, find the shutdown, find a way to funnel these players out. You know they're going to run right towards CT. That's going to be your best option because they're not going to take that detain and just go down without a fight. So good rolls there by UBC. Nice little retaliation on the board, and even then more so trying to finally get themselves a little bit pick of the edge and hold this thing down because that 1-to-1 ratio is going to be very common here. And when we saw that 3-round strand being brought earlier by UBC, they have to hold on to that lead. Otherwise, it feels like it's all for nothing. So guaranteeing yourself that even half, no matter what worst case situation, is very beneficial to you. But on the attacking side for Ascent especially, starting off your series, you want to be pretty aggressive here. You want to make sure to nail that thing down and get yourself at least 7.
Lockdown for lockdown. Defensive lockdown used last round. Attacking one here. No players will be detained. The unfortunate placement of that lockdown means back, bottom of hell, and up on Rafters corner are free to stay. I'll point it out. SFU played that gloriously. Tethers to stop movement, smokes to cut down arches. They essentially denied all usage of that lockdown. And on top of that, it even failed to detain. So all of what UBC have tried to piece together so far in this round has been denied. And on top of that, their Cosmic Divide wielder, their Astra, off the board, picked off sneakily in mid as they tried to make their way through to Puppy on walkway.
You just got to get something here. just an inkling of an idea. You're sitting at 30 seconds, but I mean,
30
let's be quite honest
seconds
here. UBC, they're just looking for a hit. SFU will give up nothing at this point, considering how close it is to the end. But already, a nice little pick coming up there from Crick. You have to commit to this. There is no time to rotate. You get a pretty good dedication on that site. You know that there's an operator in the back of the site, and you just can't get the shots on it. So what's lingering about? Well, a spike in the middle of the open and a player cowering behind a penetrable box, especially to an operator. So already a 5th round to go underway there for SFU, and a pretty good read by them. I mean, already again and again and again, they are expecting what's going to be coming their way. Sometimes UBC just hits those shots, and sometimes SFU does. It doesn't feel like there's too much more differentiating these two teams other than that.
Whether or not it's going to work out here in this last round before the second half, to tie things up 6-6, to really make Ascent be standard, we do see a lot of 7-5 halftimes. The Ascent is typically one team giving a slight edge. And it's not a perfect 50-50 match. But look at how many ultimates are ready for both teams. SFU have a Blade Storm. They have a null command to hold them back in a Nightfall to retake. UBCO have the Blade Storm to get some early engagement pressure. And they have a Cosmic Divide to lock down an objective. I can only imagine the Hunter's Fury may be close as well. I cannot recollect the last time it was used. But things are still looking fine for them despite having a lesser ultimate count in comparison. They've done a good job of getting towards sites. The issue in that last one was they kind of jumped the ball early and then didn't extend past it. The lockdown, you can't wait to the final 5 seconds of it. You place it, you go. They're going to turn immediately to turn. You need to capitalize.
Capitalization.
It's important spelling.
I mean, we're in 2023 now. Most of this stuff is through text. Maybe for like a business email, but I mean,
You should still spell correctly.
Well,
I mean, like
okay,
LOL
boomer.
and that stuff is fine, but I feel like capitalization is still used.
It definitely is. And definitely reports. We're in the college area, so I mean, this should be expected, but already one thing that you could also, manipulation is another thing that ends in ation, which could also be very important. So taking advantage of the moment is huge right here. But problem is you're in a 2v4 situation now for UBC. Can't really get things done. You went ahead and popped the ult. You have to make this round worth it. And especially with the last second plant, you have to get these holds down. And what do you know? 2 more ultimates come right back towards you. Aether with a very good opener. Okay, can't really close things out. You are in boathouse of players pushing you from every single angle. Nothing you can really do there. Jim to close things out. Another round going on the way to SFU. We're in this half 6-6 to be expected.
Tossing all the weapons into a corner, just making a stockpile of them, hoping maybe the game will break and they can hold on to them for the next round. Unfortunately, it wouldn't matter anyways. You guys are on attack. If the game did break and left the guns there, that would be helping UBCO instead. But SFU, I apologize. They equal things now, 6-6. That's the exact scenario you want to play. Now moving into your attacking half. Slender Curry had an extremely strong start. Easily by far the best killer on the side of SFU. Did start to fall a little bit further behind in the later stages of the half, but still managed to maintain that, top fragging position for SFU. Illusion has not been far behind, but Illusion was greatly assisted by the Operator. This time around, Operator on the attack, not the best option. You're one of the key advocates of not using an op on the attack, if I recollect correctly. I feel like SFU, if they fall into that kind of playstyle, they may go a little bit too slow. Unlike UBCO, who kept good eco because they were very decisive about their pushes.
Yeah, I mean, these pistol rounds, I love seeing these start to unfold here. I mean, you can already tell that just no real initial pushes in the map. Just a lot of respect for these two teams against each other. And you see this more times than not after a 6-6. You're saying, well, that entire half was for nothing. Starting right from scratch again, baby. Let's see what can get done. And it's on the opposite side of the field. It's already a little bit of an idea, a little bit of emphasis towards that A side, a little bit of an immediate switch up because you know that no player has actually pushed up through this B lobby. Problem is you cannot give up any noise at all. And you have to make sure if anybody peeks you towards that catwalk area that you were prepared for it 10 times over. So nice little hit there towards the back. Smoke's going down, knife's going back. And even then, nice little good lockdown knowing that nobody's towards that back of the site. Somebody's probably in boathouse or on site though. Free little flash, hopefully a kill behind it. There it is, Jim, for the execution. And SFU's got themselves a site and a plant behind.
Jim getting this plant down is big for SFU. Pistol rounds typically dominated by teams rushing an objective. Very methodical was what UBCO pulled out last half, but it also didn't warrant them the same kind of playstyle they brought forward for the rest of it. We saw them have that kind of blitz rush we've highlighted previously in our Akron game, just the match before. Jim finds a nice classic kill to take another one off the board. You're going to go ahead and try to push down the stairwell. This one is dangerous because it creates a fatal funnel where Jim gets the 2 right-click kills. So lock in a 4K with Slinda Curry, stealing the ace, but the limelight still on Jim handling.
Yeah, just big sense here. Good looks there from SFU to get things started off. I mean, even then just kind of replicating what they had in that last half. Already start things off and get that second round probably underway. On the attacking side, better yet, when you know you get the emphasis and when you get the entire initiative, you are the one with the fire. You have a stack of gunpowder sitting in front of you. You get to choose when to ignite that Joker. So it just comes down to how you dictate the pace of this game. So no Bulldogs coming out oddly enough. No real rifles being forced to shit either. It's full SMGs across the board. They're going to be trying to hit this thing as fast as possible, but instead they like to go ahead and see if anybody's like going to push up first.
You got to test the waters, dip your toe in just a little bit. Still, plenty of dangers to be had, even when just testing the waters. Some players, I've mentioned this and I've said this before, test the waters by dipping their toe in, saying, oh, I didn't really get enough of the feeling for it. Let's go in for a second run. That's the right idea. Some players, though, and we saw this 2 weeks before Dallas, and I said the same alliteration for it. Some players will dip their toe in once, not really feel how cold it is, and then just dive in head first, without a care in the world about how truly, frigid the waters tend to be. I feel like UBCO was a team that did that. Yeah, they got gate capped once on that A side,
I like that.
and then they pushed back. That's an issue. But SFU get the intel off of the peak by UBC and just say, hey, it's ours! Crick with 3, joined by Finesser. SFU are 1 kill away from a flawless round. It's just Finesser remaining, like I just said. And they have nary a chance with no weapons in their hand.
I mean, Finesser, feel free to prove us wrong. Go absolutely ballistic with a free gun. This will be the first clip going to Riot to let them know that this should be removed from the game. And first round should always be knives. Unless you just want to buy a classic, that is. Okay, makes sense. Flawless round for SFU there. Good looks for them. I mean, I'm very, very impressed with that round considering how long it took to get onto his side. I mean, you're expecting the hard push. Even then, I mean, after kind of waiting things out a little bit, kind of getting that default towards the main, kind of just sitting in spawn to see if anybody overextends and kind of catches you off guard. Even then, you see him just kind of checking these corners. I mean, Jim knew immediately pushing into A main there. Didn't even actually push out. Jump peeked main and just kind of played it slow, even with that orb still being there because you don't want to risk it all.
It's loud. It's a lot of intel, right?
Yeah.
You hear somebody crouched on that orb, and it's kind of this fear factor as an individual. Also, amazing play here by OK to do the old Odin's wallbang. Just spray straight through, catching one. An important one as well, your KJ for the side of SFU.
Yeah.
It's a solid way to put things in your favor. But when you press that orb, you kind of have this panic moment. It's like, is there anyone nearby? Check my corners. Somebody watch my back. I'm holding this way. You still got to stand up afterwards. You still got to spray afterwards. It's dangerous. And I think it was a very smart play, but it kind of worked against UBCO. I think the fact of the matter is them going for the intel caught them off guard. They tried to act, and it still didn't work out for them. But look at the way SFU are playing this round, Alex. 4 players, all still at B main. Despite losing a player here, they have a man advantage. Because there's only one actively defending on site, one in market. You smoke off market, they're now useless. Just the player on stairwell. They're having to fall back deeper towards site. Now holding bar side of the radiant crate. They're caught by a paranoia. So time will have to tell if they can survive. Thankfully, Finesser not far behind, but it doesn't deny illusion there with the stinger. Perfectly catching the flank of OK as they turn.
Too many angles that you have to hold at once, especially when you're kind of in a surrounded environment. That's why a lot of teams like to go ahead and get it back to that boathouse area and just kind of play off that angle. No, you only have one direction to watch, and you can just go ahead and spray that thing down. But already a pretty good hit, pretty good attempt. Odin's still in hand there for the likes of Yamakazu. Can't really get it done as much as you made the round hurt. You just didn't get the win on the other side of it. But 2 players remaining at the end of that. I mean, you got to be happy with that result, all things considered. UBC do carry over that Odin, the most expensive gun within their possession. But, I mean, man, it's going to make things difficult, especially for this next round. I mean, knowing that you're on the defensive side. On the attacking side, you get plenty of plant money on the back end. If you still end up losing these rounds, you don't really have too much of a concern. That's an extra 900 credits, theoretically, for every single one of those players. But they don't have that luxury here, and they're just kind of going ahead and still forcing things up a little bit. As you see, Finesser and OK still kind of having a little bit there in the back end. if you lose this round, just go ahead and be choked up because SFU is probably getting themselves a 10th.
I would say that UBCO had better credit management than SFU did in that first half. But despite the proper credit management, which is greatly assisted by their plant economy, SFU still managed to equalize. And I think that's one of the biggest factors we'll have to look forward to when it comes to the second half, where now they get the advantage of credits if they can get these plants down, which they have done so well so far, and get the kills, which they've done, a pretty good job of so far. A lot of that greatly assisted by outgunning, because they actually have guns, and winning a very smart pistol round. Gelato play so far for SFU. Nobody's really wanting to engage, maybe hoping they get a quick snack beforehand. But the time is running out. The shop's about to close, and so is the objective, as only 55 seconds remain.
Got to make a hit here. I mean, considering that you got 50 seconds, you mean look for a little bit of mental control by this kind of point around, but even more so, you're looking for somebody to overextend. That has not happened. No player has gotten any information on anybody. I mean, sure, you've gone ahead and kind of taken a little bit of an idea and a look towards that A site, but nobody's exposed themselves. You don't know what corners are being hidden around. You don't know what players are going to stick it around, and even more so, the one player you could guarantee would be there is okay with that Odin in hand, but you still lose that fight. So whatever else is going on around this map, it needs to happen soon. And problem is, that rush may be the downfall of you, but that's not it. It's the trades. That's what's knocking you down even more so, creating a halt there towards that A main arch. But UBC, they are adamant on going for this retake, but more so SFU is even more adamant on getting that spike down to go ahead and make this clock ring out longer.
That no command was a great entry point for SFU to kind of keep UBC at bay. The gunfight was still fairly hard. A lot of teams kind of fall back and hit more of, I guess, supporting positions when holding this site. SFU, they like to engage quick. They like to push forward. And not just with the KO to engage. They like to push everyone all at once. One player in Rafters remaining. Finester mushing in from Arches. They do have a nice flick over towards Jim. And okay! Despite 11 HP to their name, catches both players remaining on site. Lacking. And because of that, they'll not only charge the Hunter's Fury here, but they will equalize UBCO to 8-8 against SFU.
Yeah, just keeping it close once again. I mean, it's the Ascent standard. Earlier, you were talking about the Collegiate Special. This is the Ascent Special. I mean, you can talk about this map. You can talk about teams just looking that much better. That's why, I mean, keep in mind, this map is so close all the time. It's almost guaranteed for every single team that if you ever get 13-0'd, then you should disband your entire team and spend $1 million to completely revamp it from the ground up. I mean, look at 100 Thieves. That's what they did. I mean, there is reasons why this map is the way it is and why you see teams doing what they do and just why we see this result over and over and over again. So, I mean, UBC, the one thing that you can't buy is ultimates. That is the economy that's favoring UBC right now, is what they can play with, but the economy they don't have, maybe that operator if it gets end up dropping.
Finester is testing the waters, doing the same thing we saw from SFU in that first half with illusions with the operator in hand. I mentioned it, most of the time you see that over towards Puppy, towards that tree door, cutting off the rotate in from Link, which if Finester was there, they'd be there to cut down SFU, who are all currently sitting there, waiting to see if anyone would swing. But I think the reflexes, and we've seen that last round of the player with the judge over towards Puppy, who just gets picked off by the lonesome attacker prowling in from walkway. I don't know if the reflexes are there at this division, or it's worth playing that angle. Maybe why we see it more towards B main. Aether fronts a nice pick, loses their life to the hands of Jim, who swings through the astral smoke. Off screen, we get one more kill in favor of UBCO, with SFU getting tagged out by information as well from the owl drone.
30 seconds
There's just
left.
no end to this. It feels like the same result every single round, and it's just like a pattern we're following over and over and over again. One team gets the idea, one team gets the pick, and it's just kind of follows suit, just going back and forth between these two every single time. Sometimes you win that fight, sometimes, well, okay gets the better of your entire team, it feels like, because that whole push spawn idea has already been executed on once before. Jim with a beautiful pick over there towards that operator. You gotta decide, do we save the Odin or save the op? Why not both, please? They're both much more expensive than a Vandal. So good exchanges there. Another one, a good round coming up from UBC. A very expensive arsenal, but I mean, by this point now, 3 rounds back to back with a couple of players sitting on the rear end of every single one of them. You're sitting fine and dandy against the eco coming up here.
Yeah, SFU have been struggling, and that's with proper weapons in their hand. Imagine what it's going to be when they're only coming out with a Sheriff, a Stinger, and a Ghost. The rest are classics. Oh, nope, never mind. Second Sheriff. I stand corrected. Spoke before, put the cart before the horse, so to say.
Get out of my
Which
way.
is, I mean, maybe the right idea for SFU. Put something in front of you as you're pushing in towards the site to block these bullets, because UBCO are a team that does not tend to miss when you're walking in a straight line. Especially OK. Goodness gracious. Wall bangs 2 players in that last round. Gets a wonderful genius level IQ, almost honcho level IQ here, Dallas, of spraying down the Omen that tries to swing in from the arches leading over towards defender spawn, catching them unaware. All that statted up, and it still doesn't net UBCO a first blood, as Aether falls first and foremost from the Bladestorm in the hands of Illusion.
Bladestorm still in hand. Nice initial pick. Huge. But even then, you got to find a little bit of the swing off that window peak because things are not going to come to you for free. So already a nice little push trying to come out on their way. SFU finally, it seems like managing a miracle to a certain extent. I mean, players everywhere getting things done. Results across the board. A nice little rotation. Perfect little read. And even then, from the shadows, kind of creating this entire distraction maybe. Just playing towards that B site, alert, a lot of different variables, a lot of different options just off this window alone.
Well, Crick has
Well,
a perfect flank. Just can't connect the shots. Okay,
Yeah.
He gets a Hunter's Fury kill, might I add, in there. Then also follows through with an Odin kill onto Jim. Odin's up still in hand. Point out the Omen is still not over towards sight. We'll trade out the Odin. Rifle now in their hands. The Vandal ready and raiding. Can't kill the alarm bot, though. From the shadows is popped to put the Omen inside Winery. Crick. The call-out's been made by a teammate. Shoulder has been spotted as well. Crick's in a really good spot. Send out a recon bolt. And get a ton of intel after the fact. We'll swing to one more. There's no more time to go for this defuse, but at least you can cut these weapons dry.
Yep.
Everyone will die in the end. Hey, netted gain. You lose out the round, and it ties things up 9-9, but you made it costly, and that's a very important factor when you were already kind of struggling going into this next round.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing in a round like that. The UC win, that is a thrifty from SFU. That's the biggest thing. To where UBC, you said they're leaving some of these guns behind. They're making the round expensive. That's not it at all.
It's not their guns.
Exactly. SFU spent near nothing in that round and still managed to come out with a win. So you look at that round, the switch up, especially after a 3-round win spree, and even then a couple of those rounds coming up from UBC not really being the best in the world, and they barely had any players standing, so full purchases had to happen again and again and again. That's probably the turning tide round right there where SFU, they can really hit this thing home, especially the Ultimate Economy behind them to get some efficient hits. A Nightfall for a free approach onto a site, especially knowing that this is a rifle round where UBC's probably forcing things up. This could be huge.
The acceptance of UBCO in that round saying, yep, it's happening. It's going to happen. Okay, throwing the weapons away at the end. They know what's at stake, though. And they're going to force to a certain degree here in this round, despite not having enough for everything. They can't chunk the kitchen sink, but they can buy as much as possible. They can get the granite. They can create the basin. They just can't really fit it in there just yet. Hummer holding in towards tree. Has a ton of util dumped there. Look how much util is set up on A. This is why it's so dangerous to fight against a KJ on Ascent, and why she started to fall a bit more in favor over other agents such as your Cyphers that were so popular in B previously.
30 seconds left.
You're doubling down here. I mean, fully. The Nightfall, the Null Command, everything. I mean, you're doing all this to guarantee a 10th round when you see the UBC. I mean, sure, they're not in the best situation in the world, but you want to make sure they suffer every single last minute throughout this round, specifically knowing this could be their last one, because once again, we mentioned that checkpoint chokehold situation. We see that SFU want that for free. This is the last of the resources here. The Bladestorm going underway. I mean, the KJ, all these weapons that are in their hands, they're probably going to last not very long, and they may be one of the last ones that you see before you inevitably look at that match point showing up on your screen. So when it comes down to Finesser, nothing but a Bladestorm in hand. You have to guarantee you hit those shots. There is no spray option. You get the first one, you sniff them out, but Yamakazu is ready for you, already sitting inside those arches and cleaning up that round, getting that 10th.
We've been very in on the rhyming puns, I would say, so far here in Dallas today. I think that's been one of our main things. We haven't had a day like this in quite a while. Yeah. I mean, a name like Yamakazu, it's very easy. Anything that ends with "oo" is just like, or even like E, like Slinda Curry, to be fairly easy to do it as well. Either way, it's fine. We're standing off a point. Double digits has been obtained by SFU. We highlight this as the chokehold or checkpoint. And considering how close this game has been, I would maybe like to see this one continue to go back and forth, but UBCO are barreling into yet another eco round. SFU has a bit of history with their ecos, but UBCO doesn't have that same luxury. They're going to have to be very smart, baiting away this orb for now. But SFU are very, very smart about their push in through. They knew something was broiling up, and they will wide swing together to close it out.
Big round underway here. SFU already mentioned, I mean, this round was kind of going to be set in stone after the last one. They ended up successfully grabbing it, which they did. And even then, I mean, more importantly, you got to hit it home here because it's, especially if this is a flawless.
One enemy remaining.
Woo! They're only one away from it. And they're up against a frenzy.
Oh, this is the most dangerous one. If this was Honcho, man, the stories that could be told. Unfortunately, this is Aether. And though Aether has been a very solid player for the side of UBCO, this hasn't been a very solid round, as the whole team will fall. No one dying on the side of SFU, and if you maybe don't understand what that means, it means they took it flawlessly. No money wasted. No expenditures against them. Yeah, maybe Illusion losing armor, and they have to buy it back up again here in this round. But they took it so well, they've now reached 11, and it seems very difficult to stop.
I mean, sitting on 11 rounds, a flawless after a 10th. I mean, if you pass that round, sure. I mean, obviously, the circumstances set up were kind of setting you up to go ahead and just win that out with flying colors. But, I mean, now at a point like this where you've seen that, okay, the next round kind of went your way, you know, flawless. Now, going into this next one, you're a little bit concerned, then you're seeing match point. It's one of those kind of things to where whenever you hit that, you're going to see that back and forth. But double digits is what sets teams apart on this map. Keep in mind, we've had a one-round difference between these two teams again and again and again. And now, you look at 11-9, you're only one off from match point. If you're following that same exact recipe at this point, it's too dire of something to give up this late in the map. You can do it early, but right now, it's going to mess you up 10 times over. So nice little exchange there. A very easy spot to just wallbang and grab yourself another kill. Free trade, no information given away from it. Just bullets, walls, and deaths behind it. So SFU looking to go ahead, get themselves on the site. Sadly, lose another player in the meantime to do that with your initiator. But now, I mean, you're getting that spike down. You still have all the resources in the world. And you have a KJ for a post plant. Or you may, but you got to run, Slinda. They saw you, Chief.
Aether on the tail. The whole team of UBCO sniffing behind. They know where they're going. Site has been taken and Spike has gone down. Pop flash around the corner. I won't even call it pop flash. They just sent that. Biscuit trying to maybe cut the eyesight away, but not really a chance to do so. Lockdown's been put away. A lockdown maybe trying to be utilized on site. Isn't really working. Traded away. What a play by Jim.
Whoa.
Holy below rafters at SFU. Wow. 12. Match point. UBCO once again with little to no money, a very stringent buy.
If you want a round, I'll give you one right here. Jim is him. Jim is him. 23-14. I mean, already, I feel like over time, when we get these good games, we never really talk about KDs too much. I think that's how you can tell if Scott and I are really invested in the game or not. And, I mean, we just haven't really negotiated too much. I mean, it's back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. There's not too much to read into. But finally, you know that there's inevitably going to be a slip-up. And I talked about it already as soon as we came into this map. It's not about how well you play it. It's about how little you mess up. And honestly, we just seen too many overextension from UBC here. We've seen very, very good plays from both sides. But it just comes down more to where UBC like to overextend or just a couple of missed shots here and there, which inevitably is going to happen eventually. You just got to make sure it happens a little bit less to you. So a little bit of a frantic push over to the A site. A rotation coming out almost immediately from SFU. This is their last ditch attempt. And, well, they got guns behind it. And there's blind shots through smokes to execute.
Spike planted.
Oh, my goodness. Okay. Not having an Odin. I mean, you got the second best thing, right? Can use what you got in your hands. Unfortunately, your doppelganger, KJ of Hummer, taken out by Slinda Curry. A second kill for Slinda. Third! Back to back to back! Garden is Slinda Curry's proving ground. as SFU will take Ascent 13-0 as we lead our way over to the newest map of Lotus.
Yeah, that's going to be exciting in its own right, but already, I mean, consider what we saw in Ascent. I mean, that is to be expected. I've said it over and over and over again. And I mean, even then, looking at what happened, SFU taking the map, that's already kind of, I mean, looking at records in prior history, a little bit expected, but a lot closer than expected. I mean, albeit, I mean, completely opposite in terms of standings in the same division and region. You're saying, all right, well, you know, who knows what's going to happen here, but we're probably expecting that. That's their map pick. That was UBC's map pick to say, well, I mean, honestly, it's a good map pick to have, especially early on, saying, well, I mean, if these guys are looking pretty scary, let's go somewhere that we know you could probably put bronzes against Immortals, and we could see something at least kind of show up. You'll see them get a couple rounds. You'll see some level of leniency. Now, this is where you get SFU to say, all right, you know what? That was a good try. It was a close one, but it didn't work. Now we get to go over to Lotus, a map that a lot of teams have not experimented with. We saw some early picks coming out from Pearl during its inception or conception here inside of Valorant. I mean, but Lotus is a different beast. There's a lot of loud doors, a lot of just very, very easy first lineups. And even then, in larger scenes, we see newer agents in terms of the pool being brought out here. We see chambers start to come back because of how kind of roundabout these angles are. We see harbors come out a lot more often because of how long these avenues are and how many doors can rotate, how many walls can be broken. You need as much coverage as you can. And even then, the follow-up, because, well, once again, a pretty long map for every single one of these sites. That's where you see Vipers coming out, who is, keep in mind, the best complementary controller when you're running that harbor, because you can't run him solo. You have to do him with somebody else. And what better than somebody else who draws a line just a little bit straighter than you do? I mean, it's just one of the best things you can see, and this map complements it to a T.
Whether or not we'll see them, as it is a newer map and we're in a lower division, so this may be a comfort pick kind of scenario for these players. We're not too sure. We'll have to see it when that map is ready to go underway, but before then, we're going to take a quick break. Do not go anywhere. Got to see whether or not this game will conclude in 2 or whether or not a third map is doomed to continue.
Welcome back, everybody. Here, continuing things along with the likes of SFU and UBC after map 1. Then we went to the lovely land of Ascent, where obviously things were expected to be a little bit close. SFU end up pulling it out on, well, what could be called a collegiate special, but we still got another map to go on our way to see if UBC can rob that thing away, because we're going to Lotus. First time I believe Scott's casted this map. I believe the second time I've casted it myself, but man, I've played it a lot and I love it personally, and I'm excited to see it here in the competitive pool between these two.
This map's bad. As a caster who's never casted it before, this map is bad.
Yeah, so
right?
it's Fracture.
Yes, I agree. We're on the same page here. Never casted it before. This is where you really have to like flex that kind of like memorization as best you can and kind of really like put the picture together. It's difficult. Imagine what it's like as a player, where not only do you need to know the callouts to make sure that your communications are key to your teammates, but you also need to understand where to position yourself, where they could swing from, and all the interactions the map has. Because there's switches, there's doors, there's flippies, there's a lot you gotta do. You talked about the agent selection being so different than every other map. This is going to be the time to shine. If you're picking this map, you gotta feel comfortable on it. So I'm expecting a victory, and if you don't get it, I'm disappointed. I just gotta say it now.
Yeah, and I mean, even just SFU, consider that, I mean, their 3-1 record inside this division, inside this conference, seeing what they're doing and what they've done. I mean, you're expecting them to be looking strong in this. Ascent, I wasn't really expecting it to be a stomp out by any means of the imagination, just because you know what that map does to teams. You know what that map does to players. You know you're going to be getting yourself at least a somewhat even game. I mean, the opposing team, it feels like is guaranteed to at least get 7. Anything less than that, then you're saying that these two are probably on opposite sides of the spectrum within their own leaderboard. So, I mean, considering that we're now going to Lotus and that SFU has the confidence to be choosing that thing out, I'm excited to see what their composition is, because I haven't seen very much of at least the collegiate layout. But as I mentioned earlier, I mean, it's a lot more diverse than what we've seen every other map. You like to see Viper, Harbor kind of combinations. You like to see sometimes, you know, Neons being brought out here, Chambers getting brought back in once more. And it seems like UBC, they want absolutely none of that. They're going to go for the tried and true, go for that breach with the follow-up. And when all else fails, go for an Intel Initiator as a flex. And things typically work out for you. But it seems like SFU have a little bit more of a concrete game plan.
I'm honestly shocked about how quickly we saw UBC lock that in. An extremely quick response, considering that this is not UBC's map pick. This is SFU's map pick. Yeah. They wanted it. They had a set in stone, and they locked things in immediately. Maybe it is them just trying to go try and true and say, we don't really know the map. Let's just play with what we're comfortable with. Like I said before, comfort picks do tend to come out more and more the lower division you are in the NECC. Maybe that's the case, or maybe they may know a little bit more about this map than maybe SFU were anticipating. SFU will finally begin to lock in their agent selections, though. It does look like a Jet will come out for Illusions once again. Jim will switch off the KO and go over towards the KJ. Splendid Curry off the, I believe, Astra previously, or maybe it was the KJ, over towards the Omen. Crick off the Omen over to Raze.
Thank you.
And Yamakazu onto the Breach. So we've got an interesting selection. This is most definitely not the map we're heading to, by the way. Just trying to, you know, poke fun at the fact we mentioned Fracture just a few moments before, and we don't actually have the assets to bring forward the other one. So it's too new.
Unfortunately. Truly. But, I mean, all things aside, we can talk about the agent selection a little bit. SFU, I'm loving what I'm seeing, man. This map is so long, it's so large, so many hallways they have to clear in the meantime, that what clears out these things the fastest? Well, duelists. Crazy enough. We do like to see the Jet every now and then. Feels like a very just kind of standard pick. Jet will always be that duelist. I mean, she will always be prominent. She will always exist. She's literally the poster girl for Valorant, and there's quite literally nothing we're ever going to do about that. But all things considered, Neon and Raze, they're very much more bursty. So I'm expecting these hits on the site from SFU for them to be choosing this map and to go with that specific composition with no information behind it. Keep in mind, this is just a breach. This isn't a sky where you let it. Oh, they blinded. There's more to it.
Illusion clearing out these corners on their approach over towards C. Still have to deal with Bend, though. Hummer having to make a pretty hasty retreat. has a little bit of assistance as the rest of the team will start to pivot in towards that side. 2 players moving in from Waterfall as well, and a flank watch now being gained for SFU. Doesn't stop Finesser and Hummer from finding 2 picks instantaneously the second that spike goes down. Trapped within sight, Slinda Curry gets 1. They lose and forfeit to Biscuit, and they'll find 3 more to close as UBC managed to take round 1 fairly dominantly. Their retake of this site. Wow, what a hold.
Wait a minute, I blinked. Why are purchases already happening? Why are SMGs coming into the hands of these guys?
Wow, weird. You know what happened there?
I understand it's getting late and my eyes are getting a little sore, but I mean, man, that is, wow. What, just, SFU, you're expecting them to go fast. You're expecting to hit these sites fast. And honestly, I respect the retaliation there. Give them the site. Let them invest everything. Just go for the retake. As soon as you hear that doom from the spike getting inside the ground, immediately just press that W key back, because probably half their kit's already been utilized. But we'll see whether or not you can actually replicate that. In a round like this, you probably can, considering you have better weapons just overall across the board, even in a forced rifle coming out there. But, I mean, it comes down to really what happens in this third round. Even then, how expensive this round can be made by SFU, where they can really start to actually flex their knowledge of the map, start kind of moving out, getting a little bit odd with it, and see what players they can pick off in the meantime.
Well, the Neon Sprint, the only thing you're getting faster to is the Afterlife.
Hello.
What a play by Hummer. Spraying down every player that moves their way, except for Yamakazu. Have to add that in there. Yamakazu will survive with a single bit of HP remaining. And unfortunately, that also puts still SFU in a downward spiral. 2 players remaining. Really 1.1 player remaining, let's be honest here. But that 0.1 can fire back. They can shoot, and they do have a weapon. Though the SMG has been handed to Slinder Curry. They're working more direct to the B side from that link, and unfortunately, the only thing they link up is Finesser, who takes down both in a very quick succession. UBC now with a 2-0 start, and because they lost a player, they've got to decide how they want to buy up for them. Are they going to go for a rifle to join alongside Biscuits? They're going to go for a Guardian. Long range map, tight sight lines, go for it.
I mean, the Guardian is, I love what that gun does. I don't think we see it enough, quite simply. I mean, especially in pro play, because, I mean, keep in mind, it has a much tighter first shot accuracy than any other gun in the game. I think it, like, besides obviously like a Marshall and stuff like ADS, where it's supposed to be pinpoint, like from the hip, I think it's genuinely the best in the game. And most of the time, you're supposed to be hitting headshots, right? If you miss the headshot, well, the other person's gonna hit theirs, and you're supposed to die. Ooh. Speaking of death, there's one on both sides of the field already. Changing for a 4v4, and a nice little push coming on towards this A side. This is usually the main hit for a lot of these teams. Is A feels very open for the post plant, a lot of angles to hold things down and kind of just play a little bit more sporadic and just kind of allocate yourself in much equally. But I mean, it also comes down with a lot of options to make these rotations where you can go ahead and hit this. Players are typically hiding inside of this hall, waiting on for somewhat of an exchange, but Aether is the one who's kind of being trapped towards the back of the map. Can't really get too much done. Crick gets another kick there, and already you're getting the spike down towards B. You're holding this thing close quarters. UBC have a shot, especially with another blood going in their direction.
Yeah, Finesser. I don't know why I said it like that. Finesser. Sometimes you read without understanding what you're reading.
Hey, Ether.
Taking...
Last player standing.
Hey, Ether. I can't even say Finesser like I did before. I tried to bring the pun out again. I totally forgot what it was. I just wanted to say the actual word. Finesser, not Finesser.
Then look at
finishing in the round. A very solid way to go about it. Notice how UBC played that one, Dallas. They swing in through A main and A lobby. That's because look how much more open that area is in comparison to every other push towards the site.
Yeah.
Despite that, they only put Finesser direct to A. They put him on site, they deal with 1, they deal with 2, and then they swing back to B to deal with the 3rd. The rest of the team moves in from Link, and they take control of the B side. A glorious strategy. Honestly beautiful from UBC, as they completely catch SFU unaware. If Finesser hadn't gotten the 1, maybe even 2 kills on the A side, it could have been a different story. But because of the impact they made, now sitting 7-0, you can only give a positive nod to them as SFU look out of their element so far.
An entire cast like a substitute teacher from Key and Peele. Find a sayer.
It's just always incorrect.
Finesser, find a sayer. Say it right. I will DQ you right now. Say it right.
Good episode. I love that bit.
They brought it back. What is that? I believe it was like a Paramount Plus ad. It was like saying Dora and all that stuff. Yeah, it was pretty funny. But all this
I know they brought back the football one where they're like they say the names and then say the college they're from. And
Oh,
it gets
yeah,
more
yeah,
and more wild.
You know what's
I know
also
they
pretty
brought
funny
that
though? We're sitting in a 3-0 start here for UBC on SFU's map picks. We're going to see whether or not that actually starts to continue away because, well, UBC, while they have ultimates out and even then some pretty good exchanges, still sitting at 3v2 here on site, trying to go down. SFU can't really get that spike down. They can't find the space for it. And even then, they can't even get a chance to look at the site for a couple of those players. As Slither Curry gets cut down there at the very end with the majority of the guns being held on there for UBC. So that 3-0 start I just talked about, yeah, forget about it. It's 4-0 now. A little bit more difficult to be coming back from.
You know what else is funny? What?
No.
Someone, you just switched your rap god moment there, Alice. You were letting the bars fly loose. I
I'm a color, but I mean, I can break it out.
Doesn't mean you
every now
can't
and then. I can
flex
play by
your
play.
can't flex the lips a little bit, you know.
I mean, my reads are from COD, and man, you gotta. I'm talking color points. Got to be about like 2 seconds. It sucks. That's not on Cassidy.
Either way, shots will ring out. Looks like the beast site will be up for the taking for SFU. They've kind of engaged with most of their utility. Fast lane goes up, trying to get your neon into a spot to work from, and it's just falling apart. UBC are decimating SFU. There is no other way to say it. Yamagazoo catches 2 in the same exact fell swoop, a third to join. They are hunting for an ace, but their eyes are not a part of the team. They think they're part of the team. Unfortunately, they're not, and UBC will close out and secure 5-0. Thought 4-0 was funny? 5-0 is even funnier. Run it for the 6. They got no money.
I'm kind of at a loss. I mean, looking at the move, I mean, sure, we can say it's just shots. Shots are being landed a lot more consistently here by UBC, but I mean, SFU, I mean, I guess they're not really spreading out their kit, which is very difficult to do, considering that you have double duels. You're expected to be very bursty on a site. You kind of have to play around that. But more so, I mean, we're not seeing that same pressure. I mean, I mention this all the time. I mean, it's not only just within the collegiate scene, but it's also in, like, Tier 2 that we see a lot. There were teams, they run the double duelists, they like the aggression, and it works for getting on the site. Congratulations. Yay, you got on the site. You got spike down. But now after that, you got to overextend. You got to push that pressure into spawn. You have to completely suffocate your opposition. You're not doing that. You're giving up the spot. You're giving up the site once more, and you can't hit it over and over and over again. But there it is, a pretty good hold thus far. Nice little exchanges there on the board in 2v2. Finally, where we see things starting to look a little bit even.
Lockdown eventually go forward. It does finish and conclude. No players detained on the other end. It's the proper way to retreat away from this. Nightfall goes out. UBC at a desperate straight to retake site. Nano swarms down. They're just going to extend into it. Now hiding within the smoke. Will the small banister block the shots? They're still sticking it up to this point. They're going to hold the whole way and sneak it away. Biscuit with a kill as well. And the last remaining player, I think they're just going to say, Yamagazoo, there's not much more you can do. 6-0 in that one, though dicey. UBC can sneak the diffuser because you're not planted for the post plant. Didn't even know what a pre-fire.
Yeah, once again, one of those situations. I mean, SFU, whole lot to be waiting until you see that, I mean, your opposition has guaranteed themselves an even half, no matter what, for this kind of situation. But, I mean, still, now more than ever, I mentioned it. I mean, kind of play for the map, suffocate your opposition, put it back in their spawn, and absolutely just beat them out of the map. But we're not seeing that out of that double duels. We're seeing it kind of be a little bit more patient, just like anything else, where you would say, honestly, if we're going to go for a flex or a fifth man, that fifth man needs to probably be an initiator, somebody with a little bit more kind of post-plant utility, maybe a second sentinel, oddly enough, which is quite literally the opposite of what they're currently running. I mean, just anything else seemed like it would work a little bit better. So I'm waiting for the game plan to come our way where, I mean, I see SFU say, like, yeah, there's a reason we chose this. Shut up, Nick. But, I mean, so far, I mean, I'm still waiting on it. And I believe they have it. But this timeout, I don't think will give it to them. Time and a couple more rounds and kind of feeling things out will do that. But when they're hitting things so fast, they don't even have time to really take notes on what UBC setup is.
When you already have such a solid position to work from, you're going 6-0. You feel insurmountable. You feel indestructible. SFU, this is not the first round we've seen them stuck in an eco. That's the problem on top of it. Rolling Thunder's popped by OK. Trying to be a one-man army. Double boost packed out. I'm not sure why, but it doesn't work out for Crick. And unfortunately, it's Aether to find the kill instead. Illusion trying to join the dark side, but unfortunately, everyone is hiding away in the shadows. The only thing dark here so far is the stat line for Illusion with his ultimate in their hand. It's not working. Trying to spray through the astral smoke. Nobody's there. They finally spot one, but Biscuit gets the upper hand as the rifle only needs a single pick to kill, as it puts UBC at a two-man advantage, and SFU very, very lost as to what to do.
A really fast push out. I mean, all UBC has to do is just play for anti-flash. You know that Breach is going to be throwing that thing up, then somebody's going to dash or somebody's going to blast back out of it, and then once you hear that sound go off, you peek. And then, what do you know? 3 players there, expecting you to just kind of meet them or be caught off guard, and it just hasn't really happened. So you kind of have to pace yourself. As aggressive as a hit that you're going for on these sites, there still has to be warrant behind it. There still has to be kind of timing set up, and even more so, the element of surprise isn't purely just front-loaded. So already that Spike, once again, trying to go down that B side. You're playing for the close quarters combat, and once again, you're losing every single one of them. Trapped inside the smoke, 4 players remaining there for UBC as they grab themselves a 7th. Now a guaranteed advantage going into the second half, no matter what.
No button. Save the day.
This is something.
And let's also keep in mind, this is the UBC that lost map 1.
Yeah.
It's impressive. They look like a new team. They truly do. They did not like the result on their map pick, so they're going to make sure SFU don't like the result on their map pick. Anything you guys can do, we can do better. And most of the time when we crack that joke, we say we can do just as good. We'll win. But this is obviously better. There's no and if, ors, or buts about it. UBC have been a predominantly much better team. Could that change? Sure. But it's not happening so far here in this round. Round 8 going underway, and Biscuit finds first blood.
Yep, got to see what you can do there. I mean, it's always the duelists. They go ahead and die first in these kind of orders, but I mean, it makes sense because they're supposed to be getting onto the site first. Problem is, you're not finding those exchanges, and when you only have a breach, they don't really have information. They're not really confident enough to make those swings and give those back up. So that's really where your Omen starts to step in, who is lurking about the map. But right now, it's to get those smokes to the back, so you can actually have that assistance. And there it goes down. Spike finally going on, and even more importantly, also man advantage as well. This is huge. It's the first time we've seen this coming out of SFU thus far since round 1. And, well, we're not going to talk about that one.
Plants down, though, for SFU. This is the best case scenario for them.
Yeah.
This is a very difficult retake. To be brutally honest, a very difficult retake for UBC. A lot has to go right on their card for this one to turn back their way. Finesser squeaks away a nice kill. Hummer gets another one, and Aether's on site, holding down the spike. Distraction comes in, and there it is.
Oh, my God.
SFU seemingly have lacked the game sense to realize the spike has been being held in all of these rounds. That is the second sneak, the second steal that UBC have done under the hands of SFU. I'm not sure why this is happening. SFU had a wonderful game on map 1. They looked the better team than UBC by far. But it just feels like I cracked the joke last match, Dallas of Akron and Purdue. They let their older brothers on the mouse. They let the older brothers play COD, right? They let them cook. That's not the scenario here. They put their little brothers back on the PC here, handed them the controller, and said, do with it what you will. They've got to take that back here in the second half. But by then, it still may be too late. We say the minimum is 3 was what you need to work with. And they could feasibly not get that if they don't pick things up.
That's exactly what I was thinking. I was like, will they hit 3? I mean, the economy, I mean, I'm already factoring them just losing eco rounds. As unfair as that sounds. I mean, just in a round like this one where you got to do it. Right here. It has to be the post play, too. Obviously. I mean, sure, you want to go ahead and get the kills, but I mean, man.
Oops.
You've now had, what, 2 rounds where you've had players still alive trying to hold down that spike and just say, I want no piece of that. You can't be doing this. I mean,
they're scaring.
Yeah, it's one of these do or die situations where you don't have a choice. You've got to push. You've got to be checking these corners. You've got to be playing with your team. And if you are Illusion there, you have to be checking that angle because you have to have that emphasis, that direction to go towards, to meet with your team there towards that A side. It's just not happening. So there you go. Once you realize that kill goes underway, you don't have control of that space. You say, hey, somebody's there. Let's go ahead and push it. Let's see if we can find a kill. That's a lot of things you're hoping to happen, but it's just not going to when Finesser's there.
Vanessa is just doing a wonderful job in this game. Look at the flashes as well for UBC. The paranoia by Aether for the players direct on site. Gets a ton of information. Yes is zoned away by the breach. But Yamakazu can't do everything by themselves. That's where you've got the flashes that come out for UBC. You may have a paranoia, but that's not a flash. It's not a blind. It's a short side, Dallas. We love to correct people about that all the time. Okay, on site, though. Util galore. Dump that out. Force SFU in a bad spot. How many ending round kills have we seen of the player on the side of SFU literally have no eyesight and no chance? It has been a ridiculously impressive, I guess, utility expenditure, utility dumpage by UBC. And I can only hope that it continues as SFU start to pressure in towards the seaside now, once again hoping that this will be enough. 3 players around Ben, now 1 direct onto site to go for the plant.
I would just love to go through on a round-to-round basis, kind of like see what's happening, kind of Sean Garris watch party this thing. But I mean, it's just like too much to ask for right now because I mean, when you look at the kind of setup, some of this utility, I mean, I appreciate the efforts, the attempts. I love every single bit of it, but man, there's just so much choking you up right now. And even then, it's an eco. Can't really give him too much credit on a round like this, but for it to be a flawless, I understand you're going for the close quarters site. Even then, not resulting in a singular kill. It's that pressure again and again and again. And ever since, I'll say this, whenever SFU gets onto a site, they act like they're surprised. Like, I mean, genuinely.
We got here.
Like, oh my God, we live. And then past that point, they're just kind of lavishing in the moment. They say, well, what do we do next? Get the spike down. What do you mean? Like, let's win this round. Then afterwards, though, ever since that point, it's just like go for a post-plant setup. You're not running that composition again. I mean, that's the biggest thing it comes down to. Double duelist is extremely, extremely, extremely hard to maintain. And especially when you have no information behind it, you're moving much faster than your mind can really register what's going on, and better yet, much faster than your hands can really register what's going on to actually make that connection happen all at the same time. So, I mean, when it works, and you have some of the best players in the world to actually show it, it is impressive, flashing, beautiful to watch. But in situations like these, you just get popped.
First blood warranted over to UBC, and we've seen a better job of SFU to get these first picks in the round, but it doesn't feel like they're impactful cracks. And I think that's one of the biggest differences that we've seen, the impact that these kills can have. Slender Curry using their From the Shadows, great bits of information, but Biscuit denies 2 players. What's better than information gathered with Util? Looking at it yourself, but you can't do it with only 1 player now remaining. Everyone else is just forced to sit back and watch to see whether or not Slender Curry can flesh this one up. And unfortunately, it's an expected result for UBC with the 3 players remaining. All 3 of their top fraggers, might I add, to close and secure.
11-1, man. A pistol round and a follow-up is this game. We're not even done with this half yet.
3 is the minimum you need. That's the statement Dallas loves to say. I've stolen it quite a bit because I couldn't agree with it more. The 9-3 curse is real. It is a very justifiable position. How many times have you seen 9-3 come true? I'm not just talking about VCT locked in front of a Brazilian crowd. How many times have you seen 9-3 come true in comparison to a 10-2? It's slim to none. It is a much smaller margin. 9-3, the 3 is the minimum you need. Holds true here. And it's going to be a very tough half for SFU. I would just say, don't worry about the mental here. Don't worry about the lack of performance. You just play the next map because it is your last.
Just know there's 2 options after this. Either don't choose this map or don't go with this agent comp next time. It's just, I can't.
I think it's the map. I'll be frank here. I don't hate the agent selection in its totality. Yeah, there's some glaring weaknesses. But it just feels like SFU are not understanding the play style of the map. And I feel like that's one of the bigger problems.
I like the hits, quite honestly.
They do well on site.
I like the way they're separating. I like the way they're splitting up. You see kind of some hits. You see the default. You see players looking for emphasis towards speed, kind of spacing themselves out and see if anybody's going for somewhat of a flank. Because with these very complicated maps, it's usually one of, especially for players that are new to a map, that's their first reaction we see a lot of times to say, all right, well, the team is going to be so hyper-focused because they don't know the map all that well to push together, and they're going to try to lock that thing down. So what if I just catch them by surprise and go through their spot? They'll never see it coming. It's literally the first reaction we see out of so many players, and that's why a lot of people say lurking play styles are very noobish, they're terrible, they have no honor kind of situation. Like, it's just, there needs to be more behind it. But I mean, it's a reaction, and it is a play style, and it works if you can actually maintain it. And especially on these 3-site maps, this is where it actually has to be incorporated. And even on Pearl as well. I mean, it is required to a certain degree. And I think SFU had the right idea of that, but they don't have the right agent pool. I think the agent pool is what it is, because I mean, we see teams, there's no setup. That's the biggest thing. You always see, I've seen every successful map of Lotus go on when you have a Viper, when you have something that extends over the longevity of the entire actual map. I've seen Chamber on this map purely because he has that tripwire, he has that rendezvous where he can overextend, get behind because of how many corners are here. But when you're just pressing W and you have no real support behind it, I mean, a Sky is probably your best initiator on this map, or a Faye, one of those two. A Breach? I understand the long hauls, I've already said it, but I mean, you're signing up on this map to take those fights, and that's why a lot of teams don't draft this place, because they don't want to take those. They want to set them up and stay.
The close quarters have been kind of the proving ground for SFU, and while they do get around them well, it just doesn't feel like they have much impact past that point. Their post plants fell apart. How many rounds do we see them get spiked down and then UBC just take it? And despite them having a man advantage, might I add, as well for SFU.
Yeah.
It is what it is, right? I mean, a 13-0 loss, we've seen it plenty of times in NECC. Seeing it on the new map on their map pick is the one that throws us, right? That is the one that throws us. And we're not trying to be rude whatsoever. We love seeing teams improve. We love seeing teams do things like this. This is just an unfortunate one where we say, we don't know why it happened entirely. We get some of the smaller pieces, but we aren't the players. We don't have the mindset, so we can't necessarily, bring those points forward. Take the loss on the chin. You're playing for third map. I think about 8 rounds in, when an 8-0 start, you are playing for the next map. I said that. Do you try hard for the remainder of the game and get the 3 and, waste that energy and that big thing of trying to say, hey, we're still in this one? Or do you just say, go next? Let them struggle. Let them work hard, and we'll catch them, sweep the rug out from underneath them on map 3, because we're going to be refreshed. We've been walking around the map having fun the whole time. We haven't seen the map yet. We're exploring. I don't know. But you got to go next, I guess. I guess that's the way it is now.
And even, you mentioned you're looking at 3, you're looking at that 8 in a row, and you're already kind of going ahead and just kind of looking at the next map. I mean, there has been times where we see comebacks and it starts with that 3 in a row, because it just comes down to how good those 3 feel. If you don't even get that, I mean, that's where, if it's that 8 in a row, at that 9, that's where it starts. I think that is your terminal very last point. So I say 3's you need. Genuinely, if I'm looking at a 10-2, not 9 times out of 10, 10 times out of 10, I'm saying this is washed. I'm done. Which then again, I'm just plat. So I mean, all these players.
Yeah, my mental's already terrible in the first place.
Exactly, so. And all my teammates are dog, and that's why I'm where I am. Otherwise, I'd be radiant right now. Regardless, though, with all that aside, it's very, very difficult. It really sticks me in these situations. But I genuinely think, I mean, you still got a third map.
Yeah.
So the game isn't over. Collegiate Special's coming to life a little bit here. But, I mean, there needs to be something. And there is a lot of notes. Thankfully, considering that you face a team, I mean, hey, this brings a lot of respect on UBC's name. Considering that, I mean, they're 1-3 on the board. They are literally polar opposite in terms of record compared to SFU. So you're coming into this saying, nothing. And that's just, well, here's a little bit of a wake-up call. You just got 13-0 on your map picked by them.
I'll point out, UBC is 3-1. Other way around. Flip it. Put some respect on their name, though.
I thought I said it that way.
No, you said SFU was the one that was 3-1. You said UBC was 1-3.
Oh, well then, yeah, one of those two. A lot of acronyms, a lot of numbers, but it is what it is. But I mean, all things considered, one thing we're not flipping is the score. One thing we're not flipping is that map. You need to go ahead and take note of that. You need to make sure to write these things down. You have to take notes on that, and you have to make sure to practice this thing out, because otherwise, you're just part of the group. You're like everybody else. Lotus is not going to be selected. Teams don't like it. Teams don't want to go there. The only person that you're probably going to mention that actually wants to go there is Northwood or Davenport, just because, well, is their whole
They're
thing.
going to have the coaching staff to get them there.
Exactly. I mean, not only in this game, I mean, I've seen those guys in every single sport, and they're a problem.
Yeah.
But, I mean, in this kind of situation, you have to go ahead and stick to the tried and true. Thing is, we're not going back to that, but, I mean, we're going still kind of keeping things a little bit iffy. Regardless, so everything's said and done, we got to get that map set up. We got to get things going along. And even then, because we're getting late and these players are probably suffering as well, we got to make sure that they go ahead and end these things as fast as possible. So we'll see you then on the other side of this break here with the map 3 and the conclusion of the series.
SFU apparently not wanting to show up to the party for map 2. We'll now have to decide whether or not the same thing will be said for map 3, performing a bit of an Irish goodbye. Shows up to the party, that's map 1. Not only that, they were the life of the party. Walk into the bathroom and nobody sees him for the rest of the night. I'm not sure what happened, but that break apparently took a lot out of them. Dallas is losing it after that comment.
I'm a frat boy at heart. I've seen that one too many times. Keep it going. I'm sorry.
I figured you liked that comment.
Yeah,
I said
I
it specifically for you. But SFU now need to return. They left their wallet on the couch, and they've got to go back to pick it back up. So, bit of a problem for them. Whether or not map 3 will be different, time will tell. But the fact of the matter is, they beat UBC on map 1. They have it in them. What says they can't do it on 3?
It's one of those situations of, are you coming out of the bathroom, or are you ready to rally, or are you going home? It's one of those things to where you've either called an Uber and you got that thing ready to go, you're either turning it down or you are taking it happily. Or unbeknowingly. You're not quite sure. But all things considered, though, I mean, we have to see a little bit of a step in here. I mean, obviously, this is map 3. It's now going down to the wire, and even it's getting pretty late. So, I mean, you are either A, you got your own things you want to do through the rest of the night. You got your friends going ahead and waiting in the ranked ladder. Just go ahead and say, you know what, let's keep a little bit. And depending on how this game goes, you're either accepting an invitation and you're ready to roll out for the rest of the night, or you're cutting a little bit close. You're cutting it off a little bit early, and you say, nah, I want to get to bed at a reasonable time tonight. That's a lot of copium going on right there, but it is what it is. This last map, the way things are going to roll out, I mean, you're never quite sure. But considering that we're going to Pearl again, we're just going ahead and just running it back over. Once again, it's a map that's kind of like Lotus. It's a little bit iffy. You like to have those lurkers. You like to have those players that kind of spread out across the map. I guess the suggestion is, I mean, we could see a double duelist again, and if it works here, then I'm proven wrong. But I don't know, man. It's just up to these two to dish it out. I'm still at a loss of words, quite frankly, from that last map, because it's just something you just never see.
You never expect it, and when you see it, no matter how much me and Dallas cast, and the fact this is a double header for us, so we're understandably a little tired after the fact, we never want to see a team lose 13-0. We never want to see that. We like a team losing 13-4. That's okay for us. That's about the line we draw. They put up a good fight, right? That's the way we see it. 13-0? No. Nobody likes to see that one unless you're a really big fan of the team that won 13-0. But you don't learn much in a 13-0 as a winning team, right? And so it feels like nothing but a net negative. You got through it quickly. You didn't learn much. And especially in a scenario where, what if SFU come out here for the third map and just win it? That means not only did you learn nothing on the map 2, well, you get to see Lotus, which is almost never seen. But on top of that, it didn't even mean anything. It didn't even matter in the end. It only helps your stat line slightly despite it being a loss, and slightly hurts their stat line. But you can't hurt their stat line much more than it is. They're already sitting 1 and 3. You just bring in a 2 and 3 by the end of this one. We'll have to see whether or not. We've already seen this map once, Dallas. Yep. Is it going to change? Our agent selection ever so slightly has. We've got the Jet once again for Finesser. I can't remember the way I said it before. Right. I cannot. Finesser is what I said. I can't remember what I said before. Hummer with the Viper, the Harbor, which we love to see, looking ever so sassy. The KJ in the sky, locked in.
I'm trying to think of it too now.
How did I say it before?
No. Finesse. No. Finesser.
I can't remember. No, I said.
I feel like you put like emphasis on the Ness. Like,
I thought I said Finesser or something like that. Like,
no, because I'll give you props. Like, I make fun of some dumb things you say sometimes, but that's really bad. I would have known if it was.
Personally, I thought it was really bad.
That was me making. That was me who said that, making fun of you, just kind of making it worse, but spiraling in. Speaking of spiral, that is our brains right now, as you can obviously tell. But we're gonna keep it together for one more map, baby. This is the home ground. This is the final little lap we got to go. The last mile.
Final shake.
Exactly. Please, no. But all things considered, though, we got to, I mean, consider what exactly we're dealing with. Already, UBC, I'm liking their lineup a lot more. Just purely because of Harbor, I'm not even going to lie. I'll be very blatant honest about it. And even it's backed up by the Viper as well. This is a setup you get out of teams. You get lines after lines after lines. I mean, you are layering this map like a grilled cheese. So, I mean, you need to make sure that you have the resources there, that you have the communication, because of how big this map can be, you could really go ahead and cut people off. But SFU, so on the attacking side, they're the ones who can go ahead and strike first, but they got to make sure to get these initial shots, and Hummer's seemingly doing that first, getting a little bit of damage off, but it all comes down to the kill. But it just seems like Vanessa's looking for and can't manage.
Take it all the way to the bank. First blood for both sides. Unfortunately, neither one scraping that first engagement unscathed. The wall comes up here for the Harbor on the side of UBC. SFU not opting for really any walls besides the pure wall that is the Cosmic Divide. A little bit like we noticed with the Akron Purdue game, where one team had the Harbor and the other side did not. And yes, Dallas is not lying. He did openly state, I believe at the start of this game as well, in case any of you out there did miss it, if there is a Harbor for one team and the other, he can't help but be a little bit biased. I'll make sure to rein him in as much as I can, but SFU are doing plenty of good job enough as it is in round one to do that themselves. Man advantage gained, Spike now on site, and UBC have to retake with a man down and now make it 2 men down, with Hummer forfeiting their life to Yamakazu.
You know, I'm a much bigger fan of the flex. I mentioned it again. If you're going to go for a flex, more times than not, your actual best player is going to be another initiator. And you can already see SFU trying to go for that. So they have plenty of information to work with. Just left, right, and center. But even then, their frags are also going underway pretty well for them so far. So to have a 3v1 situation, you know that player's just sending towards the back. You can die in a round like this. Go down with the spike because you got money. You know you're going to have guns for the next one. You're waiting for okay. Just keep on pushing out because, well, they're not expecting Crick sitting right behind that screen, just playing ring around the rosy with you. So 3 players remaining, carrying things on to the next one. You have the Spectres to play with. This should make for a pretty darn easy A push. But even then, a lot of things drop the question. You may want to fill out the map a little bit more, just kind of get an idea of where this default is. So you've already gone ahead and said, well, KJ likes to play towards B. So does Viper inside of that door and that entire hall connecting onto B. And, well, Finesser likes to play right there on that A connect, kind of sitting behind Art. Well, guess what? What does that leave you with the last 2 players? Let's go ahead and hit A and confirm our suspicions.
Well, whether or not the suspicions get confirmed or not, it's really going to matter about who gets that first blood. Hummer looked primed to find it. But somehow, some way, a wonderful flank over from over on that left side towards the other side. Get a great support. Sets them up for that first blood, and SFU now can decide where they want to push towards the side. The walls come up for UBC, though. There's so many of them, it's kind of hard to decide what to do with them. They want to lock down A, though. Lock down Art, lock down A. You can do that all from doors, which is a great way to set yourself up. You can also do it from dugout somewhat well. I know some teams have opted to do so previously. Illusion is watching the door itself. It does seem like we may see Biscuit try to swing through that one as quick as they can, but it's Aether that hits the next engagement and they fall short. Watch your flank, Slender. They're coming up from the side. Vanessa goes down, and finally Biscuit will be snuffed out as Slender Curry will turn for the kill.
Yeah, good look is there already. SFU to be doubling down, especially in a flawless match. I mean, this is just huge for them, but even better yet, you're going to see UBC finally have a little bit of an answer. So, I mean, as I mentioned earlier, confirming those suspicions, moving around the map, I like those defaults earlier. Try to gather as much information as possible because these players are going to have muscle memories that if you force them to switch it up, they're not going to look as good. So, I mean, even then, it's a win-win situation. You either know exactly what utility to expect, or if there is a switch up, you're saying, well, this is a little bit awkward. But honestly, I mean, we know how we're going to hit this side anyways. They're the ones who are having to make adjustments based around us, and they never know what's going to happen next. So already, a nice little couple of bullets trying to go down range, but cricking that Bulldog, you're going to see that as the initial engage. 9 times out of 10, probably in a round like this where you're trying to look for that initial pick down range. But already, Celinda may have the opportunity, but just falls a little bit short.
Unfortunate for SFU to acquiesce first blood like that. Another opportunity was given to Hummer. Unfortunately, SFU do get the upper hand. Biscuit defensively playing beneath that heaven side, the tower side on B. Does snuff out one more life on the side of SFU. Wicks away the light. Some would say the light fell, but still have so many concerns direct towards side. UBC are very one-dimensional on this retake. All 4 players are coming from the same exact angle. No one from alley, nobody on the long con flank through B long. They're very much so just pushing straight forward, and it works. SFU get caught out in back and B. The only player not there, yes, is the last to fall, but their life is cut short just the same. What a retake by UBC, utilizing advantage in numbers.
And even then, that, yeah, I mean, just being numbers and even then just a kind of a gun differential. I mean, obviously. Now, this is what we finally get to see of whether or not that actually really does matter all that much. Even though, surprisingly, Aether doesn't really have the purchase behind it. Neither does Hummer. The rest of the team is there for their own respective purchases and can get the majority, if not all, their utility. But it's going to be very costly in the meantime. But that's UBC right there. SFU, this is their turn to step up to the plate. Their attacking side. Slenda Curry, once again, we're seeing these duelists, ciphers out here looking for initial frags again and again and again. And I mean, obviously taking a little bit of an idea from all those that we saw in that earlier matchup. Shout out to Akron and Purdue for giving us that matchup of a lifetime. But all things considered, I mean, you have to see what exactly your duelists can do. We have to see these initiators wake up. We have to see these duelists start doing their thing. And even then, Illusion has kind of been the operator and like sniper-based guns, especially that Marshall, for a really long while. And just beyond the Vandal and the Phantom, I haven't been nearly as impressed, but I mean, this map kind of plays into that playstyle a lot more so than the actual operator, so you never know what could happen.
I mean, liking the longer range potential, the snipes, it worked on Ascent. I will say it. Illusion had a wonderful job. Now, they didn't play the exact same angles you'd see in different divisions and find as much success, but that's fine. Illusion was a huge factor on A defenses, on A retakes, where they would play from rafters and upset. Despite being in a man disadvantage, they could easily close out 2 and give them back the advantage. That was one of the specialties of SFU. The problem is you can't guarantee that one. You have to play a little bit smarter when you're on the attack. Slenda Curry alongside the Jet. Able to quickly get that first kill. They're swinging in from that link. They're going to have to watch that super rotate. 2 players on the side of UBC working that way, but they're quickly shut down by Crick and Jim. Aether on site still. Deals with 2. Has rotated through sewer, now in link, and another one's off the board. SFU. I don't know how they've squandered this man advantage. Cove goes down, and they're going to play a Winston. Wow! Baiting it that they'd stick the plant while one swings the opposite direction. UBC will tie 2-2.
Back and forth we go. A little bit of PTSD back to Ascent, but just in a different environment where things are a little bit darker there in the background. I mean, Pearl, one of those maps, one of those things where you can see these teams respectively know it, and this being the decider, not the one of them picking it, not the one of them actually betting it either. You're expecting both of them to be ready for what follows. So SFU, what follows them in this round, at least, is the very, very bad money trail where all their dimes and nickels have fell out behind them, and the next time they check their pockets, they realize they're broke. So they're having to figure out a little bit of an eco round to work with here, and I think it's completely doable. But once again, I mean, their attacking side has been a little bit iffy, considering that their first 2 rounds have been the rounds that they won. Ever since then, when UBC got the rifles in hand, they've been a different squad, and we see that time and time and time again to where these teams, that's usually what the biggest difference in champions is that when they have these eco rounds, then they come pretty darn close. They cut down the majority of the squad. They make it like at least 1v1s, 2v1s, situations like that. But right here, I mean, these are the kinds of maps and the kind of divisions where you're saying, man, I really wish these could get closer. Well, they probably could. Problem is, Aether's actually spacing themselves out very appropriately to get themselves the first 2 kills.
Let's think about how different of a matchup UBC have had in comparison to the last game. SFU have actually managed to get 2 rounds.
They've actually managed to get a round.
Oh, yeah, I stand corrected. That's even worse sounding. I'm trying to be a little bit nicer about that. But like you said, UBC, when they get rifles in their hands, they look and feel different. SFU taking the pistol, you're pretty much guaranteed seconds. It was a scrappy round, but that's a big difference. Aether collects the 4th kill, denied of an ace by Biscuit, but it is a flawless round nonetheless by UBC, who take their 3rd to give the go-ahead.
It's just, these points, man. Once again, UBC rolling things along, and especially in a round like that, you're expecting it with the eco. But, I mean, once again, this is going to be a testament. This could be one of those rounds where SFU have to step up. With these 3 ultimates, I say go ahead and invest them. Don't be sparing with these. Otherwise, you're going to be in these situations where you're saying we're going to be forcing out a timeout later to figure out what we can do to get back in this game when your opportunity has already went ahead and passed yourself. So with the Noah Command, Bladestorm, Cause a Divide, you got plenty of resources that can definitely go ahead and give yourself the upper hand in these massive lineups. But how close you have to get to the beast before you finally press that panic button. And even then, how late is it going to come out? Not late at all. Very appropriate. Cutting things off, waiting things out, and just going ahead and playing for that 50-50. You see the snake bite come up close. You see the nano swarm go right there as well. So what do? You default play for long. This is a good read by SFU, and they haven't overextended because the null command is still there. They're saving it for a much closer hit, and they space themselves out very appropriately. Harbor wall comes up. High tide's not going to do very much because you can spray through it, but it all comes down to the audibles past this point. Spray that thing down and get yourself a ramp.
Aether's trying to sit back for now. The chance to go for that spike diffusal is imminent. Hummer will stick it for the time being. Slineker is still sitting in alley. What a flick over to Finesser! Not enough for the side of UBC, as they are quickly being torn asunder as SFU will tie things back into a 3-3 straight. Rifles back into their hands. They're feeling confident. And that's exactly what you need to see. A team that just got flawlessly decimated. Yes, maybe not having the best of weapons. Bring those back and they can contend. Illusion, ultimate is ready. They could opt to save here. Bring out the Blade Storm and the Blade Storm only. But I still would like to see something like a shorty in their back pocket just to, I don't know, make things a bit easier once they miss the Blade Storm, or if they miss the Blade Storm. Won't undersell Illusion here. But so many times we see Jets just unfortunately miss and not have anything to follow through after the fact.
And not too much of a problem there, quite honestly. I mean, you got the rest of your team, you're dashing in, you're playing for death here. Plain and simple. Either it's an all or nothing, and even then with the nightfall that followed up, wasn't even really expecting them to come. Even in the null command as well. 3 ultimates on a round where you have a full buy. It works out for you as you do get able to pick up that Phantom, but wow, that is still a large investment. Considering that you already had the lead, you already had the emphasis, you already had the opening, but I mean, go ahead. Secure it. Guarantee it, for all I care. SFU, after that last map, they won it, and, well, it seems like so far they're earning it.
You gotta earn your stay here in a map like this, especially after the lackluster performance our map before on Lotus. It's hard not to mention it, but it's also important to mention it, because forget the past and you'll be doomed to repeat it. And SFU, they want to avoid that at all costs, Dallas. They want no chance that they'll have the same level of performance as the map before. So they're going to try to continue that go-ahead. UBC stuck in a round rut where they have not really much to work with. Hummer will opt for a Vandal here. That's going to put them within 300 of the majority of the rest of their teammates, even 100 between their top fragger. That's one of the things I talked about previously. The lower division you are, the more methodical you tend to be about making sure everyone has a somewhat close eco. It means you don't have to manage everyone. Everyone can manage themselves in proportion to the team, and you can all make sure you're buying when you need to buy.
That was a gorgeous setup. All things considered, that actually worked with the defender's high tide. The haunt that went over towards the back, if there's a play on the opposite side of the wall, you were good as dead. But speaking of dead, there's Hummer going ahead over, sitting for the day site, possibly calling for a little bit of rotation there. The Neural Test going to come out. That is going to be such a massive tell. Or even then, I mean, you get the idea of where these defenders are, but you don't know if they're guaranteeing that rotation run. It all comes down to the footsteps and what you hear past that point, and already hearing that cipher there towards that middle on those gates. That gives you enough of an idea to know that, well, B's going to be the hit, and even then, a very, very nice little snappy hit there coming out. Aether with a good one there towards Hall, but even then, it's still 4v3, and there's a lot more rifles on the side of SFU.
Spike planted.
Sheriff in hand, Biscuit's going to have to do their best Cassidy impersonation. Cassidy, unfortunately, not getting one of the new skins from One Punch Man. However, unfortunately, though I don't really think there was anybody that would match it. Aether with a nice headshot over towards Crick. Jim and Yamakazu finding impact themselves, leaving just Vanessa, the Blade Storm out.
Enemy remaining.
They put it away to bring out the classic instead. What a play. Taking down Jim with a single click. Lol free gun. Sticking the diffuser for now. The team live pinging them as quick as they can. What a shot! Straight to the head. Not even needed, considering they're low HP, but what a recovery. Finesser. Oh my goodness, a round that should not have happened just did.
And even then, a very unfortunate start placement as well. Didn't really do too much in that environment. And even then, I mean, you would expect it to do something. You typically, like, stun that, or at least go ahead and kind of play off the vulnerability, something there. But if it's kind of placed up a little too high, sometimes that doesn't really work out the way you want it to. So a little bit unfortunate, but hey, it causes for a tie game. Problem is, not really. You look at the score, you look at the ultimates, You look at the weapons, and it kind of tells a little bit of a different story. UBC definitely have an upper hand here. They're going to be playing off this here for the next couple rounds. They're very comfortable on this defensive side. They don't really overextend too much. A couple players get over antsy, I'll admit. But, I mean, besides that, I mean, they kind of sit fine and dandy. And their retakes are really, really comfortable. Like, it kind of scares me what they're going to do on the attacking side purely just because of that. But as it stands, with that harbor right there in the middle of the map, just go ahead and kind of keep cutting things up. You got all the time in the world here. SFU have to find a different avenue of opportunity. You got to go for a little bit more of a default, possibly. Kind of cut that harbor off where you can, and you finally see that kind of inkling of a push coming right there into Art, trying to see if somebody will give it up.
Okay, he's trying to send out as many guiding lights as possible to open up for themselves. We saw how good that was all day today, and it's only continuing. Okay, swinging in for a second as Yamakazu and Crick try to retreat, but fail to do so. Jim, well, this is a diamond in the rough, and I mean this quite literally. You are trapped with an area chance. Spike has been isolated, a very interesting wall put in place, just barely a little sliver spottable through that side, and okay, sees that and utilizes it against Jim, who is trying to pressure. That is another round by UBC, 2 in a row, and the SFU will finally be able to buy back up here in this one, but it's still not the best case scenario. One player with not full armor. I don't even think Yamakazu could afford full utility from what I saw, and they had to buy Illusion a rifle, so somebody else had to spread their eco even thinner.
This is once again, I mean, SFU, they're obviously staying relevant in this matchup so far. I mean, they're keeping themselves together, but UBC, once again, it goes to kind of those death by 1,000 cuts thing is what it feels like for SFU. I mean, last game, it was very much more apparent. Don't get me wrong. But, I mean, in this kind of matchup so far, and even then on Ascent, we saw it kind of go back and forth in that own respect to where you already saw it to where these teams comes out of the economy, comes to the back end stuff, comes to these forced rounds where we were saying, all right, we kind of have to play this out here. But in all honesty, you quite simply don't. You're forced up for rounds where you see that UBC, they have 3 ultimates, and they are kind of interchangeably using them again and again. When one gets used, next round, another one comes up. Over and over and over and over. And quite simply, you just can't really react to that too much because you use yours all very burstingly over the course of a single round to guarantee that. And ever since then, what have you gotten? What have you accomplished? Not very much. And it makes it very difficult to figure out what exactly you're going to do going forwards in that exactly. So with 2 ultimates already being used in this round, you get the early information, which Guy, I think, could get with that guiding light instead of having to use those seekers. But the Viper is also invested to be locking down a single half of the map. So there's Slender Curry finally calling it wrong with that little bit of alert for the middle of the map. Very successful. You get that double down as well. KO's there to help you. It's not a solo venture, and SFU are making very, very good progress to get onto the site and get themselves into a post-plant situation.
Biscuit with Jim off the board. Even better position to try to retake. No longer a 2v4. Hummer is going to swiftly move forward. A little bit of tracers to give some intel away. They'll swing down, and Illusion was a little bit closer than anticipated. Seemed to be a big deal. Slender Curry sprays down, and because Slender Curry killed Hummer first, Yamakazu was left unknown, and that means Yamakazu still on site can clear out the last remaining player. UBC now up once again, allowing SFU to reach and tie at 5. It is a back and forth game down. We wish this could have been set on map 2, but at least SFU are here, and they are keeping this one good.
Yeah. They're showing it's not getting to them, and that's what I'm happy to see. I mean, a lot of teams you'll see just kind of curl over, be like, all right, it's like that one was a wash. Just that's a hit on our dignity. I mean, better yet, I like to see resilience out of teams better than just them being stomped out and just showing that. I mean, saving the mental is important, sure, but I mean, showing that you can just keep on playing the game, that it just does not bother you in the slightest is very, very important. So already, Vanessa, right back to that position to be expected. This is an operating jet. This guy has played this agent on every single map so far, so he's going to continue and he's going to keep on operating because, well, Chamber does not do that anymore. Or he can, you just do not want to use him if you're trying to win. But regardless, so SFU, I like the cause divide that is available at hand. It can be used very efficiently. I always say it. Pearl probably has the easiest cause divide to set up out of any map in this entire game. And I think that's why so many teams like it, because these avenues, these alleys just kind of go ahead and paint themselves. But right now, instead, it seems like instead of having to paint out a site, one's being given up for free.
SFU are not aware of that in the slightest.
I'm just still in awe looking at this mini map.
30 seconds left. You want to fight it?
It's a little odd. Very odd. Sorry. But
No,
hey,
it's fine. Yeah, I mean, if it's SFU, you're very fine with it. You've used a lot to get this plant, a cosmic divide, for literally no reason, though they didn't know that. We're a bit omnipotent when it comes to the booth, Dallas. We get to see
we can see everything.
See everything.
Literally.
But they don't get the option. They don't have that luxury. So they use what they feel is necessary. Illusion, sitting on the cubby side underneath dugout, takes down one. The retake now much more difficult to return. Hummer, long side, available from A-Main. Has a little bit of assistance behind them, but they're single-handedly getting the kills as Biscuit will fall after the fact. Finesser with the operator cuts down one. All remaining players on the side of UBC are inside A-Main. Then it looks like a stick is going through. The Cove cuts things off enough, and UBC pulls a bit of their old shenanigans from Lotus, sneaking the spike out from underneath them.
Last round before the switch.
These post plants, man, they can.
What the?
It's every single time. I mean, we saw it with Akron and Purdue. That's the same exact thing. Purdue didn't really have anything for these post plants. They got them down, played it out, hoped for the best. Sometimes contested site, sometimes didn't. And it's just like, man, you got to have something there. If you're going to be playing for post plant, you got to have the resources there. And I understand that you're losing players very often. I mean, the only thing you have there is your KO fragment. And your KO is trying to play as a backup to your jet. I mean, there's so much here that really has to just kind of work out to where you got to kind of understand your roles here in the matchup. But already, speaking of plant, it's going down. We have another opportunity to see what happens in the post plant, but it's got to work out this time, considering that we are on the last round of this half. Every single last time has been invested. Every ultimate's going to be thrown out, and every single piece of utility is going to go down as well.
Hoping for a repeat of what happened just before on the map of Ascent. I will try to ignore Lotus as much as possible. I'm sure SFU would appreciate that as well. Fortunately, UBC are still pulling the shenanigans they did before on Lotus. Trying to sneak it again, this time denied by Craig, but they forfeit their life because of it. Slinda Curry all by their lonesome does isolate Finesser. They do see Hummer as well, closing and securing 3K to Slinda Curry. And SFU will repeat what we saw in Ascent by tying things up in a back-and-forth battle.
Yeah, very big round there. I mean, just coming out regardless. I mean, just huge pick for those teams. And even then, already, just to make sure that's equilibrium once more. A lot closer, exactly what we saw in Ascent. And keep in mind, that was very close up until those double digits as well. So, I mean, I'm expecting, obviously, the same kind of recipe, unless one team decides to say, you know what? I'm fed up with this matchup, and they're just going to go ahead and run away with this thing. Comes down to UBC and how they want to set the pace here. Considering that, I mean, Finesser has been doing a great job of that operating role. Once again, comes down to the pace of the game and how well you're going to do with a Vandal and a Phantom in hand and how you're going to pressure the map with that. With Hummer and Aether and your two controllers playing this entire map and literally setting up the field exactly as you want it, you have the resources there to completely, I'm talking utterly set up your duelists and paint this map exactly as they want it. That doesn't happen? Sky's a very good option as a backup, considering they had the flashes, even in the Trailblazer, to go ahead and engage for that duelist. You have every single tool available. Once again, I think UBC kind of struggled in the same situation of what's the post plant going to look like, because you only had that Viper there to kind of play as that. But once again, I mean, that's where another difference comes in, though. That KJ. That's why we see this agent that much more on this map and on every other map, because of how much damage she can provide and how much of an actual threat and intimidation and forcible space that she can grab.
Pistol rounds back again. The problem with the pistol round for a lot of teams is they try to be very calm and calculated, methodical, but they don't realize the problem lies in you can't always do that. Sometimes you just got to take a site. And with the aggressiveness we just saw moving in through Link and now into Art for the side of SFU,
30 seconds left.
that theoretically means B side is free for a plant. UBC is a little slow working in through Alley and that Link side. Yes, we'll agree. But they do still have the chance to retake the objective and deny for a kill. Two players working from defender spawn, two in from Alley. One all the way down from a flank on B long. That'll be a major concern for UBC. No util to catch them out first and foremost. the gunfights where things matter the most. Biscuit isolated on site, Finesser cut off from the rear, and what a play for SFU. Slinda Curry, 4 kills alone in the round. Now climbing to 18-7. More than, well, actually, technically just double more than what the second best player on their team has been capable of.
Yeah, that's exactly double. That's math. Okay. Casters, we don't do that very often.
Math is bad.
Understandable.
Don't do math.
Yeah, why do math? I just see number. I don't care how double,
Numbers
minus,
seem
plus, division. PIMDIS, more like Pim Stinky. I'm good. I don't want to do any of that. I just want to see number go up and be happy. Regardless of, you're happy if you're SFU. That was a very big round win. Sure, it doesn't really mean all that much, quite honestly. I mean, pistol rounds, you're kind of happy to die. Because, I mean, keep in mind, if you die, you get that extra ult tick, and you know you're going to be buying up anyways. Yay, I'm carrying over a ghost as my secondary. What is this, Call of Duty? Like, nobody's whipping that thing out in the middle of a round. Sometimes you do, but all things considered, this is the round that you want to go flawless on. This is where you want to keep those guns. This is where you want to carry some of the utility over. This is where you want that plant money to go ahead and back you up as well. But you just don't have that luxury considering that you're on defense. You had one heck of a hold. So UBC, just purely based off that alone, they're not going for very much of a default. They're kind of trying to hit towards that A site. You see a couple players just kind of hanging around the middle of the map. But because SFU know they have much better guns within their hands, they're going to be sitting back, playing the distance, and just kind of getting these spray downs when necessary.
Slinda Curry gets a solid spray down right off the bat. Does take a lick of damage alongside their Astra, but that's where Illusions can step up. That alleyway, a dangerous place to work from. Jim finding a kill in between. Crick off screen, and Illusion takes down Biscuit. Huge humbling for the side of UBC, who now gives away SFU not just a round lead, but 2, which is still to be expected. Who was humming? I had never heard that intro before for a player into a round.
That's Astra.
That was impressive. I never knew that interaction. That confused me greatly. I was actually...
man, you got vocals.
Right there.
That's a little too effeminate for you, Dallas. I was very confused.
I understand the hair, but the voice behind it, did you get an Adam's apple that sticks out a quarter mile? How'd you chop that thing off? Regardless, though, still, all things considered, though, I mean, SFU in that last round, I'm liking these holes they got. I'm liking them so far. I mean, obviously, consider they have 2 flawlesses back-to-back, at least in this half. It doesn't really show too much of what they're made of. I mean, because it's a pistol round, you're kind of flexing things out, and then the Spectre round. I do like the switch-ups. I like the fact that you're not seeing people over-aggress, kind of double-dip into these fights. You're saying, hey, buddy, old switcheroo. Yeah, let's go ahead. I'm ordering one over here on aisle 6. Like, I need you to go ahead and tap out for me because, I mean, we're trying to keep these guns. And they did a very, very good job of that with the communication, making sure they're all kind of linking to each other to a certain extent. But speaking of linking, you're trying to link the attacking side just as well. And you can see that kind of connection there with the one player over towards A main and the right here part as well. The problem is, if that fight is at 1, this is where things collapse. You already see the push coming through. You're now pushing onto A side for the entirety of UBC, but SFU is ready for you because guess what? They got a massive cutoff, just absolutely waiting. Sure, damage is going to be done. That's to be expected, but also rifles are available. Util is there. But problem is not patience behind it because UBC want to go ahead, put this fight down, but SFU wants to cut them off almost immediately.
Tether goes out, doesn't seem to catch anybody. It's not a good spot for SFU to currently be sitting in as UBC have quick and full control over towards site. Crick's going to drop away from the initial flower side, just trying to do so as quietly as possible. Crick will have to wait for this wall to dissipate, sends a prowler around the corner as well towards side and forcing the sight lines that way. Toxic screen goes up, Hot will be destroyed, but that isolates the player on side, but they can't keep it away. Hummer with 2 more after the fact. Yamagasu by their lonesome. 1 in dugout, 1 holding close corner, and it's not going to be enough. Hummer with a 4K. Huge to give UBC a much-needed round win.
A massive, even though, I mean, considering, I mean, it's Hummer who got those kills. That's probably the best case scenario compared to anything on this team that you can get, because guess what? Look at the top of your screen, Chica. That is a Viper's Pit to work with for this next round. And when you only have so many guns to be playing with in the meantime, if you get into that post-plant situation, especially with an operator on the opposing side, they're not quite sure about that. We had the luxury of knowing pretty early and being warned about it, but they don't. If they keep a singular player up and that operator is still inside the game once that post-plant comes around, I mean, Lucian, it wants to push that.
But quite simply, it's very difficult for you to, and more times than not, you just opt to get out of there.
The difficulties in pursuing these sites cannot be understated, especially considering UBC will now be facing off against what should be an SFU solid rifle round bye, and they lost 3 out of the 5 of their weapons. It's costly. Things don't work so much. Things tend to get expensive in Madden. It's like going shopping and kind of forgetting to buy the full package of your groceries. So you initially say, oh, this was a fair price, but then you forgot to buy the eggs, right? This third round, oh, sorry, I guess fourth round, is kind of like the egg purchase for them. They have to be concerned. They need to know that they lose this, and if they force to kind of get the rest of the team there, this could be a worst case scenario for them. If you're SFU, you just got to play slow. And I think they've done a wonderful job of that so far. They baited the intel away. Yeah, the trap wire does get triggered by the Tasmanian Tiger. But the second that information is given, they'll tandem swing Art. Dangerous, might I add.
Yeah.
But it nets a kill. And that's a very solid position to work from. And Biscuits! Long shot kill, done and dusted.
What a waste of 4,700. Good God, a Vandal gets the job done better. Sweet Jeebus. Well, there's a little bit of a post plan underway. Retake trying to come out here for old SFU. And they have the guns to do it now. They have an operator as well that they can just kind of look down range with. You're kind of afraid to swing that thing, and especially when you have walls being thrown at you over and over again. Not too much you can do, but hey, the stick is going down. I think, honestly, it's successfully going to go in. It actually happened! This is SFU again, keep in mind. What? This is what? I think the 4th, 5th stick that's happened in this series alone?
We saw 3 on Lotus. And we
2 here.
saw 2 here now. It is gutsy. It is beyond gutsy for UBC.
But it's textbook.
impressive.
Like, it should happen.
Let's go.
Yeah. I mean, keep in mind as well, that was SFU that did that there. It's a little different.
Yeah,
I guess.
it's been UBC.
They give them a taste of their medicine, I guess, but it has been UBC majority time. They're still outnumbering them 3-1 in comparison, or 4-1 in comparison, whatever the number happens to be. Still, SFU now reaching 9. They get first blood. Crick, decimating Hummer, single shot too. So they give up that judge, and honestly, it might have been a better idea to keep it at that range. But it does bring the rifle closer to Yamakazu, who is just going to swing up with the Spectre. Honestly, I don't hate that idea. It's an SMG. Play that range, and they'll go pick up another rifle to deal with.
You drop the judge to lose the fight to the judge. Like, you know what? That was no, that's fair. That's fair. I kind of deserve that.
Yeah.
The guns are chosen for specific encounters for certain reasons because they're optimal.
Spike planted.
Regardless, so well, that isn't very optimal. The circumstance here for UBC, once again, on the attacking side, not really too much I can do here in 3-1 situation. Aether is completely surrounded, but can't really do it all.
Double digits has been achieved. Yamakazu, a wonderful round, to be frank.
Yeah.
Here to secure. They have their ultimate. They don't want to waste the pip. Give it to Slender Curry, who has had a ridiculously good game. Maybe saying, hey, the Cypher buffs were maybe a bit too much. Well, I don't think it's really mattered anyway. Slender Curry is doing it guns up engagement. They're making all of the Cyphers look bad when you see their kill feeds. Just all today has been that case, Dallas. Whether it's Honcho or... I swear I know their name. 1 second.
I'll give you time. I'll give you time.
Ezrub. Sorry, I apologize. It's Honcho, Ezrub, or Slender Curry here. They have been top fragging every map. It's crazy. Okay, maybe not every map. Last map, not so much for Slender Curry. But it's crazy to see Cyphers in this day and age have such a spectacular performance.
Oh.
Spike down A.
So many emotions, so many players swinging at once. It's hard to keep up. Regardless though, still a very, very quick push going right through onto the side. Trying to push onto A, trying to get this spike down, but even a nice little wraparound, just almost instantaneously ready. Problem is there's too many players behind. that they haven't even got the spike down. You don't even know if they're set up on the site yet, and you're already pushing them. Therefore, kind of being a little bit of a cue to say, well, they're
Spike
not
planted.
actually on site because they're watching their flank. They've already had the call out given to them because you've been stomping like a horde of elephants there in the background. So Yamakazoo going ahead and continuing things along with their reign of terror on the side of UBC, but I mean, you're going to ask for a lot more if you actually want to win this round, and I can't blame them for just going ahead and tapping out and saying we'll go for the next.
I mean, there's a state at which it's not worth sticking, especially if you have an operator. If you're able to grab the weapon that Illusion's been holding onto for so long with pretty good success. I would say the same amount of success we had on Ascent, right? But I also didn't think Illusion was the end-all be-all with the operator on Ascent anyways. But that is an expensive weapon. You want to hold on to it. You want to give every chance possible to work with. Yes, you give up around here. That's fine. You have 3 ultimates to work with, the same number as the side of UBC. UBC opted to use ultimates here in this round, and it still didn't manage to strip away the huge expenditure that is the operator away from SFU. That is a big boon to their side. You're saving the 4,900 credits, which is huge.
I mean,
And burning through here.
I mean, at least that operator, I understand why you're trying to save it. And, I mean, I understand the capabilities of it. The rest of your team, you want to keep on saving that thing for Illusion. I mean, that just makes sense because it's the jet. But I don't think it should be an upper priority every single round. That one, it worked out purely because it was a 1v3 situation. You're not taking that side over. But let's just go ahead and do kind of a side-to-side comparison of the 2 jets. Let's pull a little bit of a VCT here. We sadly don't have a whole stats team and a graphic to pull up here. But I can go ahead and at least give you an idea, at least of what we're seeing in terms of Finesser versus Illusion. And Finesser on this defensive side with that operator, absolute menace. Every single time you want to hold on to that operator, you want to make sure that is in their hands and that they're going to use it for the next round over and over and over and over and over again. Why? Because, well, typically more times than not, you see them at the top of the leaderboard, not always at the very top of the #1 slot, but in that top 3 sitting in a positive manner, purely just off that defensive side. Even then, during their tear, during Lotus, they were a big catalyst set. I mean, absolutely feeling themselves. Illusion hasn't really had that same amount of impact, has the Blaze Sword to go with right now, and is actually handing over the operator. So it's a nice little switch up to say, where can the aggression come? But better yet, don't get too aggressive because once you get SFU, they've been playing very good in this patience game, as you mentioned earlier. They have to play into their strengths. And I think that's the biggest thing they have going for them is that SFU, they've had some really good holds. UBC with that double sentinel, the double controller, they're very good about being oppressive and cutting off sight lines, but about actually having things that stun and cause crowd control, they're a little bit lackluster in. So sure, things look scary, but they're not as bad as they really seem.
I've got your trail.
Ultimate comes out for the Seekers. UBC just trying to gather every piece of intel that they can. One of the Seekers having a moment. But 2, both that were moving in through mid, are cleared away at long range from Crick, who's holding in that B-link side. Flash comes over the top for Jim, over towards Art. However, no one there. However unfortunate that may be for the wasted util. That's an ultimate that was available for UBC that's now no longer there. And SFU have used one of their own as well, the Blade Storm. Save a little bit on the top. Syndicating first opportunity. Funny pun. Haha. Miss. And I'll hunt for a second. They're in a very expected spot. UBC know exactly where to aim. It's okay to find the kill. Vanessa are not far behind, taking down Crick, who only had a Guardian. And I'm sorry, but if you're SFU, you can't really get to side as the lockdown is keeping you at bay for the time being.
The expected Blaze Storm still in hand, though. 3v5. This is definitely doable. It's going to be difficult, though. We're going to have to see a player really step up to the plate and hit every single shot thrown in their direction. The Blaze Storm is available there, still on site, just kind of lingering about, but it's not going to do too much, just kind of sitting under that arch back towards spawn. It's going to do much better kind of putting pressure on one of these players, going through you all, but the problem is it's sniffed out. You just do not see that coming, and you don't even get a chance to retaliate. UBC with a very, very clean round on their hand. Hummer still holding on to that Viper's Pit, and I think that's the scariest thing in all of this, is that not only has UBC been winning rounds, they felt no stress to actually secure any of these. It's just kind of coming to them.
I mean, look at the play we saw go down there for Biscuit. What a gorgeous dissection of what Illusion would be bringing there. knowing that the Cloud Burst, sorry, wrong game, goes down. Second one sent there. That means they're either going to swing it or go on the around side. They predict the swing in. They go around. Then they can turn and have an easier angle to take down Illusion on the swing. I mean, it's gorgeous. It is the perfect play for UBC. And that's been a lot of what we've seen for them on these rounds where they look a lot more confident. SFU are so close, but yet they're so far. Eco round, not many kills gained. Site's been given up quickly. The chances they get with the operator at long ranges, not finding kills despite it being there. It's little things like that that are really hurting SFU, and Slenda Curry does get a kill, but they lose down to Kazoo and site control's gone.
Finally, the Viper's pick going through, as we mentioned earlier, having to be a little bit of an influence there, and even then kind of have that kick that we were talking about. That little thing that's going to tip you over the scales, kind of guarantee a round for yourself. And especially on double digits here for the side of SFU, things are very, very stressful. I mean, you'd rather go ahead and have that equilibrium, that 10v10, than actually go ahead and have that leg up. But already speaking of that Viper's pit, it's the only thing there on the field. It is the last player there, and it just doesn't get the job done. SFU, that checkpoint chokehold situation, they've seen a rain of 2 rounds come their direction, and just as things got to their peak, you finally alleviate that stress a little bit to hit that 11. So SFU, it has been a very, very long road to get here, but they're only 1 off from having themselves a match point, 2 off from ending the game, but 3 ultimates to work with in the meantime, which I think they could use pretty sparingly.
SFU reaching the 11 margin. It took them 3 rounds after reaching double digits to achieve this. We always love to highlight chokehold or checkpoint, and it has had a bit of a vice script so far in SFU. Maybe a bit of PTSD saying, uh-oh, guys. Things are starting to look rough or worse for wear. But they're in a still good spot, especially after an eco round like that, where they're not really bringing much to the table. Taking a win is a big dub. Brick's going to play very aggressively inside mid place, trying to hide behind the wall, but it moves slightly too fast, and they will fall because of it. Though they do get 1 kill after the fact, that is 2 ultimates that were there for SFU that are no longer there. Huge information, retake. Thankfully, though, the Cosmic Divide is still in the board.
Oh, hello. Hey, okay.
Oh.
Okay, hey. No way. That was awkward. Jim was in a very tough spot. Jim should have died there. 10 times out of 10.
I'm honestly amazed that Jim survived that. Jim's on a bit of a mission, though. Look what they've gone through. They've said, all right, I'm going back. we're pushing through once again. UBC are on site, and it's free. Maybe once that information goes down and say, hey, Spike has been planted, you start to say, how are we retaking this? If I'm Jim, I'm pushing A main. If I'm your Jet, though, if I'm Illusion, I'm saying, hey, guys, maybe a little bit of link play. Double angle. I can maybe walk all the way over through sewer. Are they thinking it's B?
They are right in the smack dab middle of the map. They did not hear that Spike be planted anywhere, so they think it's B. This is a round done. Or maybe they're just going ahead and saving. But there's no way in 2v2 like you're just saving.
No, they're acting like they're clearing. They think it's they legitimately believe that it's not.
This
I think
is
they
the actual epitome of bamboozled, and it took no effort by UBC at all. It was all just of SFU's volition. Well, now B's cleared, so I mean you're good to just chill
hey guys,
there, right?
we're gonna sit here for a while. That was planned. Ignore all the shooting we just did in the active clearing of site that we partook of.
That was the most awkward rotation of players I think I've ever seen in my life.
I'm just amazed.
Well, still 3 ultimates, 2 rounds to go. We'll just act like that round didn't happen. I'll say, hey, you can use them sparingly, and then blah blah blah, and then the round goes. You know, it is late. This is insanity.
Late. It is quite
It is
late.
late. You can tell it is starting to hit these players.
It's hitting us. Can't imagine what it's doing for these players.
I
They've
think
actually got to move their hands.
I don't know. Still
Yeah,
debatable.
I talk when I move. Oh, it's really hitting me apparently. I move my hands when I talk.
No, bro. It's okay. It's okay. This is
I move
salvageable.
my hands when I talk. That means it's even
I do
more
as well.
energy being expended. That's why I'm like this. Totally. That's the reason. I'm not just coping like most SFU fans after map 2. But that coping is working, to be frank. I mean, they're up ahead on map 3 and about to upset UBC. So, though the joke be a joke, they're doing very well. And they're in a state where they've got 3 ultimates. They just had guaranteed 2 rifles to go after that last round, though not planned. They can really hold on to a site here and lock things down. And look at how, I won't say uncoordinated UBC are, but look how spread out they are. Look how disparaging a push they're working from. Not really all together, not a solid push in tandem. It looked like they maybe were going to bring 2 players over towards Link, but they've now rotated one back and rotated their A main player over to be long as well. So it'll be a 4-1 split. If that one, their Sky even decides to even go through the same way.
Yeah, I mean, just got to look at exactly what's going on here. Nightfall already, early investment there when you have absolutely no information with smoke just literally blocking everything here. A little bit of a difficult exponential, I'd say, and even then, not really all that warranted, because then you're still losing players. Illusion in the back of the map. Wow, what a mow through. This is SFU's round for the taking and finally reached that match point they've been fiending for, and they finally end up reaching it. Now, nothing's really guaranteed here. UBC still have only a 2-round difference, and they got plenty of money to still be buying up to make sure this is tough. But, I mean, man, this is that entire last map for SFU. Forget about it. Keep on chugging along and not like it never happened, because you can win this entire series.
It doesn't exist. Map 2 never happened. Put some respect on the SFU name. I talked about it. You talked about it incorrectly. The SFU, coming into this one, underdog. They are 1-3. Their win being against Sac statewide, which was an extremely close game. Map 2 required OT. That's how close it was. They had a tough time in week 4. They took a collective map of rounds. Week 3 and week 2, they struggled as well. Week 3 was a closer loss because it did require a 3rd map. This one also requiring a 3rd map. But look at who they've done it against. UBC, who's taken huge wins, a close loss against SFU White, who, by the way, also beat SFU Esports here. The Southwest team. Their sword team, I think is the way they say it. It's been a glorious game. Crick takes down Hummer. OK finds Jam. And SFU might have just took their chances, punched their ticket. OK being the last player remaining. SFU on site for the retake. Trying to go for the defuse. Blinded, and somehow he gets it!
There it is.
Yamakazoo! Strafing side by side, and the headshot still connects! What a way for SFU to find themselves a win! I'm amazed. I'm amazed, Dallas.
A second one at that.
A second one.
It's not their first taste of victory, but it has definitely been a long time coming for them. It has been a taste they have not had the luxury of experiencing very often. Their first win being all the way back in week 1, as you mentioned. But
yeah,
I mean, finally going ahead and realizing, okay, we are not washed. That was not just by the luck of God himself to get graced by and actually get ourselves a dub. It was a very close series once again, but I mean, this one, it was at like map 2 once again didn't happen. Because I mean, quite honestly, if you didn't really show up to it, so it didn't really happen. You just act like the the first and the third. But regardless, though, I mean, still considering what SFU has, they have a squad on their hands. That's for sure. But it comes down to how they use those resources. Once again, we saw way too many defuses just go down for absolutely free. We saw one too many pushes that were just a little bit unwarranted. A lot of utility that just kind of went out there that just didn't assist too much. There's a lot of things to still fix. And that's really what this Challengers division is for. Because keep in mind, I mean, if this went up against any of the 2 champion teams that we just saw, albeit they're both absolute unit squads, they're not like elimination bracket kind of guys, that would not fly in the slightest. We'd see a lot more 13-0s. I mean, it's just kind of how things would unfold. Things would be very hard, very difficult, and you would feel like you have absolutely no inkling of an idea of how to really get yourself in the game. That's what this is for. So, I mean, it makes sense that these Challengers teams are still figuring things out. But, I mean, still, regardless, that shows the capability in these shots, the kind of communication that goes on, the resilience of these teams, that they are just as equal as anybody else in this entire league.
And that so long as you put them in the right shoes, give them the right kind of influence here and there, that they can still advocate for themselves in some regard or another, which is why we had nationals at the end of the year, is to show that, I mean, challengers and champions are two peas in a pod. Sure, one, it's kind of the half full, half empty situation to where they're both kind of sitting right there in the middle, but it all just comes down to perspective and a couple ranked games to say, okay, well, are you Radiant or are you Immortal? When they're so darn close to each other. So, I mean, congratulations to SSU here. I mean, UBC, you still got plenty of dubs on your hands. I think you're still going to keep on rolling along with them, and I think these seasons, these two are definitely going to meet up once again towards the end of the season, probably within the bracket, I would say, with how close they're going to be. They may just be neck and neck, quite honestly.
I'll also point out, you said putting SFU in the right shoes, putting them on the right map may also be a solid way to go about it, right?
Yeah.
Mew and I may be able to say map 2 didn't happen, and I'm sure a lot of the fans for SFU want to say the same thing, but in the stat books, it's going to go down. The next set of casters are going to come in here and say what happened on map 2, what happened in week 5, like what occurred. And they won't get the insight. Our stat sheets don't tell us what maps they were. They just show the score line of those maps. So if we're not the next casters to see their game on broadcast, if they're broadcast, we don't know for sure what the standings or the schedules look like, that far ahead of time. They're going to be judged accordingly, which stinks. So if you hear another caster come in, I'm advocating for them here now. They don't understand, right? They don't understand it was Lotus. That's the one you'd say. So if you hear casters say, what the heck happened at 13-0 in that game, just say Lotus. Don't say it's their map pick. I'm warning you now. Don't say it was their map pick. Just say Lotus. That's all you got to do. All right. I'll spread out that here and now. I'm not going to throw the other casters under the bus. I'll also try to remember that sometimes if they're against me, just say Lotus. I'm sure all the SFU fans are going to agree with me on that one. No matter what, they had a wonderful game. Their map 1 performance is really solid. It was a very close one. We saw it go 6-6 at half, the same thing we saw on map 3. When I saw it go that way, I genuinely did expect SFU to take it. I'll be honest with you. Their ability to stay ahead of the game and edge out, bit by bit is very impressive. Yes. And we did see a lot of problems. You said one too many of these snares of defuse, one too many of this, one too many of not knowing which side it was planted on. Things like that can be slowly capitalized on can change a game. But even despite those problems, they still pull off a win is very effective.
Yep.
And they're going to be sitting in a much better spot. They're going to be entering next week 2 and 3, which I believe should seat them just below half in their division. And that's where you can sit solidly and say you are a competitor. You are a team that can be competitive. And that's put a chip on your shoulder. Not every team has the luxury to say so.
And I think, honestly, considering those standings, how things start to unfold, it is just, it's a little bit odd when you're in these scenarios. It's just like, we talk about Akron a lot because we've just seen them for the past 2 weeks in a row. You could say this team is kind of in the same circumstance. I'm sure Akron would take a lot of offense to that, to be like, well, we're in champions and we'd roll these guys. You probably would, but that's besides the point.
You roll me. That's fine.
Exactly. I'm flat. It is what it is.
I still give you guys guidance.
Got to make sure to climb. It's a slow climb. It's not only going ahead and setting yourself up, because sure, sometimes those wins, when you're that far behind, it's still fairly early, 2-3. That is a 1 game difference between completely being tied. That's how math works. But, regardless of that, it's also pulling down your opposition again. I talked about this in the last series with Akron. But, it's the same exact situation. This team only had 1 loss. In terms of, think of KD ratio. We're going to break this down to a more molecular level that could be applicable in-game and just easily referenced. It is, say you're going 17 or 16-1. That's a 16.0 KD. That is extremely impressive.
Yeah.
Takes 1 death. 1 death to turn that into complete half of what it was. Yeah. And that one number will create such a huge, massive detriment to somebody else who's above you in the leaderboards, to where it's not about setting yourself up anymore. It's about setting an example for everybody else to say, this is doable. And honestly, if we're not the ones that are ripping us under, we're going to play our own game. We're going to try to win week after week after week. And if these guys start choking up, it's not our problem. We're just going to be ahead of them anyways, and we're doing our thing.
It's the mindset, right? It's the mentality. And we were very worried after map 2 that the mindset and the mentality of SFU would not be there. We were very concerned. We talked about it during the break. We said, how is this going to pan out? Is this going to be another win? What's going to occur? And I think their ability to not just take a 13-0 on the chin, but to have a very close game and then still do the same thing they did on map 1 where they were fresh, to do it again on map 3 when they're most definitely not fresh, it's impressive. It's very, very impressive. Maybe there's a bit of burnout for, you know, the opposing side of UBC after having the 13-0 a second map. You know, they were trying really hard and took it in a flawless fashion. Maybe that burned them out. Maybe that's the claw and con play of SFU. And if it is, it works, right? To a degree. Either way, it's been a wonderful showcase, though. We've had a really good series tonight. We've had 2 really good series for you and I in broadcast, and there is still plenty more NECC action to come throughout the rest of this week. There is R6 tomorrow, and the rest of the days, I don't know what games go on because I don't cast them. So do with that as you will, but it's going to be a collection of Overwatch, League of Legends, and Rocket League, and those are all fun games to watch. Just not as fun as Valorant, if you ask me, in Dallas here. But that's going to be it for us tonight on the broadcast. Stay tuned for more throughout the rest of the week, and we will be back with more NECC action.